Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the International Procurement Conference 2021, which is being brought to you by Institute for Supply Management India and Public Procurement Professional Association of India, with support from the World Bank in partnership with Asian Development Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and UNOPS. I'm your host, Sangeeta Patel, Procurement Analyst with the World Bank. Before we start, I would like to inform you that due to the large number of participants, access to mic will be provided only to the speakers. Participants are requested to kindly pen in their questions and queries in the chat box, and they will be attended to as soon as possible. Relevant questions for the speakers shall be taken up during the question and answer session. Any questions unattended shall be answered later with the recording of the sessions, which will be made available at the ISM-INDIA website. And now, to start the proceedings, I invite Mr. Chris Newman, Co-Managing Director, ArcBlue Consulting, to give a special address on building government procurement capacity for an unpredictable world. Mr. Newman is the Co-Managing Director of ArcBlue, one of the fastest growing procurement consulting, analytics, and training companies in Asia Pacific. With offices across Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong, and Singapore, ArcBlue have worked extensively with the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, and other public and private sector clients across the region. He has spent 16 years in the public sector before co-founding ArcBlue in 2013 and is a leader in both public sector and sustainable procurement practice. Over to Mr. Newman.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here to present to you today. A great honour to give you this short presentation this morning on what I think is a really critical issue for all of us, and at the heart of what this conference is all about is building government procurement capability in an unpredictable world. What I want to focus on today is this idea that procurement has never been more important, yet more challenging for the public sector. And it really underpins our opportunity to lead development. Yet what we see is that the capacity and capability of public sector procurement is not where it needs to be. And I guess what I really want to focus on today is why and how we can work together to drive change. What does this look like? Just wanted to start by giving a little bit more about us. So as Sangeeta has told, ArcBlue Consulting, been around for about 8 years now. Our focus is all around procurement and this idea of what procurement can do in delivering more. We work right across Asia Pacific, over 100 team members now, 20 industries. So bring a lot of experience, I think, to this topic that I want to touch on today. I want to start by talking a little bit about some of the projects and activities we've been involved with and what we're seeing when we talk about this idea of procurement capability and capacity. So when we look at some of these programs here, we've been working, for example, significantly in the Pacific Islands. And some of the challenges, and they've been exacerbated over the last 18 months, of a lack of digital capability in e-procurement in the region, a lack of people on the ground, the local expertise not where we need it to be, is really a challenge for those countries, the organisations working with them, in terms of delivering the kind of outcomes that we're seeking through investment in the region. What we've seen is through our work on the Public Procurement Initiative across Indonesia, Thailand, China, and also in New Zealand, was that there's a considerable complexity to public procurement across different layers of jurisdictions, across state-owned enterprises, particular challenges associated with supplier engagement, whether we're talking about international supplier engagement or local supplier engagement, and real challenges in operationalizing and making procurement work at a public sector effectively from the public sector. We've seen too, though, a lot of work that Asian Development Bank we've worked with closely around procurement reform and education. So a really deliberate effort to go from more tactical procurement activity to a more strategic approach, and a really deliberate effort to drive change and support change through education. But we know there's considerable work to do. So we've seen that when we've worked in Central Asia, where the challenges of traditional ways of doing procurement are very hard to dislodge. And we see the practical impact of that in terms of the quality of outcomes that we can get. What we see, though, too, in India and Sri Lanka, again, is the ability for really targeted procurement reform that focuses on building teams, building government and the way it operates in a really structured way, focusing around continuous improvement, the sort of change that it can make. And what we're seeing also, wanted to point out too, in Australia and New Zealand, where we do a lot of work in the public sector, is this ongoing focus on procurement reform, but particularly right now focusing on those sustainable and social aspects of procurement. So rather than being a sidebar and sitting over there, becoming mainstream and how we think about social and sustainability. Right across these activities, the common theme that we see is the level of procurement capacity and capability is not where it needs to be, and it continues to create a major recurring risk. But of course, within that risk is opportunity. The pandemic has exposed some of these challenges and our global procurement and supply chain weaknesses. And we know this, but we need to think about it, I think, in the context of what is the change that we're seeking to drive. So clearly the fragility of our supply chains has been exposed. And what that's meant is that we need to adapt, to be agile, to be able to be responsive. We need to fast track purchasing of vaccines or medical equipment. We've needed to be able to respond to broken supply chains. We've seen challenges in resource and skill shortages. So not necessarily having the right capacity and capability where it needs to be in the public sector, both in right across the region, not only in developing and countries. It's really been a particular challenge for the public sector in terms of responding to this crisis, and critical skill shortages right across procurement and supply chain. What we've also seen is economic inequality has been exacerbated, whether it's about ability to procure vaccines and equipment, whether it's about the impact of lockdowns and travel bans, has exposed those continued gaps between countries, the haves and have-nots in our countries, and widened some of those gaps. It's also really exposed that inconsistency of digital capability and maturity when we've had to rely on that digital capability and maturity through this period more than ever. We've seen that, and we've seen that as a real inconsistency right across the region. So what does that mean in terms of what we need to change? So one of our problems is the cumbersome nature of our procurement processes. So while we've focused a lot on building structure and putting processes in place, they can come unstuck in a time like this when we need more agility. We need to be able to be quicker. We need to still be efficient, and we need to be digitally enabled. So that's where we need to get to. How do we get there? And how do we get there across government and with our suppliers and across our broader communities? This challenge of focusing on lowest cost in a time like this, it does require us to have a broader approach and understanding of value for money, which requires that extra level of strategic planning, market analysis, understanding up front, an ability to undertake a more complex, sometimes, procurement process. We see this challenge of a narrow risk focus that sometimes, yes, we've got to manage risk, but sometimes we need more fit for purpose procurement strategies. We need to also broaden our concept of risk. So we need to manage for supply chain risk. We need to manage for some of the circumstances that we're facing today. We also see that the social and sustainability benefits that we've spoken about earlier that are so critical that's why we're investing. It's why we invest in these communities, yet we're not leveraging procurement the way we can. And this is true as much in Australia and New Zealand as it is right across the region, is that we see gaps. We see this inability sometimes to put the level of focus we need to on social and local economic development within our procurement practice. How do we build the local supplier and workforce? And how do we more strongly enable environmental outcomes? So all of these are some of the things that we think about. But underpinning these issues is that when we build procurement capacity and capability, we improve outcomes. So sometimes we focus on just the outcomes, but we need to look at what's going to enable these outcomes. What is the fundamental work we need to undertake? I wanted to talk through a couple of examples, very simple examples really, but just to illustrate. We've got so many case studies from the work that we do right across the region, but this was just a small one to think about waste collection trucks. And one of the things that we really observed, huge, big procurement, important one, but the way we approached the procurement from a minimum experience requirements point of view meant there was not competition. Cost was purely evaluated on upfront purchase price. What we saw from a risk analysis point of view was real likelihood of bid failure, poor quality, high total lifestyle costs, and a lack of competition, when what we're all about in procurement is trying to create a competitive landscape to achieve the results. Relatively simple solutions around weighted and scored non-cost evaluation criteria, having a total cost of ownership evaluation and performance-based spec, and marketing and looking at how do we expose this opportunity to a broader range of suppliers in the market. And what we start to see is that we start to broaden the pool of participants in terms of not relying purely on the direct minimum experience. When we start to talk about total cost of ownership, yes, it takes more research and work up front, but from a lifetime operations and maintenance point of view, it should be at the heart of what we're evaluating. And we saw this opportunity around procurement marketing, raising the awareness of the bid. So lots of these simple of examples, but it helps to tell the story about why we're trying to drive this change, why there's so much work going on, trying to build this capacity around strategic procurement. We think about work that we were involved with in South Asia and looking at this idea of really trying to build skill sets, and the combination of multi-day training and facilitated workshops are helping buyers really understand how to apply the new requirements and new components, for example, of the guidance from the Asian Development Bank. Because one of the challenges is it is a change management process. So just because we've changed the process doesn't mean that it's automatically means behavior is going to change. So how do we see this as an ongoing program? What we see here with the results of this program is a universal recognition of the value that it's brought, not just to have a new strategic procurement set of requirements, but the support and training that goes with it. We've seen some great examples of strong collaboration. We've seen it in MAPS, we've seen it in PFA, we've seen where there's been development banks and organizations coming together for solutions that are about improving risk management, for example. But when we think about capacity capability building, it's been fragmented in the public sector by the nature of public sector itself in terms of different government agencies, different jurisdictions. We've seen it between international development bank. It's been fragmented and inconsistent. So this is what we want to really think about and what I want to leave you with today. One of the things we've been involved with is programmatic public sector procurement reform. So from a program we did to benchmark public sector procurement reform right across the globe, to look for best practice, what's worked, what hasn't, what helps, to building frameworks and activities that really drive change. And we've seen some great examples more recently in New Zealand with the broader outcomes framework, in Victoria with the social procurement framework, currently in New South Wales with the work going on there, which has been fundamentally about building sustainability and social procurement into the way we procure. We've also seen collaborative programs. So the LEAP local government program in Australia, with now over 200 councils have participated, been going for 8 years. It's 8 years of working with organizations to benchmark them, to support continuous improvement, to build capability, to support digital enablement. We see the same with the 37 universities involved in the Australian Universities Procurement Network program. So these are just examples of programmatic approaches to driving long-term public sector procurement capability forward. I want to finish really by just flagging where I think we need to take this work. And it's great to have a chance to talk to you. It's great that a group like this, virtual, online, that we're all coming together to talk about these sorts of issues and opportunities. But fundamentally, what we need, I think, is to focus in as we come out of the pandemic, hopefully sometime soon, as we come into this new continually changing world. How do we focus our attention on building the procurement capability of individuals, of teams, and the procurement capacity of government and implementing agencies? So really thinking about, and they're not necessarily the same thing, because you can have strong procurement people in a system and a structure which holds them back. and we can have the best procurement reform in the world if we don't have the people trained, supported, enabled, encouraged to be more strategic and to put more effort and time into the planning and the delivery aspects of procurement. And that, when we think about procurement in this context, we're talking about absolutely end-to-end, from specification development right through to go-to-market, right through to contract management and supply relationship management. So what we really need, I think, is a multi-dimensional approach to procurement development, where we're looking at governance and people and organizations and technology and sustainability, as we've touched on, and really working on also developing the capacity of our suppliers. Because what we see, and this is one of the challenges when we start to think about social and sustainability, we think about long-term development is always caught between the risk aspects and how do we develop our suppliers. So it needs this longer-term, step-by-step focus. And that's got to be about collaboration and cooperation across international development organizations and partners. The idea of a procurement institute model that enables governments and organizations to participate is something that's bigger than the individual organizational processes. We need to invest in digital transformation. We put so much money and effort into projects. When we think about what we're doing to make sure that those projects actually get delivered in the ways we want them to be, to actually build the local place-based capacity to support delivery, it's in no way the same kind of level. And to think about this as a continuous improvement journey, rather than a jerk here and an ad hoc opportunity here, how do we build and support the development of right across the spectrum of procurement maturity over time? So I want to leave you with those thoughts. I hope you have a great second day. Really looking forward to it, and great to have the opportunity to share this presentation with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And now I request Mr. Yanning Wang, Director General of Operational Services Department at AIIB, to provide the keynote address. Mr. Wang is the Acting Director General of the Operational Services Department and Assistant Corporate Secretary of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Prior to joining the AIIB, Mr. Wang worked in World Bank as Operations Advisor for the East Asia and Pacific region, focusing on quality assurance as well as risk and results assessment. He also worked in the Chinese Ministry of Finance as Director for IFI Operations, overseeing the World Bank Group operations in China. Director for International Economic Cooperation, overseeing China's international engagements in multilateral economic cooperation frameworks, including the G20, APEC, ASEAN, and ASEM. He acted as chair for the technical working groups of Chiang Mai Initiative, CMI, and Asian Bond Market Initiative, ABMI, under the ASEAN Plus 3 framework. Mr. Wang also served as advisor for the Chinese Executive Director to the Asian Development Bank. Mr. Wang holds a MA degree from McGill University in Economics and a BA degree from Nanjing University in English Literature. Over to Mr. Wang.
Thank you, Sanjita, and good to speak to everyone here following Chris Newman's speech just now. Today I would like to focus on the business opportunities with AIIB investment projects. Essentially, I would like to provide an overview of the AIIB business, essentially who we are, what we do, and the procurement policies and the opportunities available to the investor community as well as the contractors. All right. Let me share my screen first. Bear with me for 1 second on this IT system here. Yes, there we go. Let me start with the AIIB's strategic priorities. AIIB is focusing on the investment into the green infrastructure. We pay a lot of attention to sustainable investment and maintain a very high standard for the environmental and social concerns. And we are right now also expanding into the social infrastructure, health, education, etc., particularly in the post-COVID world, given that there's a strong correlation between the health sector and also the infrastructure. And while doing all the investment, we try to capitalize on the availability of the private sector capital as well. And we try to strengthen the connectivity, particularly trying to support the regional cooperation in the world. And in today's world, we are also trying to develop our support for the technology-enabled infrastructure. For the AIIB was established in 2016. It's a new institution in the MDB family in the world, but we enjoy very strong financial fundamentals. And we have $100 billion in the capital, and we have been consistently rated AAA by all the leading rating agencies. And we have 103 members in the bank. And in terms of the shareholding, India is actually the third largest shareholder in the bank. And the total share of the voting power is 7.6% here. So India is actually a very important member in AIIB. And we work very closely with a number of leading international agencies, most prominently these MDBs, World Bank, ADB, EBRD, etc. And our investment operation over the last 6 years has been growing pretty fast. And India is the largest client in the bank, and about 1/4 in terms of our total volume. And our investment in India already takes up a lion's share in the investment, and the approved investment amount in the bank is over $6 billion. And we have 26 approved projects in the portfolio already. And these are a summary of the projects that we have already invested in India. And we also have a number of projects in the pipeline under preparation for developing our business with our Indian clients. In terms of procurement policies, the AIIB's procurement practice is governed by our charter to begin with, the Articles of Agreement. It does strengthen a number of important principles, including highlighting that the bank is open to the participation of all contractors from the world, irrespective of the membership of the country. So we are adopting an open procurement approach rather than a member-only eligibility criteria. And in terms of our operations procurement policy, we cover both the public sector and the private sector projects. And primarily, we pay a lot of attention to sovereign-backed financing and also non-sovereign-backed financing. And in terms of the share, the bank is trying to achieve a 50-50 share between the sovereign-backed and the non-sovereign-backed financing. And in the policy, we also highlighted the recipient or the borrower is responsible for implementing the project. And the bank provides advisory support to the recipient in the procurement process. Of course, for the complaints, if there's any complaints, these could be flagged with the recipient or the bank. So in this way, we are trying to promote an open, fair, and a transparent procurement process. Our procurement policy is essentially a principle-based approach. It's governed by a set of core procurement principles and a number of specific procurement standards. We pay attention to economy, efficiency, and effectiveness, and we also highlight the importance of value for money and fitness for purpose. And for the procurement standards, we also pay attention to strategic procurement planning, and we also provide a very transparent mechanism on complaints handling to ensure any issues ought to be picked up and addressed properly by the bank in time. And the bank permits firms and individuals from all countries to offer goods. As I just talked about, the provisions in the charter of the bank, which is open to all countries in the world. And any conditions or participation are limited, of course, to those that are essential to ensure the eligible firm or individual's capability to fulfill the contract in question. There's also a few exclusion provisions in the bank's procurement policy. Like the firms and individuals are debarred by other institutions, by our bank, following our policy on prohibited practices. And the UN sanctions we take on too. And we also have a cross-department understanding with our peer institutions in the MDB family. And this slide gives a few more details on the bank's policy on prohibited practice. Our practice on this part is explained in more detail on the website with a slash of department, so it's openly available to the general public. The conduct of our procurement in AIIB is underscored by the bank's core value, which is lean, clean, and green. And we emphasize principle instead of compliance. In terms of procurement opportunities to India in particular, and we already supported the contract awarding totaling over $3 billion to Indian contractors. So this is a pretty high percentage in the bank's total procurement amount. And we would like to see more participation by our Indian business community in this bank's investment, not just in India, but also in other parts of the world. Because the procurement results actually are contracts won by Indian contractors in other parts of the world as well. So it's not just talking about the Indian investment supported by this bank's financing. And this chart gives an annual breakdown over the years since the beginning of the bank's operation, starting from 2016. So the Indian contractor awarded started in 2017. So a number is provided by the year in this slide. And our procurement notices are published on the AIIB website at /opportunities. And we also publish these opportunities by UN Development Business online portal, which is devbusiness.com. So this is accessible to all in the world. So for the Indian business communities, we would love to see more competition and participation by the capable business operators. And our corporate procurement contract awarded to Indian contractors. Here, this slide provides another differentiation by the contract value. And this is the corporate procurement side. In the previous slide is talking about project procurement. So this is corporate procurement, procured services and goods by the bank's headquarters based in Beijing. So that brings to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Aning. And with this, we bring to close our first session of day 2. Our next session of the day is divided into 2 parallel sessions for which the participants need to choose different paths on the screen. One is Auditorium 1, where you can join the session on demand procurement planning to mitigate supply disruptions, while in Auditorium 2, you can participate in market intelligence for public procurement practitioners. Both the sessions would start at 10:30, though we have passed the time, but it would start immediately now and finish at 11:45 a.m. Those who wish to opt for Auditorium 2 are requested to return to Auditorium 1 after the parallel session is over. Kindly choose the session of your choice now. To those of you who have chosen Auditorium 1, the session here is on demand procurement planning to mitigate supply disruptions. To get us started on this, I request Mr. Batra to share his views on the same. For the benefit of those who could not join us yesterday, are not familiar with Mr. Batra, he is the president and CEO of ISM-INDIA and has diverse and global experience of 4 decades in the field of technology and SCM. He started his career with Tata Group after completing MTech from IIT Delhi. Later, he completed MBA from Syracuse University in USA. Mr. Krishnan has worked in Switzerland, Denmark, and USA in different capacities. He is the founder of UNSPSC, which is global standard for coding goods and services. He has worked with many organizations to optimize supply chain and build their professional capacity, and presently is leading ISM India in the capacity of President and CEO. Mr. Batra will discuss role of demand planning in procurement, developing specifications, and writing SLA and KPI. Over to Mr. Batra.
Thank you, Ms. Sangeeta Patel, for a wonderful present introduction. To begin with, I want to again say good morning to everyone. For some of people, maybe good afternoon, and welcome to the first session of the day 2. Well, friends, the subject today is demand and procurement planning. So when we talk about demand and procurement planning, some of you may be thinking around what is demand, what is procurement. I'll try to clarify that. And this session will be covered by me as well as my friend, Mr. Shankar Lal, who's the lead procurement lead from the World Bank. He'll be covering on the procurement plan as practiced by them. So the key objective when we talk of demand and procurement planning is to mitigate supply disruption. We've been always talking yesterday of disruption. Why disruption happens? Properly planning is not done around. Disruption can happen during the contract management. Again, the planning could be at fault. So I'll try to clarify how to make a plan around. And then the practical side, Mr. Shankar will touch on it. So let me, initially I will talk about is, the broad subject I would say around is the concept of demand planning. This is what I will take as a key takeaway. The role of supply planning and procurement planning. Because from demand planning, we make supply planning, because both have to be balanced. And based on supply planning, we make procurement planning. Developing specs, because in the planning stage, if the specifications are not very well done, I'll say bad beginning will end will also have problem, because you're not very clear with the specs. You're not clear with the terms of reference. You're not clear with the statement of works. So at the end of the day, this could lead into dispute around. Importance of procurement plan. Why should I plan? Everywhere now the focus is all the time on planning, whether it's a business plan, production plan, procurement plan. So the plan becomes very critical. Now the role and the scope of the procurement plan could vary, organization to organization. I'm not saying one size for all. So some people go very detailed depending on the profile of the people. Some people do cover the market research option also, because depending on the market research, they tell this is a process I'm going to follow. And particularly in the public sector, because they have to spell it out in the procurement plan what methodology they're going to follow. Are they going with open competition? Are they going with a limited competition? Are they going with a direct? So the market research options has to be researched around. Supply positioning comes a long way to help that in terms of strategy. In private sector, also we do it, but in the public sector become much more essential because that need to be cleared upfront before the budget or the project is cleared around. The next thing comes in procurement. We need to define what are my indicator, performance indicator. If performance indicators are not spelled it out, my service level agreement is not spelled it out, that means my specs are not complete. That means the whole bidding document in the case of anyone with the private or public sector both is incomplete. You're not told the supplier what exactly your SLA, what else is your KPIs. So based on that, they can come with a different offer. Let me start with the very first thing is types of procurement. Types of procurement, normally if I say to any procurement person, say guys, there's a direct procurement, indirect procurement, very broadly. I will add one more is a CapEx, buying capital equipment. So here we are trying to put it up. One is the operational item. You want to keep the operation ready all the time in the office. You might be in a service office, you may be in a UN office, maybe World Bank office. To keep the office running, those operational items are required. And in the private sector, we use the word as indirect procurement. To keep the office running, tables, chairs, computers, ACs, they are all my part of operational item. Then we are doing capital items. Capital items could be everywhere around. So we are buying, you are in a service industry or you're in a manufacturing industry, you're buying new plants, new machinery, you want to augment it's a capital item. Then come the production item. I'm in a manufacturing business. And that's what comes under the direct procurement. So the direct procurement, which is ultimately being converted into end product, which customer wants. Yeah, let's say you're an automobile, you're buying tires. It is not for you in the office. It is at the end of the day going into the end product, which is a car, which customer wants it. So sometimes we call as a direct procurement. Production means that goes into the manufacturing line, assembled, goes finally to the customer. So the operational item you could say in the private sector as a indirect item. CapEx is a capital item. Production items are the one we could call as typically direct procurement. Then there are non-production items. Particularly again here I'm relating to project procurement. Because in project procurement, when we are buying around, I know we do buy indirect item, but we are also buying, let's say we are making airport. We're making a highway. It's a project of infrastructure. So those items and goods and services both are coming under those projects around because they are neither in that way indirect, neither the direct. So this is where I'm put them as a project. Now coming back to this, if you look at the bigger things, the one side is supply, upstream is supply, downstream is demand. So the demand comes up, and this is more relevant to those people, this slide particularly, those who are in manufacturing business. So those in the manufacturing business, there's a demand. And on the supply side, I'm looking at how much inventory I need to keep around, how much buffer stock I need to keep around, how much stock I have got, how much I'm going to make this month, or even next week, what I'm going to make around. Based on that, my procurement is done. So the procurement planning is linked with the supply planning. And supply planning is linked with demand planning. While in the project procurement, this is not so. Let me make very clear. So this is for those people. I can see there yesterday we had around 2,200 people who joined us. Some of them are from manufacturing. Some of them are from project activities. Some are from other. So this is why I tried to cover around the demand part is the customer side demand. And the demand is fluctuating because you are working for the customer. While in the case of other one like projects, once the funds are clear that we have to make an airport, you're not looking at the demand. The project is clear. So typically you're going into procurement. The focus is more on procurement plan. Here in a manufacturing, if I work with an automobile company, with the Toyotas, even electronic company or FMCG, based on the demand, or even a chocolate making company, demand based, I do my production planning, supply planning, and then based on supply planning, I do my procurement. So supply planning and procurement works very hand in hand. In some organizations, procurement is a subset of supply planning. Even the boss of supply planning could be heading the procurement also. So this is where I thought, let me touch with it. I hope this point is very clear to everyone. So the demand part, obviously, when it comes, it bases on sales forecast, sales order. Earlier, what happens used to be there, if I go 2 decades back or even 10 years back, demand was whatever salespeople told me, I'll just take as a final word. I'll take them as the truth. But then salespeople normally escalate the figure around, and then at the end of the year, we land up with so much of inventories. So many companies, the big companies around, I've seen, they have a separate demand planning unit, the director of demand planning, who basically sees around what is my production capacity. I've got 40 products around, which product to make more, which to make less, to improve the productivity. The demand planning is done. And based on the demand planning, then I come to the procurement. Supply planning I get. So keep in mind the sales forecast, sales order, they give you wonderful, but they change so fast, error could be very high. And demand planning people are rooted to the ground. They know in-house capacities around, so they do their own. So demand planning is based on forecasting, based on the life cycle planning, then based on that we make a supply planning, and then we come to the fulfillment. That's where the procurement also comes. So that I thought gives you a good idea on what is the demand planning. For those people of you who are working in manufacturing, they need to understand because the procurement plan is linked with the demand planning. While the other people who are the projects, they have ready-made projects. Okay, there are 2 airports to make around, 1 highway to be made around, schools to be made around. So projects are funded. There is no demand planning per se. I know there is a demand from the customer, mean the users, the public, and then the government allocates those projects, and that's all. So now coming back to procurement planning. So procurement planning is basically the process of identifying and consolidating requirements. What exactly is the requirement? I've got a big bill of material for the construction. But same item might be appearing 10 times. Can I consolidate it? Identify it? Determine the time frame. When do I need it? If I go with the critical path method, when do I need this? When do I need that? Say that my project is of 2 years duration. If item which is required second year, I will like to place an order, but the delivery part, I will say, guys, give me next year, not this year. I can't stock it. So the time frame of each item. Then there are critical paths. If something does not come in, no work can start. In those cases, those are critical items. So you really need to know quite a lot about CPM, critical path methods. While in the case of other one, not much, but in the project procurement, I've got a 2 years project, 5 years project around. What is the first thing I need to start the work? Which could delay the whole chain. I know my beginning date. I know my end date. Now within the beginning and the end date, I need to find which is my critical path. How much float I have got around. So when I'm making the planning, I need to spell it out the time frame. Then come the good procurement plan, also describe selection of suppliers comes. How I'm going to select it. What methods I'm going to follow around. And for many organizations, it's compulsory also. Tentative budgets. This I had tough time, let me be honest with you. I used to have big projects sometime. When we had to say, guys, oh, this is going to cost so much. Then the next question will come, how do you say it like this? How do you justify it? Then I had to find some figures from X and Y places around, whether it's a Thomas register or some other register, with Alibaba registers or other ones. I could say, guys, this is the price I got from there. It gives me a tentative idea, and that's a budget I have. Then the market analysis, strategy. So all these things are clubbed into the planning part around. I know some are doing very smaller part, depending on the complexity. Again, I want to say around the plan format, which my friend Shankalal will cover later from the project context, is never one size for all. Depending on complexity, depending on the size, you need to draw it around. Let me start with this. I think this is the wonderful thing which I see around. When we say mastering procurement, 3 parts. Very first one is plan, second is source, third is management. So I widen the role of the plan. Plan is not just making a spreadsheet, guys, I need this item. I take it from basically the bill of material. I say, guys, this is what I need. No. I will go further, identifying the needs part, Project is initiated, so that's clear. So number two, identifying the needs and analysis of the market. The needs part, the specification part. What do I need? Specification, market analysis. Do I have a market? And there's only one supplier. What type of risk I have around? How does the market looks to us? Is market attracted to us? So analysis of market. And then the plan approach to market. How do I going to plan to approach this market? If there's a one supplier and you tell the supplier, guys, give me there's a tender and give me the information, only one offer comes around, what are you going to evaluate? So this is what I need the planning part. So before we jump into the sourcing part, the planning has to be done very well. A good planning will help a lot. I'll show in the next slides around how can planning help us a lot. Then in the sourcing, all of you know, I don't need to touch on it. Management part of the contract. So keep in mind planning. Now the common question on procurement planning, I'll just put it up. I mean, this is again a practical tip. So whenever you're planning, ask the question to yourself before you say, oh, I've done a great job. What do you want to procure? When do you want to procure it? The when has to be answered. What has to be procured? What also, if you can define it very well. When are you to use the procurement? When are you going to use it? If it's a 5 years project, when are you going to use it? When will the resources be available? Keep in mind, it's a 5 years project. You're not getting all the resources now. You have to see the money flow also accordingly, depending on the need and urgency. Staff also. If my project, a consultant is required, which is next year, why should I get them now? What will resources be? You need consultant, you need experts, you need various services around, as well as goods. How will timely procurement or failure affect the user? And this is where I look around is the critical path methods. How can you be the more efficient in procurement? How can it be faster? My cutoff date is 30th September next year, 2022. Can I make 2 months before? What I need to change? Do I need to motivate my vendors? So all that thing, I think one can prepare a homework on this. So I'm sharing this because this is what I have done around the project, the big ones, $80 million, $90 million. And then, so we used to have this quite a lot. Even for the ERP implementation, I went through these concepts. Now the roles in the procurement cycle. So when we have a procurement cycle, the procurement plan, yes. Budget, yes. If your funds are not approved, you're wasting your time. So you need to make a plan, and the plan has to be clear. The budget has to be allocated. Procurement requisitions. This is how the sequence goes. The acquisition has to be filled with clear specs. Clear specs does not mean cut and paste from the specification of someone. Honestly, again, I can repeat my point around. We had one organization in Vienna, and we were buying for Somalia's windmill project. And I used to be the coordinator for that activity around. And the guy who we hired the consultant, we thought, okay, we are not expert on the windmill. We hired the consultant. Consultant doesn't know about procurement. They are smart, technical people. They basically put up, oh yeah, this is the best model. They take the cut and paste of the specification of a particular company, except they remove the name and give it to us. We went down 3-time international bidding. Suppliers could read it out, that this is nothing but a cut and paste of so-and-so. So when we did the bidding, I said, guys, come on, nobody else makes the windmill of this size. It was not a very high size we were making for Somalia, but no offer. That means the specs were faulty. Specs were too detailed. It was putting the hands tight. So we need to have a good TORs, good statement of work around. I see many even private sector also, when they are buying software services, the software guy is already, the company is already working with my IT people. And they are the one who are designing the specification and telling the IT people, okay, this is what should suit you. And then they pass on the same specs to the procurement people. Come on, guys. Then whom we are trying to fool? The specs are given to the procurement guys. Ultimately, it is coming from the supplier. Through the IT, from IT to procurement. Yes, these are my stakeholders, but am I getting the value for money? No. Confirmation of availability of funds. Review of specs, very, very important to me. I spend a lot of time being a technical person. Since I started my career as a designer, I love to go into the specification. Procurement method approval. what method they are following. Open this. If it's a project, then let's say the funding is coming from X bank or Y bank or government. They would love to see what approach you are following around. And this is where I was very impressed when I see the new one, framework of the World Bank. Great. They think of strategy in advance. And that I think should be must for every government procurement. And strategy should be cleared by this person. Okay, based on this strategy, I'm thinking of this approach. The value may be same for the two contracts, but one may have a one approach, other may have a different approach. But that need to be approved in advance. Procurement planning is strategic. This is what I want to say again. The function of procurement planning. So the good old pyramid, when we used to talk around operational procurement, tactical procurement, the strategic procurement job was only to make procurement plan and take care of the relationship with others. That's all. I know the role as it become, but procurement planning is strategic. It's a long-term thinking, guys. If I'm doing this, what implication this will have on my contract management? What implication this will have on this? If I follow this method, will it have any audit issue around? So it's a really strategic. It adds value. The value addition is done at the planning stage. Results in timeliness. If you come up with a very complex thing around, you could have made a simple design. Maybe you would have saved time, efficiencies, cost effectiveness, and compliance to procurement method. Ends in achievement of set goals and targets. Good governance, economic development, value for money, and good income. Now here I will take two examples around. One, very traditional procurement. Still many governments are following this. But now that the World Bank has come around, I'm impressed honestly with that. This is why I'm repeating again. When they came with public procurement strategy development, it's a great tool. My association, I have been associated with them for many years, but this time I read around, I was impressed. It's great. So guys, traditional approach to procurement. Traditionally, what do we do? Initiate the project. Stages in the process, the value add is very small. I'm not adding any value when I'm developing a project. Value addition can be done at every stage. Identifying the needs, somebody gave me, I listed down, and it goes at a very low level. Senior level people even may not even question it. Do I really need this? Specify the requirement. Very little effort is put. You can see around the level of effort which is put at the senior most level. Very little on this. Very little on specifying plan approach, because they'll say, I'm not a technical guy, so whatever you guys written down is fine. And stakeholders may have his own interests around, may have his own agenda around. So specifying requirements, very little efforts. Plan, again, very little effort. Now approach to market also a little bit. Now you can imagine around in the beginning, when I'm making a plan, these have not been given full attention. We want to push because we are already late in the project. My budget is expiring this year. And that has been going on for the last 6 months, is expiring. So then you say, let's push it. I have to show my delivery at the end of the year. How many projects have been cleared? My promotion will depend on that. Then the problem starts here. We have pushed all this planning with the low efforts. So when we go to the negotiation, we need to spend a lot of time. When we go to the contract management, we have to spend enormous time. So when I go to the next step, here comes beautifully. See, the level of effort is uniform. In negotiation, managing contract is so lovely because the effort has been put up front. Energy has been put up front around at the time of identifying needs, specifying requirements. If I'm looking at a project, I'll say, guys, show me your specs around. Can we think of a change around? What is the market intelligence around? So I'll try to use market intelligence to see, guys, what way to go, an approach to the market. So I would say, again, I'm taking from the PPSD. I loved it when they said, guys, depending on the risk, thresholds are different. If risk is less, my different threshold. If the risk is very high, my thresholds are different. So basically, again, I'll go with the 2x2 matrix, supply positioning approach. So that's it. So keep in mind, when you follow a strategic approach to procurement, the value addition curve, if you look around, is going very high. You're adding value everywhere and making life easier for the people who are doing contract management. Otherwise, people in the contract management, they get the abuse all the time. Somebody has not done a good job. And at the end of the day, we have disruption. We have disputes. If in a project there are more dispute, I'll straight attribute to the beginning stage. Planning was poor. If planning is done well, hardly any disruption. So that's where I will put it up. So again, if you see the value part, in this one, the value is very little in the beginning. Only at the time of market, I'm getting it. Hardly any values. But this one, I see around value is really going. So value addition is there through and through. So that's what I call procurement planning is a strategic function. Now, strategic approach around. Strategic approach to procurement, which methodically works through each stage. Keep in mind, everybody contributes it. It's a collaborative effort. It's not one person efforts. I may be the boss of the department. It's not my effort. It's everybody in the chain. I cannot say this is a low profile, this is high profile. Everybody has it. The time taken to plan, research, analyze, that's what goes on. Then this is the one, now keeping in mind the procurement plan, please, I would say every person, if they feel they're doing strategic function, I would say everybody need to know this supply position. This is a wonderful tool. As I said to you, I used it when I was based in Denmark and I was developing various things. We used to have supply chain research department. I was heading it. I think we started using it. And that came up in the 1983. We started using it in 86, 87. I loved it. And we used to, even I got the software from one of the countries, Australia, they gave us the software. It worked very well. So basically based on 80-20. So more the values, I'll put them into one column. So that means 20% of the contract. If I've got 100 contracts, the top in a descending order, the top 20 will cover 80% of the values. Bottom 80 will cover only 20% of the value. You can imagine around that gives you the very good ideas around where to put focus on. Where I should make a better business plan. Where should I make a procurement plan? So look around the new initiative. If it's already ongoing project, one story, I'm expanding the project. But new initiative, if it is going on the high value, high risk, I want a wonderful business case and a procurement plan. High risk with low values, full procurement plan. Then I've got, again, high values, but risk is low. I would go for a short business case. The business case, I don't need much, but certainly I need a very good full procurement plan. It's a low value, low risk. You could have a short procurement plan. So keep in mind, procurement plan is not one size for all, but that you can only do once you look into this supply positioning around. So please keep in mind supply positioning for the ongoing activities, supply positioning for the new activities around, then decide based on the risk and values, guys, what approach I need to follow. I would say if anybody says I'm becoming a strategic manager, I'm moving in the path in my career, this knowledge is a must. These are the again drivers to successful procurement. I will just re-emphasize only one point, the specs. The very important specs and evaluation. So within evaluation, I've got different steps around. Now, when we talk about procurement plan, what are the key components? Many of them are missing. But as told you, in the strategic, we would love to have a complete detailed plan. Approach to market strategy. When I'm thinking of an approach, I'm looking around detailed planning, 4 to 5 forces, supply positioning, strength, weakness, opportunities around, evaluation methodologies around, specs of requirements, contract types. What type of contract? Is it going to be fixed price? Is it going to be this? If you have done already cost reimbursable, and I'm told to guys, Christian, you are now the contract manager, and you take care of contract management. You guys have already fixed up cost reimbursable, and supplier is coming to me every day, sir, price has gone up, change me this, cost has gone this. I'm in trouble. And you may say I'm a bad guy, I don't know how to run my contract management. But technically, it is a type of contract what you decided. This is where I feel in future, all contract management people should be part of designing the contract as well. That's why yesterday we covered that. Quality part, performance measure, the must. Key questions are, again, developing the specs part. The specs part is a key question, I put it up. So this is a checklist, you can say. Why are we doing this? What result do we need to achieve? Let's say I'm buying a car. My result is I want to buy a car, which can take care of 4 people. Mileage is so much, maintenance cost is so much, Total cost, landed cost is so much. TCO, total cost of ownership, is this much over his life of 10 years. End of it. Do I really need to know what is the material, what is this, what is the door made, what is this made? I think we are getting into complexity and make the competition also. How will the goods and service be delivered? Are they coming by air, sea, depending on if it's a medical supply, vaccine supply? Naturally, it'll come by air. You can't say, guys, let it come by sea. How well, what quantity and standard apply? How much? Where will the goods be delivered? Will they be delivered in airport and then I have to pick up from there? They will be delivered on CIF at the port, then I have to get cleared? Or will they coming on DDP basis? Will they come on DAP basis? That need to be clear. Or it can come DPU, delivered at place, unloaded. So unloading is also part of it. When will the goods be delivered? Terms of contract. Again, I would put it up if you're doing a very complex project. FIDIC guidelines are super, let me tell you. But they are not answer to all. You need to add your own special conditions, or PCC or whatever you call. But majority, 95% contracts, I think they fall in our boilerplate, standard terms and conditions, which are you have in the standard bidding documents. Every organization has got their own boilerplates. I'm calling boilerplate because the standard. But you can add extra on top of it, special condition. And who will be involved in the delivery around? Supplier, contract managers, all those things around. Okay, guys, now I'm trying to spend some time on specifying. I know it's a very difficult subject, but I would like to tell you that we did this initiative in 87, 88. I'm trying to share this book around. I don't know whether you guys can see this. No. So we had done this, developed the generic specs for the medical supplies. It was cleared by the WHO Director General. Then we had also developed other material. And this was my initiative around with my team, developed around 400 items which we were buying. We said, guys, these are specs around. So this is the way we have said around. I said, okay, guys, roles in specifying requirements. Key users must be involved and have to agree to the specs. If you are doing in silos, no, my friend. I know the designers love to work in silos. I started my career in the silos, coming from a good institute. I said, guys, let me do in my cozy way. I don't want disturbance around. And we used to design in a very creative way, never knowing the ground level. And I can say honestly, since I've been there in 7-8 years designing, we are away from the reality sometimes. So designers are one. So you need to consult the people also. Purchasing and supply function. Bring supply market knowledge. Because you are the front face of the market. You are the one who knows the market intelligence. So try to bring that knowledge of market. Even if your designer or the person who's designing the project, say, I want generator of this capacity, this make, this thing. But you could come with your knowledge of this, which will help in developing the better specs around. Facilitate supplier involvement. Promote neutral specification. I know every public sector talks about neutral. Until you are standardized on a particular brand, that's a different story. And certainly involve the budget owners. All these people are there. Importance of specs, I think I can skip it, keeping in mind the time. When we say specs, what does it cover? Specifying the goods and services. Service is very difficult, let me tell you. Goods are relatively easier. If services also could be defined like a good, great, then there is no difference between goods and service. Specifying the quantity also. The quantity has to be spelled it out. Specifying the delivery requirement. What are the delivery requirements? Where, when, how? Again, the input terms will come into the picture. Insurance will come into the picture. Specifying supplier's service requirement. The guy is going to give it to you. What are the responsibility on the service part? I'm buying equipment costing around $5 million. What is supplier going to do for us in terms of service? Is it part of the contract? It's a part of my requirements. So need to be spelled it out. Then comes other informations needed by the supplier. Some information supplier may like to know around, so that's what we can do. The value engineering part and value analysis part. This is where I said to you, procurement people are the front face of the market. They are the one custodian of the market. They have the knowledge of the market. they can certainly bring good ideas back to the government. So look around. If value engineering stage, we can think of some changes. One example I can talk of my own lifetime. We used to make around 1 million refrigerators in Voltas, a part of the Tata's group. And our price in those days, I'm talking of 72, it was 35 rupees in India, which you can say today's price, half a dollar. One handle of the refrigerator. Made of what? Brass, chrome plated. And brass, always in those days, the casting was so poor quality with blowholes. Filling the blowholes, chrome plating. After chrome plating, customer doesn't know how many blowholes are there inside. But looks stronger, looks beautiful, great. Then the supplier comes and tells us, Krishan, there's a good material available called ABS, acrylic butadiene styrene, which is stronger than brass, can be chrome plated. And the look-wise, feel-wise, it gives you great ideas. So those ideas, even if the design has been approved, yes, I can give back to my designers, say, guys, can we change the material? And they agreed. And we came from the price from 35 rupees, which we are doing outsourcing, we came down to 15 rupees. 20 rupees multiplied by 1 lakh, I would say around 1 million refrigerators, is more than the salary of my whole department around for the whole year. Or even I'll say for the next 10 years. So this is the beauty of value analysis. So value analysis, value engineering, I would say every procurement person need to learn it. If they have a good market knowledge, if they don't have market knowledge, naturally they won't be able to contribute. So they need to have a good knowledge around. Specifying requirements, specifying quality and performance, specifying packaging, delivery and acceptance, specifying services, specifying requirements for services, analyzing price and cost. They should have some idea around. Not the 3 suppliers have joined together, they have become collusive. They give you very high price. But then you need to have a very good ideas around, because if I'm a supplier, because I've been in that role also, when we look around, the demand is too much. I can push the price up. But if the demand is not much, if there's not a shortage around, you have choices available, please do your homework, how much this will cost. You can ask the supplier, can you justify the price? Can you give me how much the direct material? How much is the other ones around? So then you could ask. When the demand is too high, naturally supplier is dominating and you have to pay the price to the nose. Now coming back to specifying quality and performance. Now this is where we call, there are many ways, functional and performance specs. This is what we gave in the UN around long back. We say, guys, everybody will write the function. What is the purpose? Why we are buying this? Give the function. Then give a performance requirement also. What is supposed to do? Let's say I'm buying at the home, buying a mixing. And so the purpose is to mix blah, blah, blah. That's a function. I'm trying to buy a car. The purpose is to transport so many people. Performance is the mileage should not be more. The fuel mileage should be very high. My consumption should be good. Noise level should be less. Maintenance cost should be less. That becomes my performance specs. So the function part, in a very simple, like a common person, you don't need to be rocket science expert around. What is the function of this? Performance, what exactly you are expecting, the key function requirement. Then some places I can understand around, we need a detailed technical specs. Because this item has to fit with something. So there are technical specs around. The brand and the trade name. Sometimes we use brand also. I remember the guys say, I can't write the whole specification of the laptop. Why not I say, okay, guys, Dell Inspiron 1750 are equivalent. Anyone who can give me equivalent specs, great, no issues. I'm not saying I'm trying to brand myself with only one company, no, but I'm saying equivalent word. Anybody who has got similar performance requirement in terms of wattage, in terms of memory, in terms of RAM, great, no issues. Then come the supplier codes. Some of the material when we buy the steel, other things around, they come with the ASTM code number this, ASTM code number this, American Society of Testing and Material. So we have a code number. And that code number, if I say 3504, everybody knows worldwide this means this component. Samples. I have burned my fingers a few times with samples also. We say, guys, here is the sample. Make it as per this. We had a lot of peacekeeping people, lakhs and lakhs. And when we had to buy some shoes for them and give a sample, my goodness, if you give a sample, then you get what God knows. And I've seen those things around. So sample is not, I would say it's a lazy person approach, but in some places I can understand around, there's no choice around. Composition specs. You want to give composition, you're buying medical supplies. You say, guy, I want this composition. You and me buy many food items. At the back, we say, what is the composition? How much is the sugar level in this? How much is this? Even when we're buying wheat, rice, we look for composition, guys. I want moisture content so much, ash content so much. You spell it out, those composition part. And that's what it makes around. So functional and performance specs. Functional spec states what functions. Performance specs I explained around. I can skip this again. Technical specs. These are required for very, very prescriptive, detailed, some technical, highly designed. We'll say, guys, this is the design I want. So that's a place, certainly, I think you need to have your own technical design. I know being in the design function, we used to make our own design. I want a cooler like this. I'm making electronic operated train. So this is the one, how I need the parts to look like, because my size is less. My compactness is there. I want somebody to make a motherboard for me, but I want computer to be thinner. I will make my own design. This is the size, this is the thickness. Can you make it in this? Supplier industry codes, as I explained to you. This is very good. I think codes are there around. Actually, UNSPSC also cover in a broad sense some code number. If you say code 423839, 8 digits around, then people understand that this is the item up to the commodity level. But then there are ASTM standards, there are different codes around. Compositions, it talks of purity, it talks of ingredient, it talks of additive. That's what you need to do. Supplier services. Now you're buying a very heavy equipment around, capital equipment. You want services. You don't want capital equipment of $80 million idle for 1 hour even. This costs you money. The interest rate is too high in the private sector. I remember once machine I bought around one CNC machine company. It's costed me around 3 million rupees, Indian rupees around. And I could see half the time it used to be idle. Then I said, pinches me, guys. You put a money on this, but why is idle? Sometimes operator problem, sometimes this problem. So we need to find supplier services. Technical support and training, maintenance and repair, quality assurance, and informational product specs. So supplier services are very important around. As I said to you yesterday, we had an office in Geneva. So we had 24 people, small office. But then whole service, we said, guys, you will come and repair. We have bought the computers from you. Any problem come, you will come within an hour. And the guy used to come in 1 hour. If it doesn't come up in a phone call, then we used to cut the money from the bill. Service specs. I think I have touched some of the services around, which are non-consulting service. You want security services, you want other services around cleaning services. What are the inputs? What are the throughputs? What are the output? What is the outcome? We were doing a project for a 35-story building. We have around 40,000 people working at the New York, the main headquarters. To develop the specs for the cleaning, we need to know, okay, what are the input? What are the throughput? What are the output you want around? What outcome you expect around? So I'm sure you can think of, if you want to give a cleaning service, what outcomes you are. How do we define the outcomes before we compare the specs around? Okay, guys, then we have technical specs. So technical specs here, I would say around, certainly you need to spell it out. The functional requirement, yes, you need to spell it out, international standard. Now, one thing we learned around in the life, every procurement person is non-expert on standards. 1,000, even maybe 100,000 standards around. Which standard to write? I know very well when I was doing a study on this glove alone, there are 5 standards. Each standard runs in 20 pages. And we were buying many medical supply, and the glove was very critical to me. I don't want doctor coming and back saying, Krishan, because of your bad glove, I got the AIDS problem. Because there could be pinholes. How do I test the pinhole? So we went around with developing the performance specs. We developed this. But one line we kept around at the bottom. Every item, the product shall, I'm using the word shall, comply with international standard. I don't know international standard, but it makes me safer. If tomorrow any complaint comes, I can tick the supplier, on the problem, I say, guys, take up any international standard, whether it's ISO, DIN standard, British standards, anyone's around. If it complies, I'll accept it. Otherwise, no. I don't need to be expert. Only one line is good enough. So any goods we were buying, I think we made it very mandatory, guys. Do spell it out. This shall conform to international standard. And I would say this is relevant for all private sector and public sector. It'll protect you. You can't then think later, oh, I got my sorry, I forgot to write the specs around here. But the moment you put international, a lot of performance part is covered. Then come the market research part, because this is again becoming a part of your plan. Your knowledge of the market, your internet, whatever work you've done around, ask your buyers, market analysis, professional bodies are there around. And nowadays it's so easy. Social medias, your own networks, you can ask friends, industry bodies. So that's the way you can do some market research. The market competitions. Now the competition will depend on the various factors around delivery time. I'm having 5 suppliers if I want to buy next month. But if I say, guys, give me after 3 months supply, sorry guys, we are busy with something else. So keep in mind all those factors, time, everything counts. And if you're going with the brand things, okay guys, then we are quickly moving to the SWOT part, you know it. Market research, again, positioning, I've touched it already. Market research, I know this subject is long way to go, but never mind. SLAs, I told you already, service level agreements. Purpose of an SLAs need to be spelled out very clearly. I would say the purpose, all services should have SLA. If you feel this is very important to you, the price may go up, no issues, but get SLAs there, service level agreement. Performance metrics and measurements, accountabilities. And this is the way example is there. When I say service level is 90%, what does it mean? How much time when drop is allowed to me? Let's say internet. If I say 99.999, it means I'm allowing only 5 minutes call to be dropped, nothing else. More than that, I'll deduct the funds. Checklist is there around SLA checklist, top 5 customer mistakes. We presume your customers are satisfied because they never made a complaint, but technically they are not happy. They might be grumbling, but they never told you. Requirements part. Okay, guys, I just quickly this is the life cycle. The question comes service level. Service level is on the service side. Performance is performance indicators. The guy has told you the mileage will be so much of the car, but actual mileage is more. So those key performance indicators of procurement has to be specific. Smart word I've used around. As for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-based. Now the key procurement KPI is cost to perform the procurement process, cycle time in hours, percentage of POs approved electronically if you want to check e-procurement, compliance rate. These could be your compliance part. If I'm a procurement head, if they want to see my compliance rate is poor, that means my performance is poor. What is SLA? I don't think I need to spell it out both. So SLA, KPIs, keep in mind, 2 different things. Well, friend, with this, I want to thank you all for the patient hearing. And I want to give the floor back to Sangeeta then. Back to you, Sangeeta.
Thank you, sir, for this very interesting presentation. And now I would like to invite Mr. Shankar Lal from the World Bank to share his views on developing procurement plan. Mr. Lal is the World Bank Country Procurement Lead for India and is based in New Delhi, India. He has a postgraduate degree in mechanical engineering from Indian Institute of Technology and graduate diploma in purchasing and supply from the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, better known as CIPS, UK. He is a fellow of CIPS. Apart from managing the World Bank procurement team in India since July 2014 for providing support to bank finance operations, he has been working on procurement capacity building and procurement reform initiatives. He has been the task leader for several global and Indian studies, some of which are available at the website of the World Bank. He has supported design and launch of many capacity building initiatives in partnership with reputed Indian institutions and mobilizing the procurement committee for setting up the Public Procurement Professional Association of India. Over to Mr. Shankarlal.
Yeah, thank you, Sangeeta, and thank you, Mr. Batra, Good morning and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon and good evening. Thank you for attending this session. So let me just share my screen. Yes, hope you can see my screen now. So Mr. Batra has already covered the fundamental principles for procurement planning. What I'm going to share here is the practices which are followed in projects funded by the World Bank, and what we have tried in our procurement policy. We have tried to amalgamate the private sector practices to public sector practices, and tried to bring the focus on procurement strategy and procurement planning. So let me start with yes. So the definition part, I think we don't have to really go through the definition. Mr. Batra has covered, but primarily we are looking for identifying and consolidating requirements of various items, which is actually the demand planning, and thereafter we determine the time frame for their procurement. And the objective here is to achieve value for money through the procurement process. Procurement plan is not a standalone document. It is actually influenced by many factors. Depends on the nature of item itself. Depends on the strength and weakness of the purchaser organization, their own capacity, and it also depends on the supplier market, which is supplying this particular item, and how they view the purchaser, which is basically the perception of the suppliers. Before we reach to the procurement planning, the very important stage is procurement strategy preparation, which actually consider above factors, and they the collect information which is from the market, from the internal assessments, and do the analysis of that particular set of information to arrive at the procurement strategy. So this is the procurement cycle which is followed in World Bank procurement processes. We start with identification, go through analysis, then identify the requirements and the sourcing and implementation, and finally the checking, which is the performance evaluation. So procurement planning is primarily part of 1, 2, and 3. So it takes almost half of the procurement cycle, and thereafter during the sourcing and implementation, what we really do is the fine tuning of procurement plan if it is really required. So why the procurement planning is required, and particularly for the projects which are financed by the World Bank or any other development financing institution? It allows strategic thinking before adopting packaging size, because what we have observed before 2016, when we modified our procurement policy, the procurement approach was very tactical, and most of the time it was cut and paste approach. So after this particular reform was introduced, what we have seen that there is lot of thinking behind the sizing of packages, the procurement method selection, and market approaches. Second one is this also allows aggregating the requirements. So suppose a single organization is purchasing same item for multiple divisions. They see the procurement plan of each other, and they decide to combine the requirement if it is really going to be beneficial. The third is very important for performance evaluation, because once you have a well drawn procurement plan, you can use that as a baseline for measuring the procurement performance. It may be in delays, it may be the monetary saving, but this is a very important application of procurement plan. And fourth one is once again very important for public sector, which is publication of the procurement plan in advance, so that the market is prepared for the opportunity. And also this can be viewed by the civil society, by the beneficiaries, that how the procurement is being conducted and how the taxpayers money is being used. Budget planning is very important, because if you know that how much money will be required, particularly for multi-year projects like airport, like railways, like large transport projects. You require exact amount of money which is required for each of the year, and this should be very precise, otherwise the money will be lying idle. So this is a very important advantage of proper procurement planning. Transparency, we have already discussed. Expectation management, I think this is very important for public sector, and particularly where the procurement organization is separate from the user organization. And in that situation, the planning actually helps the procurement department to defend the timeline if it is very realistic or unrealistic. Capacity building, one more important benefit of procurement planning, because if you have to purchase a very complex package, you have to build the capacity, or if you have to manage a very complex contract, then you have to build the capacity in contract management. So you get a advanced information in these areas so that the purchaser organization can take necessary action for capacity building. And also it is very important for future strategy development, because after you have completed the procurement process and you have reviewed the results, you can apply the lessons from that particular procurement plan cycle to the next cycle, and this is quite important for a public sector organization. So what are the essential elements of procurement plan? Primarily, we cover these 6 elements, but you can always have more elements. First one is description of the activity or particular package. Second is the selection method to be applied for that package, cost estimate and the time schedule for each of the package, applicable procurement documents, and any other information like if you want to include the evaluation methodology, you want to include the review of particular package, these things can also be added in the procurement plan. The last point is procurement plan is not a static document, and it has to be modified if there is a justified reason. Not to hide the delays, but if suppose there is a pandemic like COVID-19 which requires modification of the milestones, it should be done, and that also should be published. Okay, I'm unable to change my slide now. Yeah, can you see now the next slide? I think I'm unable to change the slide. Sangeeta,
No,
can you see the next slide?
no, Shankar. We see the same slide that was on earlier, the essential elements of procurement plan.
Okay, let me just restart.
Would you like the backend people to help you?
No. I think it is from my side. Let me just try once again.
Sure, sure. We can see the presentation.
Yeah, but I'm unable to change it. I think there is a problem.
Yes, now we are on the right screen, I think.
Yeah. So these are the additional elements of procurement plan. We can add the matrix for performance evaluation of suppliers. We can also identify the vendors which have been pre-qualified the project, or if we are going to use the limited tendering method. You can add the review by the financing agency, for example, World Bank or any other agency. If there is any preferential treatment of some of the suppliers, for example, for a small and medium enterprise, that should also be reflected. In very large value and long contracts, there may be also indication of the complaint redressal arrangement or any other information. But what we normally try to keep it short and simple, so that it does not become a very complex document. So, what are the stages of procurement planning? You start with the forecasting of the requirements, which Mr. Batra has covered in detail. Thereafter, there has to be assessment of the operating context, which is both internal and external. Assessment of implementing agencies' capacity, how much is their resources and previous experience in procurement of similar items. Assessment of the market, which includes the market behavior and capabilities. Identification of risk and mitigation measures, and justification for a particular procurement arrangement, which is based on the above analysis. And finally, you develop a package wise schedule, which has the time for each of the steps. So there are, based on our experience, not just in India but in many other countries, what we have seen that there are many problem areas in procurement planning. First one is either it is too conservative or it is too optimistic. So even if in the previous round of procurement some package have taken 2 years in total completion, you'll find that in new procurement plan there is a optimism bias and you again have 1 year duration, while we very well know that it is not realistic. Second is the internal cost estimation. In many cases we find that they are obsolete because they are based on the old schedule of rates, and thus you are underestimating the cost, and it gives a very wrong indication to the market, because market feels that your estimate is not realistic, hence they feel that we should not participate. Then there is a bias in some countries to procure locally, even if the item is not available. So you'll find that there is an attempt to split the package into smaller quantity and avoid the international procurement. Then again, slicing and packaging, in many cases it becomes very large, in many cases it becomes very small. So in that case, many suppliers are not interested in participation. Also, the publication of procurement plan, which should be done well in advance. We have actually seen that in many cases they are delayed till the time the bid is actually floated. So there is no time given to the market to prepare for the bidding opportunity. uh, Procurement plan is not updated to reflect legitimate delay, and this actually impacts the not just the performance evaluation, but also it gives a very wrong impression to the taxpayers and civil society, because they don't get the correct picture. And lastly, we have already covered that the learning from the past procurement is not applied. So this is just an illustration to show how it is done in World Bank funded projects. And we have taken example of commonly used item. This can be cement, this can be steel. So it starts with the internal and external analysis, and we are assuming here that these are the findings of the analysis, that these are high value overall expenditure divided into multiple lots. So you can assume it is cement or steel or concrete, and you have to purchase for road building, and these are required. These are the main business of the department, so you have to purchase them. Cumulative value is very large, but there are smaller lots which are purchased. Then they are less complex and easy to specify and homogeneous. They are planning, you may have to plan for emergency situation like flood in case of civil works. You require security of supply, frequency of purchase is high, standardization of the specification can be done, market is competitive, and the supply market is stable, you can predict the supply market over a period of time. So the preliminary recommendation of this analysis is to use framework agreement. What you further do, you check other issues like how much is the lead time available, because you have to set up a framework agreement. It takes a lot of time. Availability of systems, like do you have a e-procurement platform or e-marketplace, whether we have the players in international market or national market, capacity of both suppliers and purchasers, and what type of evaluation methodology should be used. So this is a just illustration. This is taken from a paper from Gian Luigi, who is going to speak in the next session. So this actually just illustrates that how you select the type of framework agreement if we are using this particular method. It can be single supplier, it can be multi-supplier, it can be single stage, multiple stage. So this is the final product. This is a sample procurement plan from the World Bank Finance project. You can see that it has the project highlights. It has the information about the name, country, project code, applicability of the procurement guidelines of the World Bank. It has the implementing agency's name and also date. And in addition, there is a risk factor also specified. Then we have the thresholds for various methods. These are coming out of the procurement strategy, which we have discussed in the previous slides. So for each of the procurement method, there is a threshold in US dollar. And in some cases, it is not a monetary threshold, but there are other factors which are governed in the procurement guidelines referred in this slide. There is a requirement by the World Bank review. So it is again based on the risk factor for various type of procurement. It can be works, goods, services. Pre-qualification has to be used or not to be used. Any other special arrangement. So what we have defined here is the national practices which are acceptable under World Bank funded projects. And finally, this is the final output of the procurement planning process, which is the package-wise schedule. So you may not be able to see fine prints, but what we are reflecting here is the time schedule for each of the procurement milestone, right from the invitation of bids, then the bid evaluation, contract award, contract completion, and you have one date for planned and one date for actual. So this actually shows the variation between the planning and the actual achievement, which can be used for performance evaluation. So thank you. You can actually see further details on our website if you want other information on bidding document, on proposal documents, guide to business opportunities, or any other guidance. You can visit our website. So with this, let me close my presentation. But if there are questions, please raise in the chat box and we will try to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Shankar. This was a very detailed view on procurement planning. And yes, we do have questions from participants. May I request Mr. Batra to join us as well?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So now it's time to take some questions from the audience, and I shall read out the questions received. So we have two questions from Mr. Vishnu Sabahe. One is for Mr. Batra and one is for Shankar. My query to Mr. Batra is there any strategy in demand planning to manage balancing act, demand and supply?
Okay, good question, I would say. When it comes to balancing of demand and supply planning, a wonderful tool is S&OP, sales and operation planning around. So what we do around is we have the plan, sales plan, then we try to see on the operation side, what are my capacities around? Can I do it or not? The salespeople are given a forecast or something double the size of my today. My operation side I have a limitation and I can't annoy my customer. So it has to be done. Then we have to think around is what I'm going to outsource. So at the end of the day, one has to work it around which are my key customers that production has to be done, which are not very important to me in terms of my future growth. I could keep it sidetracked. Or third could be I could outsource some of the activities around. So this is the way beautiful thing that procurement is also very much involved. So this is why when I talked of demand planning, because when we do the balancing of both demand planning and supply planning, procurement role is very important to see, guys, how much can I outsource so that I can meet the requirements around. So there's a big study on that I can share separately.
Thank you, sir. Um, the second question from Mr. Vishnu Sabahit is for Mr. Shankarlal. Could you specify the difference between public procurement function and industrial procurement function?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vishnu. So this question is very interesting, and let me try to respond to this. So public procurement is quite different from private procurement or industrial procurement, if you want to say that, because public procurement is using the taxpayers' money, and because of that, the role of a procurement officer and procurement function is very different, because you are playing with others' money; it is not your money. So in that situation, you have to be accountable to your decision. You have to be very transparent. You have to demonstrate that you have achieved the value for money from the taxpayers' money which was provided to you. So these are slightly different from the private sector procurement practices, but there are some principles which are common, like economy, efficiency. These are common to both public sector and private sector. The timeliness of either completion of a project, or for in case of goods, the delivery of goods is common to both public sector and private sector, but there are some principles which are quite different, and that makes the public sector procurement a little bit more bureaucratic and time consuming. So the entire objective of our procurement policy in 2016 was to bridge the gap between public sector procurement and private sector procurement in terms of efficiency. We uh, uh, don't want to actually use the excuse that because it is public sector procurement, we will not do the strategy preparation, we will not purchase in timely fashion. So we have tried to address those issues in our new procurement framework, but the accountability, transparency part is staying there, and we are very much sort of careful about these aspects. So hope I have replied your question. If there are any supplementary question, I am willing to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Shankar. The next question is from Mr. Dharmendra Prasad, and he says, how to make demand planning more accurate, where sales projections are highly influenced by sales target given. In our case, we have a wide range of items. Out of it, some items remain untouched for a very long time. The dead stock is turning into ghost hover around in the general meeting. How to tackle it?
Okay, very intelligent question around. And Dharmendraji, thank you for raising it up. It's $1 million question, let me tell you. If I can do my accuracy more and more, company will be willing to pay me whatever I want. So, but again, to the best of knowledge, which I have seen with a particular company called iPhone, I have seen the practices, Apple, they've got around 70, 80 parameters. Obviously, public mood is there around. I mean, festive season is there around, government needs are there around, economy is there. So all those parameters affect around. My competitors also affect around. If my competitors come with a better model at the same time, my demand goes down. So those parameters are weighted around, again with artificial intelligence. This parameter I'll give 60% weight, and I'll give 20% weight, 10% weight. So I know the people who are doing demand planning, the director of demand planning with Apple, the guy is doing all the time AI business. And AI also with the machine learning, he's changing his algorithmic all the time. So technically, when I talk to him, what are you doing? He said, I've got 50 parameters. I change them up and down every week, every day even. How much weight is to give to this? How much weight is to give to that? Now, yesterday, somebody come with a beautiful design of another mobile phone. The guy says, I'm looking at what is the impact on my business. So with your best knowledge, you try to do it. So try to narrow down, I would say, the gap. That's all. I cannot say you can make it perfect, but certainly effort need to be made. 10 years back, who talked about director planning? Director demand planning. Nowadays, companies are hiring people in director demand planning whose job is to do this. Salespeople give you big forecast, but director demand planning does much more detail. It's a very demanding job. Thankless job also. If you don't do well, you're...
Thank you, sir. The next question is for Mr. Shankarlal from Deep Jyoti Kachari. What is two-stage, two-envelope bidding?
Yeah, thank you, Sangeeta. So, thank you, Mr. Deep Jyoti. Very interesting question. So, let me try to explain this in two parts. So, there are two parts of your question. One is two-part bidding or two envelope bidding process, and second is the two-stage bidding process. So, two envelope bidding or two-part bidding is yeah, it's a very common in many countries, and now it has become almost, I'll say, default method for public sector procurement, particularly since e-procurement system is being used, where both the envelopes are secured in the system. So in two envelope bidding process, technical envelope is separately entered in the system, and price envelope is separately entered in the system. Both are kept separately. After the technical evaluation is completed, the price envelope of only technically qualified bidders are opened. So this is about the two envelope process. Two-stage process is totally different thing. In two-stage process, when you don't have the detailed solution, technical solution of the problem you are looking for, you go for two-stage bidding process. In the first stage, which is more like request for proposal, you invite the bidders to offer you the possible technical solutions. After you have received the technical solutions, you try to modify your own requirements. You freeze your specifications or whatever is timeline for the completion of the project, and thereafter in the second stage you go and invite the technical as well as the financial bid, which will be used for deciding the winner for the bidding process. So this is the two stage bidding. You can have combination of two stage bidding with two envelope bidding, but there is no sort of necessity. So I hope that I have replied to your question. If there are any supplementary question, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, Shankar. And with this, I think we will come to the end of session two. Thank you very much, Mr. Batra and Mr. Shankar Lal.
Thank you, Sangeeta.
I hope the participants from the parallel session are back with us to participate in a very interesting next session. So while we are waiting for them to join back, let us enjoy a short break. We shall resume exactly after 15 minutes, which will be 12:05 p.m. by my watch. So let's meet again in 15 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope the participants from the parallel session are back with us. Moving on, we would now discuss sustainable procurement in the public and private sector. For this, we have with us Mr. Gianluigi Albano, who will share a case study from Concept, Italy, on sustainable procurement. Mr. Albano is head of division at Concept, the national central purchasing body, Italy, and adjunct professor of economics at University LUISS Gicali. He obtained his PhD in economics from Université Catholique de Leuven in Belgium and a BA honors from Università El Bocconi in Milan, Italy. Before joining Concept in 2005, Dr. Albano was senior lecturer at the Department of Economics of University College London. His research topics belong to the growing field of the law and economics of public procurement. His research papers are published in several international peer reviewed journals. He is the co author of The Law and Economics of Framework Agreements, Designing Flexible Solutions for Public Procurement, Cambridge University Press 2016. His current interests comprise new models for emergency procurement, tender design for achieving social value for money, as well as global framework agreements. Over to Dr. Albano.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you for inviting me to join such a global conference and I would say a very long list of distinguished speakers. So I'm going to share the screen and okay with my presentation. Okay. And I guess, no, that's not it. I don't think I have to share this. I'm sorry. Sorry, I have to share screen. Okay, here we go. Okay, please confirm that you can see my presentation in the full mode. That's okay?
We see the presentation, but not in the full mode. So if you would like to...
So is it okay? Can you see that? Can you see slides moving on?
We can see the presentation. You may want to do it in the presenters mode.
And the presenters mode. So if I do on my own computer, you should immediately see what I'm doing. I guess not.
There's a button at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, this in my PowerPoint, right? In my PowerPoint, if I start the slideshow, and I can see it, and I was hoping that you could see it as well, but apparently you cannot.
It will be better in the slide presentation mode.
Yeah, it is. I'm using the slide presentation mode right now.
Yes.
Maybe. Okay. Okay. So I can't see why I cannot. I'm not sharing this in
I suggest we start. You can start your presentation.
Maybe.
In any case,
maybe. Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
This presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I will stop the sharing. Okay. Perfect. I can't understand why it doesn't. It seems to work from my side.
Can we request the backend to kindly help? Maybe they can put up the presentation for you.
Yeah, that's fine. I know you have it, so you can do it, please.
Team, may I request you to put up the presentation for Dr. Bano?
Or maybe let me try again.
Sure.
So
all the
if I do this way, Sangeeta, let me.
Okay, so I have a message from the team. They are saying that if you put up the
How
presentation
can you
and then
see it
press
now in the full mode?
yes, absolutely.
Now it's
Just go
okay.
ahead. Yes, thank you so much.
Perfectly. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry for this inconvenience. As always, that's the minor drawbacks of online
Yes,
conferences.
perils of doing virtual meetings. Yes.
Thank you. So very pleased to be here. So I'm head division at Consip. Consip is the Italian government centralized procurement organization. I'm going to spend just a few minutes just to introduce what my company does, and then I will enter the sort of an increasingly important dimension of the way we have approached a few years ago GP, Green Public Procurement, and then it has become more recently socially responsible or sustainable public procurement. So basically, Concept is a state-owned enterprise that was created a little bit more than 20 years ago. It's a private company, but entirely owned by the Ministry of Economy and Finance, and basically works on three main areas. One, which is the sort of, in terms of the amount of money which is channeled to the company, is a national program for centralized procurement. Is an ambitious program of centralizing purchases, not only of commonly used items, but also more, I would say, sophisticated solutions, say cloud services for the public sector. Then the second mission is or a set of procurement initiatives which are mandated by specific laws. For instance, we are the contracting authorities on behalf of another state-owned enterprise, which is SOJ, so the one for ICT. And then we are the executive agency for most of the procurement initiatives for the Italian digital agenda. Thirdly, which is sort of minor but still very strategic given our customers, a set of vertical procurement activities on behalf of specific public entities, which are very big in Italy. So three main areas which are related because we deal with procurement activities every single time, but our clients are different, and so with different needs, but essentially that's the same area. And it's a wide array of activity, as I mentioned, from very, I would say, apparently very simple items to more complex projects, like very, very close also to, I would say, to PPP solution for, say, energy efficiency solutions for buildings, for hospitals. So we have a wide range of activities in that respect. I would say our stakeholders are basically public sector and firms, and in terms of numbers, we have a little bit, something around 330,000 registered users on our platform. Most of them are firms and then public entities. Unfortunately, I cannot share with you information in English. I've inserted hyperlinks to some relevant web pages for those of you who sort of wish to adventure into Italian written web page, but still with a lot of figures to get a sense of what we do and where our contracts are located. The average number of users we have on the platform is around 36,000. These are 2020 figures. So it's sort of growing a quite big electronic platform, given that we're talking about a country with around 60 million inhabitants. So I would say one dimension less than India. So those figures to you might seem kind of ridiculous or irrelevant, but still, it's a big electronic marketplace for European standards. For those interested, sort of how the values of contracts are split according to different areas and different solutions, basically, we have a very long tradition of what we call single award framework agreements, which are, given that Schenker was allowed, it was so nice to use a picture from my book. This is what we call frame contract. So basically, very simple framework agreements, which there is no second round of competition. What we call the open framework agreements are also called in Europe dynamic purchasing systems. They are entirely electronic framework agreements with sort of continuous entry into the system. And then there is the marketplace. The marketplace in Italy has a very specific meaning. That means that it's a sort of really a kind of eBay solution for the public sector. And this is almost entirely devoted to small to low value contracts. So when public entities, they have a very specific needs and the value of the estimated value is very low, we're talking about, on average, we're talking about a few €1,000. They can go and log into this catalog, to have a look at this catalog and pick whatever item they believe would suit their needs. And this is sort of a very concise and I would say simple picture describing what kind of solution public entities can find on the a catalog, furniture, IT goods, you name it, foodstuff, medicine, and in terms of services, all sort of services for maintenance of electronic system, equipment, maintenance, heating system, training, postal services, even simple financial services. I've put here green leaves to sort of emphasize that some of those categories or macro categories of goods and services that have specific green requirements that make them sort of potentially interesting to public buyers because they have what we call minimal environmental requirements or criteria. And so we signal this on the platform by putting green leaves and basically by drawing the attention of public buyers to solutions which are supposedly greener than other solutions. On the catalog, you can also find solutions for civil works. I mean, in terms of not for new constructions, but for maintenance of buildings. For buildings which are within the jurisdiction of our, I would say, cultural heritage, installations, airways, railways, gas pipelines, you name it. Actually, to complete this picture, I want to mention that just a year ago, the ministry, the government and the ministry gave the green light to Concept to enter the entire world of civil work. So in principle, we're allowed now to award contracts for construction roads. And I think that our perception is basically only big infrastructures are yet to be considered a potential area of activity. But apart from big infrastructures, virtually anything is within the range of our might become part of our activities. Now, the way we deal with sustainable public procurement, is not like an island in an ocean. We're part of a system, and in Italy, there are a few different part of the public sector working to define at different levels what is the sort of national strategy for green public procurement. So the way we are part of in most of these working teams or tables, we are contributing in terms of bringing to the table. This is, I think, a very important issue that policymaking cannot be formulated independently of what procurement organization will do at a later stage. So it seems to me a very wise choice to get aboard those who will be handling those policies and translating those policies into actions. Okay, so this is why we're normally part of this this sort of ongoing and permanent discussion with ministries, with authorities, as far as green public procurement is related. So the approach is to find basically areas of intervention, then eco goals, so broad objectives, and then pinning down key aspects that will become sort of the nuts and bolts of our procurement solutions. Now, in the slides, I have to say, in the slide, you will find by far much more information that I will able to share with you during the talk. But I did this on purpose so that if the organizers are so kind to and are willing to distribute this to participants, so they could, sort of have a look at a later stage, and I would be very happy. So it goes without saying to provide feedback to whomever is interested in, in exploring a little bit further what we're doing, what we're planning to do in the near future. Okay. So we started a few years ago with an emphasis on environmental related criteria. There is a national plan. So in Italy, there's a national plan which we call PAN-GPP, which is defined by, at that time, Ministry of Environment, which is now which has changed very recently. The name is now the Ministry for Ecological Transition, and this has been done in cooperation with the ministry and with CONSIP. The basic idea, and this I would say is very sort of characterizes the Italian approach, is to say it's very hard to define. It was very hard to define at that point in time, I would say more than 10 years ago, very clear objectives and outcomes. So the strategy started with the drafting a list of criteria that would become minimal environmental requirements to be used at a later stage. So with the basic purpose of saying we have to find key areas to limit the impact of negative externalities, which are normally part of the procurement processes, because we buy cars and when we buy electricity, most of the electricity used to be produced by using fossil sources. And so the idea was to say, rather than setting broad outcomes but maybe not well specified, let's start with with drafting a list of precise things that we want to achieve in terms of limiting toxic substances and so on and so forth, in food and say in sanitizers, you name it. More recently, the emphasis has become even more ambitious, and so we've moved from a sort of standard, I would say, environmental related only to a broader approach, which is a sustainable public procurement, which would include other aspects such as the social aspect. And in fact, there's been a big push in that direction. I want to mention now it's very hard in Europe and more broadly and in Italy to sort of disentangle the objectives in terms of, environmental related objectives from social objectives. And the big push is coming from the Recovery and Resilience Plan, the Next Generation Italia, which is this big program of funds in terms of grants and loans, which have been basically decided and already determined to Italy in the order of 300 billion. So a minor part of it coming from our own resources, but most of it coming from the EU Next Generation program. And this has become, I would say, in a sort of in a layperson language or idiom, I would say the sort of Trojan horse to push even more strongly the ambition of achieving social objectives. And in fact, all the money that will be used and coming from the EU Next Generation program will become projects, and those projects, in order to be carried out, they will have to fulfill very strict conditions, especially as far as social considerations are concerned. Youth, women's empowerment, and rebalancing the growth rate between the North and the South. So this is very important because generational, gender-oriented, and more broadly social aspects are becoming sort of the bigger picture. So it would be very hard to say that there is a GPP strategy which is separated from a social-oriented strategy in public procurement in Italy. So the three pillars, I would say, or the three tools that we started using thanks to the new public procurement law, I would say the latest code for public procurement 2016, are basically three. First of all, the adoption of life cycle cost and evaluation in public procurement procedures, then the mandatory nature of a very long list of minimal environmental standards in public procedures. So there are minimal requirements that must be adopted by all public entities, and reduced bid securities for those bidders with specific environmental certifications. So this has been really the big leverages to sort of to make a new leap forward in that dimension. Then let me sort of just for a moment emphasize that there are many economic considerations. I'm an economist, so I'm bound to use my toolbox when looking at these aspects. First of all, I want to emphasize, and I've sort of reiterated this consideration many times in many circumstances, lectures, webinars, then some form of demand aggregation, some form of centralization, to me, is quintessential to correctly assess the value of achieving these goals of lower negative externalities. The very simple consideration here stems from the fact that if you leave procurement activity too fragmented, then because we're talking about social externalities, what happens, very small procurement entities will tend to not to take into account the social value of that. So they will tend to put a very minor weight on when they award contracts. So the more you aggregate, the more likely that you correctly address and you correctly assess the value of I would say negative externalities reduction. Not to mention the fact that when it comes to environmental criteria or social aspects, there is always a temptation for each single public entity, if let alone and isolated, to sort of set up a story and to tell a story which is very ad hoc. And so there is the risk of, again, building barriers to entry for suppliers coming from other regions, other provinces. So there would be a plethora of solutions, which is exactly what we want. We don't want to pursue. We're allowed to pursue a homogeneous approach to extremely relevant aspects. And so it would be a pity that if we were to basically start undoing before doing, okay? And this is, to me, a very important aspect. Secondly, it should become very clear that every single time we use environmental related criteria, there is always a balance must be reached between using those criteria as a regulatory mechanism and using it as an incentive device. If we use minimal requirements as participation criteria, then that becomes a way of filtering participations. We have to be very careful, because on the one side we would like to lower to raise the bar in terms of quality or in terms of negative externalities reduction, but at the same time we don't want to have only 2 participants. So using those aspects as award criteria is a way also of sending messages and signals to the market in terms of this is the direction we're pursuing. We're giving you incentives. We'll let you adapt gradually over time, but this is the way to go. So again, and this is to me a very, very much an economic consideration, how to strike the balance between setting, regulation and incentive device. Thirdly, and I would say, which is not a minor point, one of the, I would say, most recurrent problems when we talk about environmental related criteria is that we tend to underestimate the burden that public procurement entities have to bear in terms of verifying what suppliers are going to declare. So this is why that on the one side it's important to end up with means of proof which are as international recognized as possible, labels, kind of using accredited laboratories, you name it. But at the same time, we do know, at least in Europe, that even using environmental labels does not solve the problem per se. Why? Because what happens, we do know that suppliers in Europe, and this is a very big position in terms of jurisprudence, they are allowed to provide equivalent means of proof. If they don't have, I would say, the Blue Angel or a Swan certification for a particular environmental standard, they may provide an equivalence proof. This is very important because as soon as they start providing what they assume are equivalent proof, then this become a big transaction cost on their public procurement entity side. So let's bear in mind that every single time, this is why it's very important that procurement entities talk to policymakers as frequently as possible in order to make the point clear that there are huge transaction costs to be borne at a later stage. So ambition is fine, but then there is implementation, which is at least as important as the ambition itself. Okay? Now, these are a few numbers in terms of classification of our contracts, given the nature, whether or not they are green or not. So the only thing I want to emphasize here is that there is a growing fraction of our tools which are classified as green because they contain either minimal environmental standards, they have award criteria, you name it. So they have some aspects which are explicitly related to sort of externality, negative externality reduction in terms of, minimal requirements or award criteria. In the world of big contracts, so framework agreements, this is a picture capturing basically the kind of framework agreements which we have experimented and that we are using more and more intensely, the green aspects, or I would say sustainable related aspects, because they are not necessarily only environment related. So they go from standard electricity, car rental, food services, lighting services, you name it. Okay, so what I've done, I've picked 3 of them to sort of share with you what kind of aspects we have chosen as a most relevant aspects in that particular area. For instance, I have a case one, which is mobile phone service. In a mobile service, it's a standard framework agreement. So the aspect there is basically to limit the negative externalities which are related to electromagnetic emissions, which are absorbed by human body first, and secondly, purchasing items, handsets, whose energy consumption is as low as possible. How do we do that? We have adopted international standards to measure those electromagnetic emissions. And then what's really important, that every single time we define objectives or limits of tolerance, we have to make it very clear what kind of means of proof, or what is the strategy of verification that we're going to adopt, which are listed in the two boxes. What is the nature of those aspects? Are there minimal standard or award criteria? In this case, we have award criteria. So why so? Because we do know that, especially at the central level, the market for mobile phone services is very thin, so it's populated by very few competitors, and actually given a new wave of consolidation, we've been observing for a few years, in the last few years, number reducing from 4 to 2, basically. So it's although we do know those two potential participants very well, seems to us more appropriate not to limit, not to run the risk of having one of the two maybe jumping out of the tender because they cannot fulfill with one particular minimal criteria, and then moving all these into the award criterion part of that. So in terms of incentives, so whoever is able to provide that will have an advantage in terms of technical evaluation of the offer. Then there is a second, which is, I would say, a little bit more challenging and I would say ambitious framework agreement, because this is a framework agreement which in itself doesn't basically value, the value is not very high, but it's very important because it's becoming a way of transforming purchasing patterns and consumption patterns by public entities. So it's a framework agreement that basically is transforming the activity of printing and copying documents, which is still a very widespread activity in public offices and ministries and even local government level, from buying inputs, so buying Xerox machines or copy machines, into a service. Okay, now as you may imagine, one of the most challenging aspects of transforming a contract from an input base to output base is that users sooner or later will realize that there will be a stricter monitoring on consumption, and so they tend to be extremely, so a lot of public civil servants tend to be very reluctant to adopt this solution. But this is the solution which lends itself more naturally to adopt green environmental related criteria. For instance, one of the things we have done in this framework agreement, we have basically, we force, because it's a minimum requirement, we force tenders to provide and to be provide a sort of a green printing policies, so kind of to offer the public entities a strategy to reduce that particular, to limit copying and printing, and to move towards a more sensible, sustainable way of delivering that service. Okay. And providing also the public entities with different options in terms of greenness. so to speak. Okay. Then there is a dimension related to energy consumption, as seems completely intuitive. Then there is an aspect related to the use of recycled paper, and another related to disassembly. Having the possibility of undoing the equipment and to recycle at least some of the components. Another aspect is the limitation on harmful substances. This is very related to emissions of when the zero expansion works. So there is another aspect which is related, and as soon as we sort of, there is a lot of regulation actually in force in Europe on that, and so we make reference explicit to that regulation. And then there is a further aspect which is related to sound emission. As to again, these are examples showing you the consistency of public procurement procedures with the overarching strategy. Deciding what are the main areas, how to tackle them in terms of regulatory rather than incentive approach, how to make sure then when tenders are submitted, transaction costs which are produced by the fact that you have to verify that can be limited by making reference to labels and to lab testing. Okay. Last but not least, I want to mention another framework agreement, which is called Integrated Energy Services for Healthcare. Here we're talking about energy efficiency services mainly for hospitals. And again, the emphasis here is to, first of all, provide tenders an incentive to actually, this is a minimum requirement. Tenders, if any tender becomes one of the contractors, then they have to provide a preliminary energy audit to the hospital, say. Then they will have to realize and sort of offer a project in terms of energy efficiency enhanced solutions. And this has to be done not in any possible way. This has to be done documents drafted according to standards which are validated by the Italian Authority for Electricity, Gas and Water. This is very important because in that way, we do know that contractors will use a language which is acceptable and will make the certification of energy savings much quicker and simple at that stage. Then the energy source is another important aspect, and this is done through what we call the guarantee of origin, limiting emissions, especially when we talk about central heating, and then the final aspect relates to monitoring consumption, and so that we can track the sort of the benefits of further investment for energy efficiency, but at the same time we can monitor also the state of the entire facility. Okay, so this basically concludes my presentation. Hopefully I did not abuse your time and I did beyond what I was allowed to do. So I'm gonna stop sharing the screen. This was mainly a brief overview. For those interested in, these are very big framework agreements, so I'm very much willing to sort of provide feedback and more information to those who are interested, know more about what we do in this area. Sangeeta, thank you very much for your patience. Thank you all. for your kind environment to join you.
Thank you, Dr. Ivano. Thank you very much. This was very interesting. And now, to get a home perspective, I would like to request Mr. Sanjay Kumar, who is the Chief Materials Manager with Indian Railways, to share his views on status of sustainable procurement in India. Mr. Sanjay Kumar is the President of Board of Trustees of Asia Pacific Roundtable for Sustainable Consumption and Production, and has over 2 decades of governance and leadership experiences in public policy, procurement, and sustainability. His vision, leadership, and dedicated effort has been pivotal for the growth of sustainable purchasing movement in the region. He is currently President of Board of Trustees of Asia Pacific Roundtable for Sustainable Consumption and Production in Bangkok, Thailand, and serves in advisory capacity on Strategic Advisory Committee of Sustainable Purchasing Leadership Council, Washington, USA. He's also voice of SPHS, which is Sustainable Procurement in Health Sector, nominated by Interagency Task Team of 10 United Nations agencies. He currently leads interest group on sustainable procurement in construction infrastructure of UNEP's One Planet Network SPP program. Over to you, Mr. Kumar.
Yeah, thank you, Sangeeta. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and also thank you for the opportunity for inviting me to this session on sustainable public procurement. So, let me share my screen first, and then we can start with the discussion. Yeah. So, is this visible now?
Yes, it is, sir.
Sangeeta, can you confirm? Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Yeah. So thank you again. Yeah. So I remember a few days back, some of the professionals from the Indian Railways, they came to see me in my chambers, and during the interaction, they said that they are doing project on green public procurement. So that was something very striking. Say from what was happening in India 10 years back and what is happening in India now. It does indicate progress, but it's very difficult to answer, what is the status of sustainable public procurement in India in the absolute term. So in next 30 minutes, what I'm going to do is I will be briefly discussing you what is with you what is happening in India in terms of recent development on sustainable public procurement, both in the public sector and private sectors. And I will introduce you to two kind of frameworks, especially the one flexible framework we call it. And you yourself can judge it. What is the status of sustainable public procurement in India, and how much we have, traveled on this journey? Because I always say sustainable public procurement is a journey. It's not a destination. It's a journey. So that will help you, how far we have traveled and how far we have to move. So let us understand why we are talking about sustainability in a conference on public procurement, right? But we all know that as a consumer, whatever you buy, it has an impact on environment and society. And your decision, to choose any product, your choices, it has an impact on, both the upstream supply chain and also on the downstream supply chain. So irrespective of the products, it impacts the tier 2 suppliers, tier 1 suppliers, how the product is being manufactured, how the product is being transported and distributed, how it is stored, how it is consumed, and also how it is disposed of, whether it is going to the landfill, whether it's going to the for incineration and so on. So your choice does matter, right? And government is a very huge consumers. It is estimated that all government put together, they spend roughly about $10 trillion of money on procurement of goods, works, and services for catering to the citizen needs. It may be roads, it may be railways, it may be water treatment plant, energy, and so on, or buying food grains for the PDS systems. So it makes a common sense, right, to use this money strategically to enhance value for money in procurement outcomes and minimize environmental degradation and social equality in the society, and also, to promote sustainable manufacturing and innovation and achieve broader national objectives such as SDGs, climate change, employment generation, and so on. Right. The previous speaker already mentioned about the, how we have come from the green public procurement to sustainable public procurement, and we have started increasingly focus on social sustainability aspect in our procurement decision. But what I am going to introduce is the principle of sustainable purchasing. These are the principles. It is valid whether you are in the public sector, whether you are in the private sector, whether you are in India, whether you are in Italy, whether you are in the USA, it doesn't matter, right? And these principles were given by Sustainable Purchasing Leadership Council, Washington, USA. And I would like to emphasize especially the first two principles, the understanding and commitment, which I think is very important, when any country or any organization begin their works on sustainable public procurement. So when I say understanding principle one, that is about knowing yourself, that how much you are spending on which product, right? And what is the impact of that procurement decision on your surrounding environment or global environment or society in which you are living. So the first part is understanding yourself, knowing your purchase spend and knowing the impacts, and then comes the commitment. Once you know that, okay, as a result of your procurement decision as an organization or as a country, you are impacting environment and society in some negative way. So what action are you going to take, to minimize those impacts? And that is where the commitment of the government or the organization leadership comes into play. So are you going to commit a team of people who will work on this plan? Are you going to take action to identify what action you are going to take to improve or eliminate impacts? Right? Are you going to prioritize, identify the products based on the prioritization studies, right? And are you going to provide the resources in terms of, both the, financial resources and in terms of human resources, for agreeing on implementation timeline, responsibility, target, and management systems? So these two principles are very basic building blocks for, starting sustainable public purchasing program in any organization or any in the countries. So with this background, now I come to what is happening in terms of sustainable procurement policy and practices in India. So this slides, gives you the overall picture of last, 11 to 12 years on sustainable public procurement, what has happened at the national level in terms of improving the policy or adopting SPP policies at the national level. One of the first workshop on GPP was organized in 2008, 2009, and that was a part of the Marcus Task Force on Sustainable Consumption and Production. And that was sponsored by Ministry of Environment, and CII was also involved into that process. And in 2011 and 12, the Ministry of Environment nominated CII to act as a secretariat, and they constituted a GPP, core group headed by a member of a planning commission. And members were from the various ministries, and the core group, they gave a suggestion for the legislation and also suggestion on the prioritized product groups. But those recommendations could not be taken forward, right? But some of the provisions, those were included in the the public procurement bill, which was introduced in 2013 in Parliament. But after the lapse of the the Parliament, the public procurement bill also got a lapse, and it was not taken forward. So again in 2014 and 15, there was a regional project on sustainable public procurement eco-labeling, and that project was led by UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, and India attempted to join the that project, and in fact joined also the project. And the first meeting of the uh, steering committee of the project in India was held in sometime in 2014, late 2014. But later on, India decided not to continue with this project for the reason not known in public domain. Then the third attempt, to develop some kind of policy on SPP, came from national government in 2018, when the government Ministry of Finance notified a task force on sustainable public procurement. Right, the task force was mandated to come up with a national action plan on SPP, so that it could be implemented at a wider level. The work of the task force is still going on, and I'm very hopeful that they will be able to come up with a national action plan on SPP for the smooth implementation of SPP at all the places. And the last one which I want to discuss is European Union Switch Asia facility and Indian Railway collaboration on GPP on developing a policy for the Indian Railways, and some prioritized products for the Indian Railway that is exclusively for the Indian Railway. So in nutshell, it says that at national level we made 3 attempts to develop SPP policy, overarching SPP policy, but till now we have not been able to come up with the full-fledged a comprehensive SPP policy for India. This gives you different provisions in terms of legislation, constitutional provision, administrative oversight that governs the the regulatory framework of public procurement in India. And beside this, we also have what we call socio-economic policy, which has been very active, and in fact, we have taken made use of these provisions, and we have implemented some of the aspects of sustainable public procurement in India. For example, MSME Act came in 2066, and later on, the rules were announced in 2012, and we were able to, now it mandates procurement of roughly about 25% from MSME sectors, and most of the public agencies in India, they have been doing good at this respect. But unfortunately, we have not been able to use the environmental policy, which is also there, right? And those policy could also be used, to leverage procurement and enhance the sustainability aspect of the outcome of the procurement. But that we have not been able to use. We also have international convention, treaties, and protocols that can also be used, and that could also be leveraged for integrating sustainability into procurement decision. At some places we have succeeded, at other places we have not succeeded. So those are in details. Recently, we have came up with the general financial rules. It gives you some provisions, but these provisions, I say it's very weak. Nowhere in the GFI it says that sustainability is one of the goal of your public procurement, right? Similarly, manual for procurement of goods in 2017, it also gives certain provisions which facilitates or which can facilitate procurement of sustainable goods by the public agencies. But again, provisions like value for money, which is so important, for public procurement, and especially when it comes to sustainable public procurement, it has been relegated to the annexure. It's not in the main body. So overall, I find the provisions in the GFR and provisions in the manual, they are weak. They are not fully able to support the implementation, and that is why the task force was nominated in 2018, because even if we have manual, even if we have the GFR, why sustainable public procurement is not happening in the public sector in India? Okay, despite the challenges, despite several constraints, many things are still happening in sustainable public procurement in India, because many individuals, many organizations, they believe that they need to do something about this. And you will find many public agencies in India who are buying recycled papers. Use of BEE energy star rating is very common. In fact, it is already mandated in both in the manual and in the GFR. So most public agency in India buying energy efficient product using the BEE energy star rating systems. Yeah, then again, there are many organizations, including railways, they are using some aspect of life cycle costing in their procurement decision. In fact, DMRC, they have used LCC for the procurement of rolling stocks. Rolling stock. Similarly, some of the organizations, they are using, they are buying geo-lead content paints, to prevent the impact of paints or impact of lead on the health resident who are residing in the building, and so on. I know certain banks and even the IBI, they have used EPEAT, which is a international certification scheme for the IT products, for buying computers. EESL has been buying electric vehicle to be used by public agencies. Then many PWDs in various states, starting with the Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Assam, and name it today, they have been using plastic waste in road construction. Many of the organizations, CPWDs, NHAI, and other PWDs of the state governments, they have been using, construction and demolition waste in road and building constructions. And as you know, the green building movement is very strong in India, and it has been growing at the rate of not less than 20 to 25% per annum as a result of this certification, LEED, GRIHA, and IGBC. And I will discuss in the next slide how Green Pro, that has come up with the certification scheme for the building products. And today there are more than 2,500 products certified by the Green Co and used by builders and developers for getting their project green, either by LEED, GRIHA, or IGBC. Then there are organizations who are using the buyback clause in the battery. So you have several examples, but these examples are isolated in nature. And if you consider the total procurement volume of how much we are buying using the sustainability criteria, then it is not even a peanut of what government of India spends on public procurement. It is estimated that the government of India spends roughly about 24% of the GDP of India on public procurement on different kinds of product, goods, and services. So the whole things I talked about is a very small fraction of that procurement volume. So let us come now to what is happening in the private sectors. in India, you have several, several organizations, several companies. They have integrated, they have truly integrated the sustainability into their business decision. For example, Tata Steel, Infosys, in fact, became carbon neutral just last year. When many of the global organizations, they are trying to become the carbon neutral by 2050s or 2030. Similarly, I was speaking to the sustainability chief for the Mahindra Life Space. They said they take, they take sustainability criteria by selecting the vendors, and they have implemented various mechanisms like scorecard and others, award and penalty scheme for the vendors to perform on sustainability criteria. Similarly, JSW Jindal Steel Works, they have been doing wonderful in terms of sustainability. And ACC Cement is one of the, their cement plant is, they produce minimum GHG emission per ton production of cement. So you have several companies, who have taken sustainability into their business development for as a strategy for business development. But what is not known, in public domain is how they are using public procurement to enhance sustainability outcome, of these measures. This is not known. For example, if you look at the Godrej, they on their website, they have a sustainable procurement policy on their website, running around 1 or 2 pages, but it does not gives you, how they are using it, how and what is their status, how far they have been able to achieve success in that area, right? But again, at the same time, as I mentioned, the Greenpo, which is a private, eco level type 1 eco level developed by CII IGV Center Hyderabad. They have been doing wonderfully well. In fact, as I mentioned, more than 25 products from more than over 135 companies, are certified by Greenpo label. And today, more than 90% of product which is going for green building, those are certified by the Green Pro. So that's really a very successful story. Similarly, at the system level, right, they have again come up with the Green Co certification, right? Something at the system level. This is again, developing at a very high rate, and it has been adopted both in the government sector and also in the private sectors. And so we see, this development, many things are happening, but again, when it comes to what is the status of sustainable procurement in India, it's very difficult to place India at this point on this curve, sustainability maturity curve, because we are not sure where we are. Like, so the question is there a way to find out where India is on this maturity curve? Yes, there are in fact ways, and that is something called flexible framework assessment tool. And this tool was developed in UK, and it has been used in several other countries, to measure, to assess themselves. You can assess yourself, right, as an organization or as a countries, and you can decide at which place you are on maturity curve. So what this, this flexible framework assessment tool says is, SP policy, having a SP policy in an organization or in a country is very important, right? Because without this, obviously, we cannot move forward. But, the problem has been that SP policy cannot be the only indicator to measure success of, sustainable public procurement in any organization or in a countries, right? It has to be looked in combination with other indicators, like what is happening in terms of capacity building and training of procurement professional and other stakeholders. How closely you are engaged with the suppliers in delivering sustainability outcomes, right? What you are doing in terms of procurement process, whether you are using all the stages of public procurement cycle for achieving sustainability outcomes, or you are depending only on the specification stage for enhancing the sustainability outcome of your procurement decision. Are you able to measure, okay, you are buying a recycled paper, that is fine, but how it is helping to achieve the national goals like SDGs, right? Or climate change goals or some other goals. So unless we measure um, uh, on all these parameters, we will not be able to arrive at what is the status of sustainable public procurement in any country or in any organization. So they have provided 5 level, depending on you can figure out your organization or your country at which level they are, and you can find out like what you need to do to move to the next stage, right? Say for example, level 1, you need to have existence of simple SPP, sustainable procurement policy. Like I think most of the country, this will qualify for level 1, because um, even in India, in 1951, we had industrial policy that mandated procurement of certain goods, from small scale industries, right? And this was being followed by all public institutions, both at national and sub-national levels. But let us see level 2. What does it say? It says review, enhance, and communicate SP policy to stakeholders, right? That is here the difficulty comes, right? When you make a SP policy, sustainable procurement policy in the beginning, it is likely to have certain shortcomings. But now you need to enhance that, in consultation with the stakeholders, right? And regulatory frameworks should mandate procurement of sustainable alternatives, right? Today, if you see in India, it does provide, has facilitate, procurement of sustainable alternatives, but it does not mandate, right? So definitely, I won't say that India has it reached level 2, right? And similarly, there are other levels. Let us come to the, in terms of capacity building and training.
Sir, apologies for interrupting, but may I
Yeah.
request to wrap up in
Yeah, sure. I'll take 5 minutes. Yeah. Similarly, for the capacity building and training, right? Basic training on SP principle to key procurement staff has been provided. I think in India we have not done this, so we are not at level 1, right? So for embedding sustainability in the procurement process, spend analysis has been done and key sustainability impacts have been identified. So if you want to reach at that stage, level 1 in sustainable maturity curve, then you need to do this, right? We have not done that, so we are not at level 1.8. Similarly, engagement with the suppliers, key suppliers spend analysis undertaken, high sustainability impact supplier identified. We have not done that, so we don't know which supplier is contributing to how much impact. Measurement and result. So if you put this together, right, and then you combine it, that you are able to say, okay, I have reached level 1 in this, in terms of this, or level 2 and level 3. So combine this together, then you will be able to arrive at what is the status of your sustainable procurement in your organization or your country. And incidentally, there is another, SDGs is well known to all of you, and sustainable procurement is again one of the target, right? And yeah, and one of the indicator has been also provided for sustainable public procurement, which measures number of countries implementing sustainable public procurement policy and action plan, right? So how do you measure that whether a country is actually implementing sustainable public procurement policy or no? For that, UNEP has developed SPP index, right, based on existence of SPP policy and legislation, and some of the things which I already talked in flexible frameworks, like effort and means dedicated toward implementation of SPP policy, output developed to this policy, what are the kind of outputs, and what results have this policy have achieved in terms of outcomes, right? Which I talked like national developmental objectives, what they have been able to achieve. So now, again, I come back to the first question, which was what is the status of sustainable procurement in India? So I leave this judgment on you, right? You are a judge. You can judge what is the status of your organization in terms of sustainable procurement, and you can also judge, based on this framework, what is the status of India on this journey. But don't be disheartened, even if we are not at level 1 in all the all key 5 parameters. It doesn't matter. At least we have started on journey. And don't be disheartened, again I am saying you, because all the countries, whichever countries you see, Italy or Germany or for the sake Netherlands and others who are the champions in sustainable procurement today, they have gone through this process, right? So as long as you are on this path, I say you are doing good. But definitely you need to put in more effort and uh, more effort and commitment towards these goals. So I will end with the my talk with the discussion that the road to sustainable procurement is always under construction. You as a procurement leader, have to take this challenge, and you will never find that everything is provided and then only you start integrating sustainability into the procurement decision, right? You have to take a call, like which side of the divide you are, like whether you are thinking about the next generation, whether you are doing something for the next generation, or you are just hampering their potential. Think about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Those were some very interesting presentations that we saw in this session. And quickly before we close, we will take a few questions. So may I request the speakers to be on the stage, please? We have questions from Mr. Abdi Eden. There is weak capacity in developing countries and inefficient procurement. How can we implement e-procurement while these problems exist?
Okay. Should I go ahead?
Please, sir.
Yeah. See, I mentioned the last slide. You just look at the last slide. This was about sustainable procurement. The same thing is valid for e-procurement, right? There will always be challenges. You have to take the leadership. While you know that when someone else can do, why can't you do, right? And in fact, e-procurement is very helpful in measurement of sustainable public procurement, because there is a lot of lack of data on what is the impact of procurement decision on sustainability, various sustainability parameters. So if you have a e-procurement systems, at least you will be able to measure process indicators, like how many, in how many cases you have used sustainability criteria, right? And how many cases, the vendors from say MSME sectors have participated, and then if you find gaps, then you are also able to find out and take measures which can improve their participation and so on. So e-procurement really helps also in sustainable procurement. Thank you.
Thank you. And now a question for Dr. Bano. Please, what are the key? Sorry, this is from Mr. Jamilu Magadi. And it says, please, what are the key differences between green procurement and sustainable procurement from the public sector perspective? Dr. Bano, would you like to take this question? This is for you.
I have problems with the connection. This is why I could barely hear even the previous one. Sorry, could you repeat it?
I will definitely repeat it. The question is, what are the key differences between green procurement and sustainable procurement from the public sector perspective? This question is from Jamilu from Nigeria.
Well, I mean, it's just a matter of terminology or definition. I mean, sustainability is sort of a broader approach comprising both environmental related aspects and social aspects. We also call sometimes at some point in Europe, we call it socially responsible public procurement. So it's a sort of a much more ambitious approach, which takes into account, environment, social, and even the use of procurement as a leverage to foster economic development. So it's much more ambitious, broader, and it goes without saying, much more difficult, by the way. So we started green, so to speak. Most countries in Europe started, I would say, especially in the north, started with a very strong attention to environmental aspects, and then they broadened that interest. And now I think that everyone would agree that it does not make sense to disentangle, environmental related aspects from social aspects. And even innovation, to be honest, let me add this one thing that I didn't mention during my presentation. Now the European Commission is pushing towards this idea of using public procurement for innovation, but taking into account the impact of innovative solutions onto environmental, social aspects. So it's all becoming an all-encompassing kind of word in which you can guess things become more and more complicated. To some extent more exciting, to other extent more complicated, especially if you work on the buying side, I would say.
Thank you. And now the next question is for Mr. Kumar. This is from Martha Malde. And the question is, as I understood, green procurement and sustainable procurement are one of the crucial elements of the sustainable development of any country. So, how the effective and efficient implementation of green procurement and sustainable procurement can be achieved in public sector? What measures should be taken by the governments of the developing countries regarding GP and SP?
Yeah. Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you for the nice question. In fact, it has many benefits. Say, for example, simple things. I start with the simple things. Once you start buying, say LED for the lighting, right? So you can meet your lighting need using the LED or conventional bulb, right? But you know that the conventional product bulb, it consumes a lot of energy as compared to the LEDs, right? So if you are able to save energy using purchasing LEDs, then the saving, which in terms of electricity which is being generated, that can be used for other purpose, other industrial development, for the other sectors, manufacturing sectors. And also the saving is on the the bill, electricity bill of the individual consumer or individual organization. So again, that money could be used for the other productive work. This is one example. Second example is, say, if you are take for any product, as I said, like it has a impact on environment, society, and people, health of the people, right? Say buying some substance which has a hazardous substance, right? And that hazardous substance remains it emits VOC during the uses, and as a occupant in a building or as a occupant in an office, if those organic VOCs are being emitted and if you inhale, that is not good for the human health, right? One more example I will give you. Like, just imagine, government of India, they spend roughly about 2.5% on health of the on health sector, right? But as a result of pollution, we are spending roughly about 4 to 5% of GDP on of our budget on the health of people, right? So if you are spending more money to prevent the pollutions from the environment using some criteria, by choosing the appropriate criteria or choosing the appropriate stages of public procurement to minimize the impact of air pollution or the water, it helps and ultimately saves you for your resources. Right. So thank you, and I can keep on going, keep on talking. Just imagine, today, the world resources no one has the world resources. We do not leave developing country, especially the developing country. We do not have the luxury to develop using more resources because resources are not there. In 18th century, when the industrial revolution took place, many of the European countries, they went to the Asia, they went to Africa, they went to other places in search of resources, and they could exploit those resources and use it for their development. But today we don't have that luxury, right? We have to find a means,
That's a good
so
point.
that we are able to provide standard of living, quality standard of living to our people using less resources. So how are you going to do that unless integrate resource efficiency in your manufacturing process? And one of the best way to influence market and to manufacture is to use the power of procurement. Yeah,
So the
because
main
you use the power of procurement to influence the market players and market operators who are operating in the market. Then only they will change their procurement process, and they will start investing in developing product and services which is consumes less energy, which consumes less resources, which generate less waste, which consumes less water, and so on. So opportunity is endless, I will say. Thank you.
So, what measures should be taken by the government of the developing countries regarding green procurement and sustainable procurement? What are the measures that the government should take?
Well, the first measure is to come up with the policy, right? Unless you
Right.
have, see, public procurement is a highly regulated area, right? You cannot do, any procurement professional. He will watch that unless they are facilitated by the regulation. They will not will be able to integrate sustainability criteria into the procurement decision, right? So if they come up with the conducive legislative framework on sustainable procurement, which allow procurement of sustainability goods even at the higher costs, that's a good. Why not?
Right.
So, and if there are a lot of examples available on what kind of measures government needs to take. Say, for example, UNICITL model code on procurement policy, right? That provides what provisions you need to incorporate in your public procurement laws or public procurement regulation to facilitate integration of sustainability into procurement process. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We do have some more questions, but keeping in time constraint in mind, we will now go for our second break of the day. Thank you very much, speakers. The address to the questions will be addressed at our website. So, with this, we move on to the second break of the day. The time is 1:28 p.m. by my watch. We shall get back together again at 2 p.m. for the next session. So please enjoy the break and join again. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Now is the time for the second part of the day. And the next session would be on presentations on professionalization of procurement function. To set the ball rolling, we once again welcome Mr. Kishan Kumar Batra from ISM to share his views on evolution of procurement from tactical to strategic, continuous professional development, role of government, private sector, and associations. Mr. Batra, as we all know by now, is the president and CEO of ISM India and has diverse and global experience of 4 decades in the field of technology and SCM. He started his career with Tata Group after completing MTech from IIT Delhi. Later, he completed MBA from Syracuse University in USA. Mr. Krishnan has worked in Switzerland, Denmark, and USA in different capacities. He is the founder of UNSP-SC with the global standard for coding goods and services. He has worked with many organizations to optimize supply chain and build their professional capacity, and presently is leading ISM India in the capacity of president and CEO. Over to you, Mr. Batra.
Thank you, Sangeeta Patelji. Let me get down. Give us 1 sec, I think. Sangeeta, give us 1 sec. I think we are ready now.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, we're trying to fix it. Well, can you everybody listen me? Can you hear me? Sangeeta?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see the presentation as well.
Okay, excellent. Well, friends, firstly, welcome to the good afternoon session. The subject of this session is professionalization of procurement function. Now, when I say procurement function, why the professionalization, when, and all this thing, I think we have to understand the evolution part around. Now, what we are trying to do in this session, we are trying to divide into 3 parts. I'll be focusing on the professionalization, basically with the concept that we have moved from tactical to strategic. And now we're talking of digital. There is certainly need to professionalize. There's no more a mechanical process. So I'll share with you my concept of this, why we need the professionalization. I will also share with you what are the roles government are playing with it, what role PPI is playing around, what roles other institutions are playing around in India. The next one obviously is going to be followed by me is Mr. Malcolm Harrison, who is a very well-known authority in this field. He heads SIPS UK, he's the CEO, and he'll be covering up what services they are providing through the SIPS around. And lastly, we have Mr. Muhammad Chaudhry. He's an additional secretary from Bangladesh. He's the Director General. He'll be explaining his own experience, what they have done in Bangladesh to professionalize procurement function. Well, friend, with this background, let me go down to the key takeaway from my session. Understanding the concept of strategy. If it is a tactical, let me tell you, then you don't need professionalization. Then it's a clerical function. Since it is becoming strategic, that's why we're talking of professionalization. And then I would like to walk through with you a little bit history of procurement. That's why even in the last 3,000 years or 5,000 years since the term came, nobody talked about professionalization. Procurement professional as CFO of the supply chain. If I talk of a supply chain, since they control the supply chain, they control the money, I would say they are indirectly, I would say CFO, or even I would say mini CEO. Procurement as a strategic asset. Procurement leadership, you're talking around tools to identify and create values. Competencies, why professionalize? And then after I've given you the background, that's where I will try to lead you. Why do we need to professionalize? The role of government, private association. The broad objective from the key takeaway is to emphasize the need to professionalize the procurement function. Let me walk through with the history of procurement. The first trace is if I see a procurement can be seen in the history through and through. Technically, I would say 3000 BC, around 5,000 years back, when the Egyptians were making the pyramids, That time also, when the material was moving, even when the Rome Empire was there around, there were people. They were called materials man, they were called something, but procurement function, and not the name procurement function, but there was a material man. Actually, there was a book written by Charles Babbage in 1832. His book was on the name of Economy of Machinery and Manufacture. The book was written by more or less the end of the first Industry 1.0. So Industrial Revolution 1.0, if you talk around, that's the time he wrote a book. And he used the word materials man. And later on, you heard the word materials management, all those words around. Then the World War came around. And the World War I, World War II, obviously, no war can be won without a good logistic field. Good, I would say, procurement, logistics, movement, everything around. So it picked up some profile, I would say. But it was only in 60, I would say, the function back to managerial role. For the World War II, there was something called managerial when they were managing this. But then later on it became a clerical function. But 1960, it became a managerial function. Managerial because you're spending so much, you're managing the resources, you're outsourcing, you're contracting. So it became a managerial, but never became a strategic function. So it's basically a process. 1980 saw again increase in supplier competition with globalizations. There was a lot of supply sources worldwide. I have a choice to select any supplier worldwide. So that is how I can say from there onward, the concept of strategic function evolved. So now we're talking of strategic procurement for the last 30 years. While in India, I would say around 20 years maximum. Even in the Europe also 1980, end of 80s I would call, 90s beginning. The concept of strategic sourcing, category management. I was in Copenhagen in 86, 87 when we brought the concept, even in the UN, of strategic sourcing, long-term agreement, framework agreements. So this gives you that. I'm not talking the future. I'm going to explain much more further. So now when we see the COVID-19, all those things around, the changes which is happening around, we need people who are able to manage the procurement change and should be resilient and agile. And to become resilient and agile, you need people who have the right skills, right competency, right knowledge. So there is a need to address key points of volatility. And this has become the VUCA concepts, volatile, uncertain. So the demand is changing now. I deal with one or two companies on a consulting basis. The guys case, I can't even think of what is going to be the demand in a week's time, 2 weeks' time. They have some ideas, but the demand fluctuates on a regular basis. I would say around 50% of the companies, they are having this problem, demand fluctuation. Now, to address these issues, we are getting into strategizing. We are also moving into collaborative approach. Now we are learning, guys, procurement people can't work in silos. So whole the modality, the dimension of procurement is changing. If I can't work in silos, I have to work with other players to get the best results. So it's becoming a collaborative approach around. So in short, I would say the whole phase and pace of procurement is fast changing. I would say in the last 2 decades maximum. So this what is changing around, it calls for certainly the need to professionalize. I will certainly go with you, my experience around. So some organizations have already moved that, guys, we are no more procurement, we are a supply management. We're managing the supply. In the good old days, it was buying, purchasing, procurement. Now I say, guys, procurement is okay. Then supply management, I'm managing the whole supply, including inventory management, including this. It's a combination. Now coming back to, again, let's say, what has driven this whole change around. One is the technology. Second is globalization. Third is the people part. Real technology, if I see around, I remember when we were in 86, I was struggling with, okay, spreadsheet, this, that, and people were not good enough. And internet was not so great. It came only in the 90s. And that has really boosted the guys, we're all connected. And today it's much different game. We are having the conference with 4,000 people. So that's the beauty of it. People, environmental factors. So you heard the session before the lunch break, the focus on environment, guys, sustainability part. I remember I started a program called Green Procurement. We had a newsletter in 1989, 90, and I used to head it. So we worked with the EU, we worked in the UNICEF and everybody around. So environmental factors becoming important. Compliance, but not the least, public sector, again in the private sector also, compliance, guys. Why did you do this? You have to answer those clarities around. The trend which has happened, if I want to summarize in the last 3 years, 30 years, 3 decades, 1990 was all about price. When you're talking a price, you don't need a professional, let me tell you. I remember the time people say, guys, this guy is surplus in finance, move it to procurement. This guy is surplus in administration, move it to procurement. And I know very well when 70s, I came from IIT that time. In Tata's, no person with qualified well will love to go into procurement. He said, guy, this function? No, there's no carrier. But nowadays, when I ask people in any program, guys, do you love procurement? He says, yes, sir. It's a great carrier. Particularly when I talk of supply chain, they say it's a great carrier. We want to move. Cost management, TCO's concepts came around. Then came the strategic sourcing. I know some people are still struggling, but in India, I find it's a very popular subject. We do e-learning on this. We have e-certification on this. Very popular, I would say. Now, guys say strategic sourcing is great, but it's only nothing as a volume consolidation, nothing more major. Then I moved to category management. We are doing with one organization that's got 14 plants. Why each plant should buy same item separately? Why can't I categorize them, put them together? And gives me the category. Then I become the head of one category. Let's say IT item, ITS item. I take care of it, all the 14 plants. So that's the concept. There's a concept of centralization and decentralization. So while in the good old days, it was all decentralized. I had 200 country office, all decentralized. But then I found, guys, I can't make head and tail from anything. The data will come to me after 3 months. Then I'll consolidate the spreadsheet. So now when I have the data around, we say, guys, come on, these items are very high value items, strategic item, bottleneck item. We will centralize. But once we make the framework agreement, you just comply. Now we are moving into 2020 with digital, whatever we say around digitalizations, e-procurements, value management. So these things, when we're becoming really complex, needs a wide range of knowledge around. So certainly needs a different approach. Let me now explain to you the approach which I went through it. UN, we had, I would say around 90s, 92, we didn't have any certifications. We had around 2,000 people working in different countries' offices. So procurement was seen as a one thing, that I have to know the rules, regulation, end of it. If I want to save my skin from the audit, I have to know the rules and regulations. And that's the time I took over. 1990, I was there in the US. Then I say, guys, come on. Now it's becoming so complex. Problems are too many. Compliance is one thing, but to me, other things are very important also. So that time we had a procurement like this, operation, tactical, and operation procurement, tactical procurement, strategy. And strategic procurement was only up to make a procurement plan. Nothing more, let me tell you. And taking care of practical tips to avoid any problems later on. If you're done something on crisis, try to save your skin and say, guys, okay, done. And procurement one concept came around. We said, okay, we want to certify them. And we created our own guidelines. I was instrumental for that. The team was reporting to me. We say, guys, the first level, and that's the time I brought SIPs into the UN. SIPs team, I went visited the SIPs that time in 92. So we said, guys, the level 1, I will do it my own way. Because my people, I want them to know my rules and regulations. So I had 2 people working with me. They developed the manual, they developed the guideline, they developed the training material. So basically, we trained everybody on the level 1. Then level 2, level 3, we went down with the help of SIPs. I know still SIPs is very active with the UN. I know UNDP does for them program around. Many other UNOPS also do. So this is the concept came around. But now when I see around, things have changed. That time we had same program. Okay, guys, operational people will do the level 1. Tactical people will do level 2 must. Level 3 will be done. Some people out of interest, they went to 4, 5 and became MSIPs around. But then I see, when I see the next operational part, I think let me clarify. When I say operational means regular interaction with supplier, following up proposal, following up orders, deliveries, invoices, complaints, blah, blah, blah. The tactical means I'm getting RFI. I'm getting the negotiation activity. I'm part of it. supplier performance tracking, supplier development part, and the strategic is identifying business requirement, understanding supplier market position. Where do I stand? Am I attractive to the supplier or not? That concept of marketing procurement was not there, let me tell you. This is where then I think first time I sounded to my team, marketing procurement, they laughed at me, said, what do you mean? We are not marketing people. I said, no, guys, you have to make yourself attractive to the supplier. Let them feel that working with you is a great fun and great honor to work with you. So we tried to come with a strategy, risk management. We had few issues of concerns. As I was saying yesterday on the Incoterm, we shifted the goods to Niger. On the way, it reached on the weekend, and then we found all goods are lost. Basically caught fire, somebody did, I don't know. But then he said, guys, come on. How do I protect my risk around? Then I changed my insurance policy. I changed my guidelines around. We made a global insurance policy. We never want to leave it to each country. So guys, all procurement done by the UN family will be under one insurance policy. So this is the way we call strategic approach. But strategic was still a very small part. I remember the time when I signed Tata's company, we had 100 people procurement. Out of 100, 70 people are doing operation, firefighting. 20 people are doing tactical. Now, firefighting people, what do I train them? 20 people, another 20%, different. The people who are doing strategic function, whom I want to get certified around, well, maybe 5% or 10%. And the role of strategic was very limited. Today, we have strategic function, wide range of tools. And that is evolving on a regular basis. Technology has crept in. That means my people have to be savvy with the technology. They have to be savvy with machine learning. They have to be savvy with AI. They have to be savvy with RPA. So expectations are changing around. This is where we have a problem now. Which certification fits with all this around? Then comes around, this is the way now I see around in the US, because I deal with my headquarter also, ISM USA, which I know they are good friends, ISM SIPs. They have been working together for many years. We had a reciprocity arrangement with both of them. So they also were there in the discussion. Say, guys, past was like this when certification was made, when professionalization was done. We were having this pillar, to me is ugly duck. This pyramid, which we see around S very small, T big, and O the big fat. This ugly duck, we said, guys, now we are changing. At least in the US I see, in the Europe also I see, people are saying, hey, turn it around. So O becomes very small. When O becomes small, means I'm trying to do automation there. I'm trying to do robotic process automation. T is another one. Strategic is the one which is becoming bigger. So when strategic is big and becoming bigger, the tools are becoming wide range of tools. It could be, as we discussed early in the morning, around the tools could be, first thing is supply positioning, attractiveness to the supplier, risk management. Now you were talking resilience, we talk of agility, how to build the agilities around. So those concepts, if I talk around SWOT analysis, 5 forces, again, all those things are becoming very, very important. And now if I go into digital world, it becomes more and more things around. So when we talk of certification, we need different for O. O has become totally, I would say, robotized. Little bit firefighting will remain, but their certification is basically knowing rules and regulation, nothing more. The T is another one. But certainly O people, some are smart, they have to move up. They have to be trained all the time. I'm not questioning that part. But then S certainly needs a bigger thing. And S needs much bigger. And this is where we have seen around the need which I'm seeing around, guys. Christian, can we do something? How we can bring RPA? Can you give us a guidelines on this? Senior people comes up around. That's what we are focusing. Then comes to the whole procurement process. Good old days was all one process. Start from one end, go to another end. It's one cycle. One cycle. And procurement certification manuals, all were designed from that angle. They'll take first chapter, how to write the needs. Second will be how to write specs. Third will be how to do the bidding, how to do this. And then negotiation, blah, blah, blah. It's basically sequence. Now the world has changed, guys. People are saying, guys, we want to be strategic. I have a sourcing. You may call strategic sourcing. I've seen with British Petroleum. I've seen with others around. They have got plants in 52 places around, offshore well, this and that. But the key things, they control. Strategic part, they control. They decide who are the pre-qualified, who are the good one. The buying is P2P. The P2P, I can give it at the bottom of O level, or technical level. So P2P needs a different skill sets. Sourcing needs a different skill sets. So this is where I was also discussing with my headquarters also. So guy, we need different certifications. And the top certification, when I talk of strategic part, has to evolve on a regular basis. We can't wait for 10 years. Guys, no, okay, no. 5 years is maximum. Within 5 years, 4 years, even our syllabus also changes every 4 years. Every 4 years, syllabus changes around. Content changes around. So we need that thing, the buying part, P2P, sourcing part. So sourcing is the one where I'm putting the money on the table through my long-term framework agreement. I know Europe is very common. Then comes the buying part. The buying becomes basically mechanical process. Except where I don't have a long-term agreement, where I don't have anything, then my technical team comes up. Here is the one that we now, when the big complex procurement is there around, I've got strategic sourcing, I've got procurement, I've got a vendor management. Who never thought about who will do the vendor management? Guys, today, if we talk of marketing people, I know in the 80s, they were very popular thing was CRM, customer relationship management. Nobody talked about SRM. I know in Kentucky, I was there around when Toyota came up with the plant, Honda came with the plants. They loved the idea of SRM. They were competing with American company, General Motors, others, but they were following their guidelines of dealing with the supplier. So they were treating them as a partner, helping them out, relationship part, which was missing other side. Honestly, when I studied in the 80s in the US, nobody talked about globalization was very good. The management concepts were different. Today, when I see most of the management concepts, I had to unlearn. I had to focus on SRM, relationship management, not for all suppliers, but how to manage. The concept has changed. So I have learned one thing, that whatever we studied 30 years back, all have to be unlearned and relearned around. And this will carry on since the change is much faster now. Since the change is faster, I expect the certification content will change regularly, maybe in 4 years, 5 years maximum. And people also have to think that, guys, okay, I did something. Now again, you have to do certificate. So procurement operation, vendor management, I think 3 pillars have become. So now when we say certification or professionalization, one thing is becoming very clear. When the complexity is growing around, every Tom and Harry cannot come into procurement. You need different skill sets, you different knowledge. So there is no second thought, we need a certification. Procurement 4.0, look around. Procurement 3.0, ERP. But these things are not affecting, honestly, that much in the law, and the law is still of 1872. Few changes here and there. They are certified. Similarly, when I talk of the finance people, the chartered accountant, certified finance accountants around, their things are also not changing, but procurement is changing big way. So we need to move much faster because we have got a big gaps around. So we need to change very fast. So procurement 4.0. So we are looking for certification which takes care of my 4.0. It takes care of my e-procurement, not the ERP. Honestly, I didn't want to say that word around. It's becoming dinosaur to me. I implemented in 2005. I was very proud of it. It's a wonderful tool for the business software. But for the procurement software, it's question mark. I will say they will never say no, but to do those things around on a real-time basis is difficult. So we need e-procurement, procurement 4.0. I know many people are still struggling with ERP. E-procurement is the next one, then procurement 4.0, where we're talking of totally digital. Now, these concepts have to come around. If I can say, guys, you are certified, you are the state-of-art person, you are 5 out of 5, then you have to have procurement 4.0. Now, again, I want to touch on the digital procurement. S2C, source to contract. Can it become predictive? It is only possible if I mature from e-procurement to procurement 4.0 with the help of RPA or with the help of AI. And then I have to build that in. So once I'm able to do with the machine learning, my own small algorithmic, I can do it. It can predict me. What problems could I face? Similarly on P2P, similarly on proactive. So when I talk of, again, I know I touched this point yesterday, S2C, when we're talking of categorize and manage spend in real time. I don't have to wait for a month and report at the end of the month. It's a real time, guys. I want to see at the end of the day what we have spent, where we have spent. I've got 200 offices. I want to press of a button. I want the data. I don't need a secretary for that. It's already built in the program. I should get it. Leveraging machine learning. Predict the demand. So if demand has come up, but now I want to predict the demand through various algorithmic. I've got 40 parameters. Each parameter has a, no, this is what you need to teach the people around. I know many people in working with Apple as in the demand side. They have got many parameters, how to change the weight, how to change this, work it out. They go through those training around with artificial intelligence. Know the landed cost for any commodity. Predict the future sources of supply. Act on timely alert. So this is what we are expecting in the futures around. Same way in the automations. We are looking at automate, sense the materials, eliminate the repetitive process, trigger payments. So I'm quickly moving through this because of the timing. So proactive means supplier management. How do I manage the supplier? Enhance the supplier audit through crowdsourcing. I can use crowdsourcing, which few people have started, I've come across. How can I use crowdsourcing to do my supplier audit? I don't have to travel around. I did one crowdsourcing for one of the companies. So the project was in Malaysia. They do the crowdsourcing. They know who are the best people they can do for us. Collaborate through supplier network. Now, another thing which is coming around, which is changing. If you look at this, is a study done by McKinsey, and they found there are three players: engineering, sourcing manager, cross-functional sourcing team. And if you look at the saving which is coming up around, engineering people have how much mileage, and if you look at the bottom, engineering contributes 20% of the savings through design and this. Then we have got commodity management skill around, and the last is cross-functional collaboration. So cross-functional collaboration is giving us 45%. I might be having good commodity skill, no issues. I'm a procurement guy, supply chain. My contribution is only 35% of the whole 100% pie. If the pie is 100, my share is only 1/3. So procurement, if they want to get the leverage of it, they have to become much smarter to handle the cross-functional. I know we are having a next session on effective leadership. This is where I look around. Today's leaders can't work in silos. The leaders are the one who can carry others also. If they can carry, otherwise if they do alone, their share is only 1/3. Cross-functional thing, getting their consent around. That's very important around. So when I took at this, my competency, what do I need? Multi-dimensional knowledge manager. Not one knowledge, guys. Okay, I know the procedure. I know the whole manual of 300 pages. Page number this, page number this, shows this. To me, it's a very mechanical, very rudimentary, I would say. Then we need center of expertise. That understanding the various evolution of technology. What new technology has come around? You heard yesterday Vijayanand when he was showing typical example of using the blockchain. I see in even my place around where I live around, there's one guy who's implemented blockchain for milk chain. I can see from the QR code where the milk coming from. So that's the one we can. And they're becoming more successful. That's why you find India, many startups are coming around with these technologies to improve the procurement. So then act as a consultant, holistic relationship management. The guy showed you the cross-functional approach. So in short, when we're talking of this type of thing, I tell you, procurement is becoming very important. And procurement leadership, okay, now what can we do is promote procurement as a function and profession. So this is very clear. There's no second thought the way I look around with my experience of whatever 4 decades around. Promote procurement as a function and a profession, not a clerical thing. Understanding procurement terms, I think we have this big problem around still, after so many years or 3 decades, terminologies are not similar. We need a taxonomy for codification, which I know we did, UNSPSC, this is what hit me. I said, guys, I have got dealing with French speaking, English speaking, Spanish speaking, and everybody writes in a different way, even in the English. And within English also, if I say that X country, Y country, the way they write is different. I said, we need terminologies equal. The vocabulary should be equal same. So that's what I need around. If we say it's a profession, we need to have a good book around, which covers all the definitions very well. I know many organizations have come up around, but there is still a big gap around. Okay, then we have professionalizations. I'll just go quickly on this. Now, I would say supply chain digitization is no longer optional. The role of government, I'll say. Government is really recognizing it that this will achieve value for money if we professionalize it. It's widely recognized. There's no second thought about it. It's a necessary condition, they know very well. But the question is, how do we do it? Because it's not a carrier still in the government. Let me tell you, in my own country and many countries, it's not a carrier. So objective, if I say about professionalization, we need to have professional skills, competencies, knowledge, experience. So national policy architect should build this into the whole guideline. So the recommendation, certainly we are saying creation of both initial and lifetime training program for them, knowledge and good practices among practitioners, define career path. This is the key thing which is disturbing it. You can make beautiful manuals, big word framework, great, but where is the career? If the career is going to remain a clerical function, then guys, everybody, moment they get a chance, they run out. So this is the big thing I think is being taken up with various organizations. 7 pillars of talent development. I think this is also being discussed with government and other bodies around. How do we create this? So these are the ones. Measures to build professional capacities. This one, we are doing it to some extent. Other institutions are also doing. I know SIPS is also doing in some areas. So coaching and mentoring. Since we are based in India as the ISM-INDIA, so we are doing coaching and mentoring with many. So coaching in terms of certification, coaching in terms of knowledge and mentoring. I personally do it every week, 4 to 5 hours. I tell them, guys, okay, fix the slot. I personally deal with them. Distance learning, very popular. Degree level studies, not still much. I have not still seen MBA in supply chain, MBA in procurement. I would say procurement, we should not talk, we should talk of supply chain because procurement is also becoming supply chain. There's a movement. Logistic is part of it. So left up is only manufacturing, and manufacturing is as it is getting outsourced. So in short, I would say we need to focus on that. I remember one country office, it was basically Afghanistan. I went around. And they said, guys, Christian, so what is this name you're given as procurement? Purchasing procurement has got, at least in developing country, they think it's a corrupt people. I said, guys, okay, what do you want? He said, why not we call something which makes sense around? I changed the title to supply officer. I would like to hear from my others, and colleagues around, Mr. Chaudhary and Mr. Malcolm also. I think we change it, and it makes sense to me. Basically, they're managing the supply. So degree level and supply, I know people think it's only the logistic part. No, it's a combination of procurement and movement. E-learning, knowledge management, and lastly, which we have done around is, I was very happy which I started around 2-3 years back before this corona's problem around COVID-19. We call it community of practice. And these were being sponsored by, once it was sponsored by Wipro, once it was sponsored by Infosys, once it was sponsored by HDFC Bank. So we did in different cities, sponsored by them, and we used to collect all the procurement and supply chain people, including logistic people at one frame. And then we used to have a few good lectures, what changes are happening, chat around over coffee and tea. I tell you, it went very well. Now it has stopped for the last 1.5 years. We hope, at least from next year, this community of practice in each major town we want to do around. Key competencies where we are focusing on is procurement process, certainly is important with the compliance purpose, negotiation with different culture, different countries, suppliers from X, Y, Z, strategy development, market analysis, market intelligence, financial, the cost analysis. Procurement people think this is not my job, it's a finance job. But they forget around guys who are doing negotiation without knowing costing. So this is where we come up, legal. This also mindset for the legal is not my cup of tea. My legal people will give me the boilerplate, I'll fix it. But that is not an answer to all. Results focus, systems capability, inventory, logistics, organization awareness, we're trying to do at the very senior level through organizing in the community of practice, self-management, leadership. People are managers still. We want them to become leader, to lead the people, not to manage, give instruction, do this, do that. Then we got to get to communication. I think that is the weakest link in procurement. They are not good marketing people and relationship management. Well, friend, with this, I want to thank you all for this opportunity. Sangeeta, I'm okay with the time?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So with this, we move on to our next presenter, who is Mr. Malcolm Harrison. He's the Group CEO with SIPS, and we'll talk about SIPS' role in professionalization of procurement. A little bit about Mr. Harrison. He joined SIPS in July 2018 after a broad and varied career spanning over 30 years. Having experienced many different sectors, geographies, and senior leadership roles, Malcolm is passionate that procurement and supply is the key differentiator for any organization. In his early career, he worked in production, sales, procurement, supply chain, and HR with Mars Confectionery, Pedigree Pet Foods, and Buzz. From year 2000, he created and led global procurement for Interbrew in Belgium and was subsequently appointed Chief Procurement Officer of InBev in 2006. In 2006, he joined Nestlé SA in Switzerland as CPO, responsible for one of the largest and most complex FMCG procurement spends in the world. He put a real focus on building capability and driving engagement of the procurement function with Nestlé businesses. In 2010, he was appointed CEO of the Global Plastic Packaging Division and a member of the executive of Reexam PLC, the FTSE 100 consumer packaging company. He joined SIPS in 2018 and now is the Group CEO. Over to you, Mr. Harrison.
Sangeeta, thank you very much indeed, and good afternoon. And can I sort of start by saying what a fantastic presentation from Krishan we've just had, who I think really has covered the full gambit of what's important in the world of procurement and supply. Now, let me just share my screen. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, so my task today is to talk a little bit about professionalization of the procurement function. And as Sangeeta has just sort of told you, I've got quite an unusual career for somebody who's worked in procurement and supply, in that I've probably only spent about half of my career in procurement and supply. And the other half has been in sales, operations, and general management roles. And there's no doubt, if I go straight back to what Krishan was saying about the importance of positioning the function and the importance of communication, the importance of change management, there's no doubt that those skills, I believe, are incredibly important to the procurement and supply professionals of today. And I think one of the challenges we will need to address is what's the best way to acquire those skills. But let me start off by telling you a little bit about SIPS, the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, which is the organization which I lead worldwide. We're a complex organization, so we are a professional institute. We're the world's largest professional body serving procurement and supply. We have over 60,000 members in 150 countries. We are a not-for-profit organization, and we exist for the public good. SIPS exists to improve the capability of the profession and the people who work in the profession. We're also a membership association, and we have a very large membership procurement supply professionals, and we cover all industries, all sectors, and all job activities, all the way from, as Krishan would say, operational to strategic. And they're both important, even though I have to agree entirely that I think the big role of technology as it comes in is going to be automate those operational processes and to see more and more people move towards the strategic roles. We serve a huge global community. We talk to, on a regular basis, over 200,000 procurement supply professionals literally across the world. Now, we're also an awarding body, and I think this is what sets us apart. So we set the global standard in procurement and supply. And this is something that we regularly update, because again, I have to agree with Krishan, you have to keep moving your technology forward. You have to keep moving your competencies forward. You have to keep moving your standards forward. So that global standard in procurement and supply, we will refresh that every 4 to 5 years and ensure that we're continuing to embrace the changes in context and what's important to the profession today and tomorrow, which is not quite the same as what it was important in the past. We are an awarding body, and we're recognised by regulatory authorities. And then in addition, we are a training organisation, and we undertake a massive training across the public and private sector, across organisations literally across the world, and we really focus on how do we help those people that want to excel in procurement and supply? How do we support them to deliver to deliver results and to raise the standards of their operations? We do a significant amount of work with international agencies and funding organizations. And again, as Christian said, I think you had something to do with this many years ago. We do a lot of work with the United Nations, with the United Nations operations, and indeed increasingly with UN Women. We also do a lot of work with the World Bank, with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And then we do work with a number of large corporations and donor bodies. And one of the particularly exciting pieces of work that we're currently involved in, working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is a program which focuses on healthcare procurement in Africa. And the objectives of this to strengthen the procurement learning network. We help to build sustainable public procurement communities, to manage the development of procurement maturity and associated community. It's all about introducing that globally recognized and locally adapted methods, which will improve procurement processes and policies at health procuring entities. We're working in South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya as the initial countries for this development. And we see more opportunities to increase penetration of that piece of work, working very closely with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in the years to come. Another very current piece of work that we're involved in is with the World Bank in Bangladesh, where we have a World Bank funded program to continue to build the public procurement capability in Bangladesh. And I think this is a really interesting piece of work, because this isn't the first time that Bangladesh has rightly, working with the World Bank, identified the need to improve. And it all goes back to exactly what Christian was saying. Okay, this profession is on a journey. It's on an evolution. And you have to continue to make sure that you have got the right capabilities to deal with the challenges of today, not just the challenges of yesterday. And therefore, there is this need to continually upgrade. And this work in Bangladesh follows on a very successful program which was run by SIPS several years ago. It's a 2-year program. We're going to educate about 75 procurement professionals through to SIPS levels 4, 5, and 6. So this really is taking people up to the level of M-SIPS, which is the highest level of professional qualification. That mobilization is underway, and work has already started. And we know that the procurement professionals in Bangladesh will be starting to take their SIPS qualifications in early 2022. But one of the really important parts of this program, and something which to us at SIPS is incredibly important, is that we're doing this working with a local study centre in Dakar. And so we work with the study centre. We help ensure that study centre has the right people with the right skills, the right quality tutors, the right resources to teach the SIPS qualifications, but to the global standard. And that localization and embedding the delivery locally is, again, really important. It's very much part of the way that we want to operate. And if you sort of look at a typical SIPS program overview, there are multiple building blocks to this. But essentially, it does come down to this overall sense of how do we transfer knowledge? How do we transfer know-how? How do we build capability? And we essentially do that by providing a whole lot of technical assistance, and then creating these learning networks. And if you like, the technical assistance is all about having the right learning phase in place. It's about going through diagnostics, development, and implementation. But then the learning network is something that we put in place, and the learning network endures. And that's one of the benefits you get by being a member of SIPS. You get access to those resources, to the knowledge hub, and to the content, and to the various guidelines and tools that we have to support the profession. But that just gives you a sense of the sort of programs that we run to professionalize the procurement function. Now, what I really wanted to spend a bit of time talking about today, though, was the context. and the context for procurement and supply, and just how much it is changing. And we've all seen the impact of the pandemic, and it's made people ask a lot of questions. So supply chains have been really shaken up, and they've been shaken up because they've been exposed to peaks and troughs of demand, changes in demand that nobody could ever have forecast. They've either been, if you work in the airline industry, it's been a massive, massive drop in demand. People are now saying that they're maybe back to 30% of where they were 2 years ago. Just think how low they got a year ago. And then on the other hand, people sourcing the likes of PPE and vaccines have never been faced with the incredible peaks in demand that they have been. And I think that's made people ask questions. So do long, lean supply chains, the supply chains that we've all spent many years putting in place, do they really work? Should we be thinking about sourcing more locally? How do we spread that risk further? And actually, should the focus be more about how do you procure, how do you source for resilience, rather than putting perhaps too much emphasis on price and cost? I think one of the other things that we're seeing is increasingly we're seeing collaboration, and collaboration within sectors, absolutely with suppliers, and even with competitors. Now, why are we seeing that happen? We're seeing that happen because some of the challenges that sectors or industries are now facing, they recognize are too big for any one of them to solve on their own. This is not about competitive advantage. This is about ensuring that the sector can thrive, that the sector can be there to support the needs of their consumers holistically. And we're seeing some great examples in areas like the construction sector, where organizations have pulled together to ensure that the availability of supply is there, it's consistent, particularly as companies restart coming out of the pandemic. They want to be confident that there's going to be demand there. And if you can only get the demand from one of your customers rather than your customers collectively, that doesn't give you the confidence that you need to restart. And then we get into huge issues of supply shortages. There are absolutely, though, we have seen, because we've all got used to working remotely, I think we've all found different ways of managing relationships with suppliers. They've become more empathetic. I mean, we've all seen far more of each other's families, pets, and houses than we ever thought we would see. And in a strange way, I would argue there's actually probably been more face-to-face time and better communication, albeit the fact that we've been having to do it remotely. So I think these are bringing the need for different skills, not just those technical skills, but these communication, these change management skills, these interpersonal skills, stronger leadership skills, which are absolutely critical to people that work in procurement and supply. And we need to have people who are agile. Yeah, it's not just about being compliant. It's not just about following the process. It's being able to have those contingency plans and then be able to react to these massive peaks in demand that we're all seeing. And I heard earlier on, you had a long discussion about sustainability. There's absolutely no doubt for me that sustainability is going to be incredibly important as we go forward, and that we focus on how do we address climate change and how do we make sure that there is a planet there not just for our children, for our grandchildren and for our great-grandchildren. And that to me is all about acting responsibly. It's about the responsible use of scarce resources, and it is about ensuring that we focus on supply chains. Most organizations are realizing that in terms of their impact on the planet, that impact on their planet is not from within the four walls or perimeter of their own organization. It's within their supply chains. Nearly 80 to 90% of the impact on the planet is within their supply chains. So unless you're addressing what's going on in your supply chains, then you as an organization are not truly addressing the issues of climate change and sustainability. So we've had this massive disruption to negotiate, and that disruption isn't quickly going to go away. If you look at the massive dislocations that we're seeing at the moment in terms of the container market, shipping routes, ports, air cargo, trucking lines, railways, warehouses, and the result is that we've got these key shortages at the moment of key manufacturing components. There are backlog of orders, there are delivery delays, and there's going to be a spike in transportation costs and consumer prices. So this situation needs to be resolved, it needs to be managed, and it needs really good expert procurement and supply professionals to manage those challenges, to manage those shortages. The economic environment is probably changing at a faster pace now than I've seen in the 40 years of my career. And again, it's all about supply chains. I mean, who would have thought that we were going to have a pandemic, that there was going to be a massive increase in demand for microchips because people wanted to have the right technology to be able to work from home, and be that computers, be that tablets, be that mobile phones, and that would then mean that there wouldn't be enough microchips to be able to build the cars which we all want in terms of modern cars that work with that microchip technology. So really, complex interrelated supply chains, and really good procurement and supply professionals need to be thinking about what those interconnections are. The automotive industry is probably one of the most efficient and supply chain focused sectors there is, but for them to get caught short in terms of microchips has been, I think, a really serious issue for them. I think they're going to think very hard now about whether those just-in-time, long lean supply chains are really the true answer. So if I sort of move on, and I guess this is perhaps the thing that's become most apparent through the pandemic, is the role of procurement and supply in managing risk. And we absolutely have to get a handle on risk. And early on in my career, as Senior said, I started my career working in the confectionery business. And I was learned very early on in my career, the most expensive thing you could ever buy is the one that doesn't turn up, or when it does turn up, doesn't work. Because if that means that you can't produce something and you then lose a sale to a customer and to a consumer, that sale is lost forever. So that focus on ensuring that you're able to maintain supply, that you're building resilient supply chains, that you're using stock to buffer against those unforecastable variations in demand. So procuring for resilience rather than procuring for cost is absolutely one of the changes in the trends that we're seeing. The other big change that we're seeing is this focus on local supply, and we are sure that's going to continue to be a driver. It's been a trend for some while as consumers are more concerned about the provenance of products, and they're starkly aware of some of the ethical issues around sourcing from some, how should I say, uncontrolled parts of the world. And food's a big example of that. And you're finding more and more supermarkets in every country are now using local farmers and local food producers, and they're even using that as a unique selling proposition within their marketing. So I think you can see lots of trends towards local sourcing, and that, of course, is going to require more investment and more investment in those local industries and local technologies to be able to boost those local supply chains. So perhaps this all then comes together and goes back to Christian's very good presentation, which is the importance of digital. The pandemic has put a real spotlight on the need to understand your supply chains. And that's not just the prime suppliers, it's been your suppliers, and even your suppliers. There's been massive disruption, huge supply chain risks, the challenges of sustainability, modern day slavery. These are huge challenges. They're all critical challenges in what the profession must deliver. And you absolutely need transparency of supply chains to be able to do this. So having technology, which both brings transparency, increases that visibility, allows us to manage risks, but also technology that automates those operational processes, releases that resource, which we can then upskill to be able to take on those more strategic roles. But also the big benefit of technology is it gives you better information. It gives you better, quicker information, accurate information, which allows you to be able to take better decisions. So really, for me, two really big benefits of digital. One is about efficiency, And that's about automating those sort of traditional manual processes, releasing resource to be able to focus on the more strategic issues, and then secondly, that focus on effectiveness by giving us better data, more timely data, which allows us to be able to take those key decisions. So that focus on digital data is incredibly important. So sustainability and the challenges of the planet and the focus on really helping build that brighter future for our children and our children's children and our grandchildren. There are many initiatives in this space. But I think the biggest realization coming through is that the challenges of sustainability are so big that no one organization can address them on their own, and that the challenges of sustainability are in your supply chains. So these two concepts of how do you work cross-industry, cross-sector, even with competitors, to ensure that suppliers are getting those consistent messages around the importance of sustainability, and even they're getting support as well to be able to help them to address the issues. And then secondly, it is all about your supply chains, and it's all about collaborating across your supply chains. And there are so many amazing examples of really good practices here at the moment. As we move into a world which wants to use more and more renewable energy, that's going to require more and more batteries. It's going to require huge advances in battery technology. Batteries require critical elements, rare earth metals. Those have to be sourced ethically from very specific parts of the world. And companies like Johnson Matthey have done an amazing job in terms of focusing on their supply chain, focusing on sustainability, and indeed providing the solutions to some of these challenges of climate change. It's a really exciting time, I believe, for the profession. Procurement and supply was always a great function, always has been, and there've always been great opportunities. But the context today, with the focus on sustainability, the importance of embracing digital technology, and the importance of addressing challenges which are really important to society, I think puts this profession in a place that it's never ever been before. And then SIPS's role in all of this really is to support the profession. So yes, it's about ensuring that we provide those SIPS qualifications, provide those technical skills, which will always sit, I believe, at the core of any procurement professional. But we also must commit and get people to commit to fine-tuning those skills to adapt to the environment. And as the environments change, so the skills need to change. And whether that's about skills to analyze data, or whether it's about having those softer skills, which, by the way, every time we do a survey, these key skills come through time and time again. It's not just about technical skills. It's about having the right interpersonal skills, the right communication skills, the right leadership skills. And we have lots of guidance and learning to support members with these skills. And this is all impacted in the SIPS global standard. The last point for me, that I will then very quickly wrap up, is ensuring that we're able to deliver material for our members through our intelligence hub, through our online learning. And then this huge focus on ethics, which we believe continues to be really important in the profession. We have refreshed an online ethics learning and test, which we make available to all of our members. So really exciting to be able to talk to you today. This is a great profession. And as the leading global professional body, the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply is absolutely there to ensure that we can be that true professional partner for life for procurement and supply professionals worldwide.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Hopefully that's come to an end. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. That was very informative. And yes, we all look upon CIPS, SIPS, for a great professional relationship. And now I would like to move on to our next speaker, who is Mr. Mohammad Shoheilar Rehman Chaudhry, Director General, Additional Secretary, Central Procurement Technical Unit, Government of Bangladesh, who will be talking about procurement reform and professionalization in Bangladesh. Mr. Chaudhary started his career as a civil servant in 1994. During 2001 to 2019, he worked in the Economic Relations Division and Finance Division of the Ministry of Finance, Bangladesh, Economic Zones Authority under the Prime Minister's office as a consultant in the bank finance projects of different ministries. He was deeply involved with the procurement reform process of Bangladesh. He's a national trainer on public procurement and public private partnership, has worked in all operational, tactical, and policy level of public procurement. His present position from 2020 to date is that of Director General, Central Procurement Technical Unit of Bangladesh. His interests lie in the field of public financial management, public procurement, and public private partnership. Over to you, Mr. Chaudhary.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Actually, allow me just a minute to share my screen.
Sure, sir.
I think you can see my screen.
Not yet, sir. Uh, yes. Oh, it's gone back to the normal screen.
Yeah. Is it okay now?
Absolutely, sir. This is fine.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. First, I'd like to say thanks to ISM-MPPAI and the bank and partners to allow me to share our story of procurement reform and professionalization in Bangladesh. Let me show you the story, the sequence of my discussion. First, I will share some of actually our economic data and social data, what is happening in Bangladesh, and then I will move to our journey towards reform, and then new journey to electronic procurement system, and then impact of reform. We have taken some new initiatives for reform and what challenges we are facing and how are we mitigating those challenges. You can see this actually the 40 years history of Bangladesh of economic progress. I would like to draw your attention on the right hand side block. The country has been prospering, progressing in a very good way for last 10 years. You can see per capita income is increasing, inflation is contained in a sustained way, and income is rising, the growth is persistent. Here, I want to share some of our actually social indicators, which is very important because economic progress doesn't mean always that society is progressing. You can see data, a comparison of data between 2005 and 2019. Poverty rate decreased from 40% to 20%. It is halved. Extreme poverty rate decreased from 25% to around 10%. Life expectancy increased actually from 68 years to 73 years. And we had been able to reduce the infant mortality rate per thousand. When it was 51 in 2005, now it is 21. Adult literacy, it was 47 in 2005, and now it is around 75 in 2019. So actually, I am giving this information to you to say that actually procurement people have some contribution, some impact on those information. Let me show you the development expenditure of Bangladesh. Just I have given from 2011 to 2021-22 is increasing at a high speed. And what does it mean? It means that these are all development expenditure. It means that actually these money will go for public procurement, and procurement people have a lot to contribute to ensure value for money for huge expenditure for a country like Bangladesh. Now I'm moving, giving the background of my presentation. Now I am trying to relate those information to our journey towards reform in 2002. The journey started with three-pronged actually strategy. First, institutional development, and then development of the legal framework, and then capacity development. For institutional development, before 2002, there was no nodal agency for public procurement in our country. There is no robust legal framework in our country. But with the assistance of the bank, we have started the journey in 2002 by establishing the Central Procurement Technical Unit as the nodal public procurement agency under the Ministry of Planning. What are our main responsibilities? We formulate law, rules, and regulations and amend those legislations. We prepare standard documents, advise the procuring entities whenever they are in trouble, and also the government, the path that to follow for ensuring the value for money in public expenditure. And we also developed and operate and maintain our EGP system. We are the owner of this system. And of course, we have a responsibility to monitor procurement activities. So the legal framework, we started with public procurement regulations, and now it is defunct. When we practiced this regulation for 2-3 years, we saw that the coverage is not wide. So to give more confidence and wide coverage, government promulgated Public Procurement Act, the primary legislation, and the secondary legislation, public procurement rules. We have another piece of legislation that we call Bangladesh EGP Guidelines 2011, which is used for e-procurement. Yes, the capacity development is a long journey. The strategy that was followed, first we thought that we need to create a pool of procurement trainers who will actually disseminate these new pieces of legislation across the country. So we have selected a pool of trainers. They were trained in Bangladesh, and then they were sent to ITC, ILO, Turin for further gaining experience and knowledge. And another strategy was we have started the journey with the selection of target agencies. First, we selected 4 target agencies to develop their capacity because these 4 engineering departments, they spend around 70% of public procurement money of the country. So first, we actually targeted these 4 agencies. Who are our main stakeholders in our journey to capacity development? Definitely the procuring agencies, the offices of the government who spends money, and our partners, actually, the tenderers. They are our key players in the market and key partners in the process of procurement. We are also targeting our policy level officials because they are key. They need to understand what is procurement, what are the importance of procurement. So we have targeted those special policy level officials. We are training our specialized departments like tax officials, judicial officials, bankers, and auditors. Judicial officials are important to us because we explain the rules and regulations. These are new to them. So we explain to them rules and regulations, and we also request them to understand the necessity or urgency of procurement, the urgency of time, the essence of time in procurement, so that they can dispose the cases within short period of time. The bankers are also involved with us, the auditors, of course, to see the oversight function of the government after the money is spent. We have journalists actually, they are the eyes and ears of the society of the people. They bring different actually news in media. So we are trying, or we have been trying to train them so that they prepare their reports following the rules and regulations, and they can focus on the real issues of the story. We have government tenderers forum. This is a forum to hear from the public authority the voices of the tenderers, what are their problems, and we try to solve their problems when we meet actually this tenderers forum. uh, our one of the key innovations, you can say, we are trying to develop a model by engaging our community. You can see the picture. The community is overseeing, supervising the construction work. So in the field level, the people around whom a school is built, a small bridge is built. So we want to engage them, we want to train them how to actually, though it is very difficult, how to oversee or the supervise or monitor the procuring activities around their home. And we have very high level committee, that is, we call it, is headed by our planning minister, this public private stakeholder committee. In this committee, the permanent secretaries of the government are there, the business community, the media, the think tanks, and the tenderers. Everyone is here actually to get policy advice from them, so that we can incorporate those things in our legislation. I'm just giving you some information about our training programs. We have 3 week short-term training program. For 3 weeks, it covers the whole procurement cycle, including the sustainability issues. And this training is reward-based training. As Malcolm was saying, we are in partnership with CHIPS. Actually, those who perform excellent in this training, we choose them for pursuing their MCHIPS courses. We have 5-day training program where we teach the fundamentals of procurement, 1-day training program where we give the overview of procurement, TOT trainers. Recently, we have started our new journey for online courses. We have started with one introductory online training on public procurement courses. We have a plan actually to complete all our training courses so that we can go online. We have some professional qualification, MCHIPS, I have already mentioned. We are preparing for a 4th-tier professional qualification. Tier 1 will be Public Procurement Associate, Tier 2 will be Public Procurement Professional, Tier 3 will be Advanced Public Procurement Professional, and Tier 4 will be Fellow Public Procurement Professional. So these professional certification will be given to our officials. And we have academic programs. We sent our officials in Turin University in collaboration with ITC ILO for pursuing their masters in public procurement. management for sustainable development, and masters in procurement and supply management. You can see actually this number of people we have covered in our training programs. Then now this is important actually. In 2011 we have started a new journey. We transformed our paper-based procurement system to electronic government procurement system, or e-procurement system. Under this e-procurement system, we provide training to the procuring entities for 5 days, to the tenderers for 1 day, and 1 day for the administrators who will run the system, and 1 day for the bankers who are involved with us, and 1 day for the policy making officials. You can see the number actually here, how much we covered in different areas. That is, we have trained around 11,000 public officials, around 3,000 administrators, so 158 bankers, and 4,721 tenderers. So what are the contents of, I just like to give you a glimpse on what contents are covered in the procuring entity tender training. It covers the whole procurement cycle, starting from procurement plan to contract management. And we are trying to develop actually in the system, our EGP system, the oversight function also, that is e-audit. And for the tenderers also, we try to cover the tenderer part so that they can view the documents and prepare their tender, submit their tender, and get their notification of an award, and submit the requisite performance security. For administrators, we train them how to manage users, how to create procurement role, and how to create different projects. Bankers, just we train them how to collect actually registration fee, document fee, and tender security and performance security payment. Now I'd like to give you some positive sides or impact that happened into the whole reform process starting from 2003 to date. Now 100% tender notices and contract award information are published. It is a good sign of transparency. About average procurement lead time decreased from 87 days to 58 days within a period of 7 years. Percentage of share awarded bids within original bid validity period, it increased from 10% to 90% within a period of 12 years. Percentage of share of rejected bids decreased 8% from 8% to 3%. Government is saving a lot of money, $600 million saved between year 2012 to 2018. And now we have improved access of market, and bidder communities can participate smoothly and easily. We have taken some new initiatives in the capacity development. We have developed a procurement cell in our targeted 32 agencies. I said that we started with 4 agencies. Now we have targeted 32 agencies. These are large spending organizations or offices of the government. So one procurement cell in every offices, they are manned and they are equipped with all facilities. Another actually new initiative we have taken to bring the local government institutions under the training program of our e-procurement and basic procurement program. We are planning to engage private training providers. We know that actually it's not possible on our part to provide trainings all the people, all the tenderers. So we'll engage private training providers so that anyone can go and take training. Of course, we'll actually will maintain the quality, and will train them, their people, so that they provide quality training. We are trying to transform all our paper-based training to online training. We are planning to arrange a specialized training on like insurance, Incoterm, UCPDC or LC, and emergency procurement guideline is in our top priority after the COVID-19. And we are in the way of formulating our sustainable procurement policy. But we have some challenges. I can share, this is not an exhaustive list. I can share some of the challenges with you. In a developing country, revision of legal framework is difficult whenever the economy or the world economy, technology demands it to insert new things in the legal framework. Development of trainers also is not is not an easy thing. It is also very difficult, and not only development, containing them, maintaining them in the organization is also another challenge for us. And application of training to work is also a big challenge for us. Another COVID-19 gave us another challenge, that is face-to-face training versus online training. And IT infrastructure, IT facilities, IT things are changing every year. So we need to be updated. Especially, we are very careful about the security issues of our IT system. And we are trying to actually see the gender issue in our whole training program and academic program. So that is also a big challenge. We have targeted at least to bring 20% of the total training, to provide at least 20% training to our women officers. So we have achieved around 10%, and we believe that we will be able to achieve this target. Community engagement, I have mentioned about you, and talent management has become another issue for us. So that's all from my part. Thank you all for listening to me. Thank you. If you have any questions, then it will be my pleasure to answer all of your questions. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Apologies, my mic was muted. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. Thank you very much for a great presentation. And I would like to request the other speakers to kindly join the front stage. We have some questions from the participants, and it would be really nice if some of these could be answered by the panel. So the first question is for Mr. Batra. This is from Mr. Vishnu Sabahit. My query to Mr. Batra is there any change in the skills and competencies required for procurement supply chain professionals as the function has moved from reactive to strategic?
Thank you, Sangeeta, and thanks again to Vishnu for raising up this question. Certainly, the big difference. When we were reactive, it was a straight line approach. Follow this, step 1, step 2, step 3. I get a guy and give him the 10 steps. The guy follows it. That's what's been going in the government sectors, even in the private sector also. Now, once you become strategic, then you start splitting the straight line into 3 parts: source to contract, P2P, and vendor management. So guys, I need somebody to manage the relationship. I need to do this. So your skill sets have totally changed. When I was doing a straight line approach, following my guidelines or rules and regulations, I don't need a rocket science thinking around. I just need a plan and follow it. But now when I get to strategic, then I say, guys, I'm buying this item on a regular basis. Can I have a long-term framework agreement with them? Next thing comes around, guys, okay, I've got this problem all the time on my Incoterms, my insurance, my theft, my losses. Can I think of a better Incoterms? I saw in our own organization, when I shifted to US, We had all of them were using only one thing, CIF. And I said, guys, are you covered? He said, yes, sir, we have insurance in this. It doesn't answer my question. I always ask them, guys, if your shipment is coming from Hong Kong, on the way Captain Fine Typhoon throws away your container, what will you do? You can't stop the payment of the supplier because it's CIF. The guy has given you bill of lading already. You become the owner. Yes, you have insurance, but at your risk. What type of insurance? So I would say the skill sets, when you become strategic, you have to think of a long-term basis. You have to develop a beautiful procurement plan. When I discuss in the morning, to me, procurement plan is the beginning of it. What approach to follow, what method to follow. Traditionally, we said, guys, okay, more than this, follow this process. More than this, follow this process. But then I forget around, I have only one source. Why the hell I'm doing bidding process? Why don't I call the guy and do negotiation? So this is where I want everybody who's doing strategy should learn the 2x2 matrix, which was started by Peter Krasik in 1983. And 86, 87, we implemented it. I had a software for that. Beautiful thing. If people don't understand that Peter Krasik model, 2x2 matrix, dividing bottleneck item, strategic item, routine item. A routine item will go into catalog. Other leverage item, I want to do e-auction. Well, that was not a part of it earlier. Our government, I think, has done great. I would say my salute to PK Singh, if you have heard him. E-GEM, Government Electronic Marketplace. For every common user items, he's really, I would say, duplicated Amazon experience. Very lovely. No audit, nothing. That's why I would say skill sets have changed. Some people are even questioning it. Is procurement dying if I become too strategic? If I become too robotic? What will happen to this? No. The more people are required at the strategic level, I think, which Belcom also said, we need the whole, if I talk of pyramid, sorry, the whole triangle, it reverses. More people at strategic level, very few at the operation level. The firefighting part has to go off. That's what I would say. I hope I covered the answer.
Thank you, sir. The next question is from Innocent Trisege from Uganda. And the question is for Mr. Mohammed. For the great achievement in the health and education sector, is the procurement process for both physical infrastructure and capacity balanced in both sectors? How have you managed this?
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, we have very good achievement in infrastructure sector. As I mentioned that actually we have initially targeted in 2003 four agencies of the government. These are all infrastructure agencies like our roads and highways department, our rural electrification board, our water development board, and local government engineering department. So we are doing very well in this infrastructure sector. And recently, actually, we have some weaknesses in our health sector. Recently, we are trying to overcome these weaknesses after the pandemic. I think now they are on the track. So we are focusing our training programs for the targeted. Say, presently, we are bringing more and more health officials in our training programs. We are even providing advice, one-to-one advice to the health agencies and Ministry of Health. So these are the ways actually we are trying to make a balance between the infrastructure and as well as health sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question is from Mr. Siraj Bushira. The question is, I see that the procurement process management is getting more advanced, being supported by technologies. The use of technologies in the African continent, including my country, which is Ethiopia, is not as such encouraging. This is attributed to many reasons, the major one being poor technological infrastructure, work culture, capacity building, etc., augment the challenge. What do you recommend to advance procurement practices in such settings?
Is it for me, Sangeeta?
They haven't specified it for anybody, so I request
Okay.
anyone.
So If the other presenters allow me, I can share our experience actually
I think we
bringing.
will be happy to hear everybody's view on this, actually.
Okay,
It's
good.
an
That's
Yeah.
great.
interesting.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Actually, it's not easy to bring technology in developing countries. Uh, from our experience, we would say first actually focus on the people. Ultimately it is the people who will work behind the technology. So invest in people, develop your people so that they learn the art of application of technology in procurement processes. And then there are challenges, especially bringing this technology to rural areas. So again we have to teach the people. So, and the challenge of actually the change in technologies, we have to keep updated always. That is very important, and the security of the system is very important. So we are focusing on these areas whenever we are bringing out technology. We are developing our people, our own capacity, and training at the same time on the technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. That is a very good approach. Yes. And now we move on to Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison, your thoughts on the same?
Yeah, look, my perspective would be, I'd say a couple of things. So firstly, don't underestimate how quickly technology is advancing and how much more easy it is going to be in the future, even for developing countries, to implement technology. This is not the challenge that it was 20 years ago. In fact, I've been very impressed by seeing how many people in developing countries have tablets, have notebooks, and want to learn on the go. And actually, in many ways, I think developing countries are embracing technology better than some of the developed countries. So I think that's the first thing I would say is if you haven't got it, then you might get it more quickly than you think they're going to get it, and it really is going forward, and it's easy to implement. I think the other point, I'm going to always repeat what Mr. Chowdhury was saying. Even if you haven't got the technology, you can still develop your people. And you can still develop your people to focus on those more strategic activities, even if you haven't got the technology, which allows you to automate those more operational activities. So that's where you should put your time in.
Excellent. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your views. And over to Mr. Batra now.
Okay. And I think Malcolm has given a very wonderful reply on that. But let me put my thoughts around. I think in the good old days, we used to make a project and it used to be a 10-year project, 8 years project. Those days are gone. Things are moving very fast.
Yeah.
Now, let me give you a very good example, I think, which happened in India recently. 4 years back, when government was trying to push up the whole digital transfer of money and this, the Paytm came around. Everybody joked around. He says, guy, this prime minister is talking of this thing. People are poor. They don't have money. They don't have food. And he did it. And there was only one, I would say, company around that time, Airtel. Another one was Videocom. But then this guy comes up around, Geo, gives the data, gives everything in a very short span. And now every country has two parts. Let's say India also, we got Bharat and we got India. The India has got smart people, smart things. They want to move faster. They don't want to be left behind just because of the Bharat. Now, what is happening around when we bring technology for maybe 30% people, others falls in line. Even the people of the poor people, they also feel now there's a need to learn computer. Earlier, nobody bothered about it. So I think it is a way of looking. If you think that we're going to do in a democratic way, train everybody, bring resources to everybody, give money to everybody, then it's a 100 years project. We will never get out of this. So I look around as we need to encourage the businessman. Government can't do it. I'm very clear about it. Maybe I'm against. It has to be done by the private sector. We have to encourage private sector. They are the one who creates job. They are the one who knows very well there's a money here. If I come from outside, I've been 30 years abroad. So when I come here, I say, this is a place where I should put money. Investment, what is coming in India is why? Because the business environment is better. The business environment working is becoming better. So people will put money. They know very well everybody needs light. Everybody needs telecom. Every security guard I see around my nearby, maybe called a poor guy, sitting whole day and listening every story is around. And 4 years back, the same guy was saying, sir, it's too costly. Now I see everybody in a smartphone which costs only 5,000 rupees. So I think it is a way how you encourage the business people. Government can make policies, but government has to encourage latest thing. I will just quote one more thing. Now people have been talking of cryptocurrencies because my interest is again in the blockchain quite a lot. Everybody thought 4 years back this will become money laundering, make it illegal. And I was organizing, we had a workshop, economic time, I was the speaker, one of the major speakers. Then I found young people. I said, how many of you have got a crypto? Everybody raised hand. I said, guys, that means young people are getting into it. Then the guy who was running the show, I said, what I will do, it's not illegal. What he did, he shifted his headquarters in Singapore. You can't stop technology. If you don't do in the country, they will go to other countries and then shift back here. So then, guys, so my interest to say is it's very easy to do it. It's government, the top people have to be committed. If the top people of the government machinery, the secretary level, if they are not committed, our 3 years advisor with Government of India, if they are very old-fashioned, things will never change. I'll take 1 sec to give a longer answer. Because when I was advisor, in that time we had making the blade, shaving blade, a little bit diversion. The guy government was so proud. Oh, we have got a small guy. He makes the blade, Panama blade, this thing, that thing. That time Gillette came, but they refused them out. He said, "Oh no, we'll make it." But now, same thing is being made 80% here, and we export it. So it's a way, the mindset of the top people. If they are not committed, and they always think that we are a poor country, then we'll remain poor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And now we move on to the next question, which is probably for Mr. Chaudhary. What are the difficulties to prepare and implement e-procurement? What was the difficulty? This is from Mr. Rashid.
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, at the initial stage, it was very difficult for us how to move, actually, to set the course of action. As you know, these are agile development, and it requires the technical people and the people who will be using this. So, matching those two requirements, that was the most challenging part for us. But we have to start the journey. That's the main thing. Once we start the journey, gradually we'll see that things are coming up, and we'll solve those things and move forward. So that was the main challenge, actually, the balancing the requirements of users with the technical part.
Introducing. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. And with this, I think we can now take a break before we move on to the next session. So thank you very much, speakers. Thank you, everybody. And now it's time for our next break. The time by my watch is 3:38 p.m. and we shall get back at 4 p.m. sharp for the next session. See you then. Thank you. Welcome back once again. The last session of the day is a panel discussion on how to be an effective procurement leader. I'm sure this is going to interest most of the participants. Chairing the panel is Mr. Krishan Batra of ISM again. Though, of course, he needs no further introduction, I will just share a brief about him. Mr. Batra, as we all know by now, is the president and CEO of ISM-INDIA and has diverse and global experience of 4 decades in the field of technology and SCM. He had started his career with Tata Group after completing MTech from IIT Delhi. Later, he completed MBA from University in USA. Mr. Krishnan has worked in Switzerland, Denmark, and USA in different capacities. He's also the founder of UNSPSC, which is global standard for coding goods and services. He has worked with up team number of organizations to optimize supply chain and build their professional capacity, and is presently leading ISM India in the capacity of president and CEO. Over to you, Mr. Batra.
Thank you, Sangeeta, for a kind introduction. Okay, let me. Okay, guys, can you hear me and listen me also?
Yes, sir. We can see the presentation as well as we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Okay, friend, this is going to be a panel discussion. Don't think that I'm going to make a big slideshow. No, I'll just take 2 or 3 slides to set the context. And after that, we'll start with the panel discussion. I'm also sorry that the last minute there has been change. You can say I'm the filler, basically. Our friend who was supposed to do it is a very chief secretary from the Rajasthan. He has to go for some urgent meeting. So what I plan to cover in this one is set the context, and I'll be chairing this meeting. And then the panelists, already you know, Mr. Malcolm Harrison is a well-known authority as a group CEO of SIPS. Everyone knows him. And then we have Umesh Malik, the vice president and head of, again, Reliance Group, dealing with procurement and contracting academy. Vijay Anand Chaudhary, we have already heard him also yesterday. He's the Chief Procurement Officer of Tata Technologies. So all are very well known in this field. I would say all of them are renowned and eminent leaders, I would say, in this field. So basically my plan would be there in the next 1 hour, 15 minutes. We like to give more time this time to the participants around. So what I will do is I'll just go through a few points around just to set the scene. What exactly is first the leader part? So I'm saying that we talk all the time, whether for the country, whether for the organization. At the end of the day, the make or break of any organization is what? Every answer would be, I know. This has never been more than important than today. It is always the leader. And particularly after this COVID-19 pandemic, I think we have seen worldwide, the gaps are visible. We now know who's a good leader, who's a bad leader. So whether in the procurement functions, whether country level, everywhere around. So I would say when we're talking of supply chain function, procurement function, a leader is a very important function. So obviously in the various question answer, we'll talk about now in new, I would say, framework, what type of skills we need in the leaders around. Leadership has become essential in providing foresight. When we talk about leadership, it does not mean he follows, okay, step 1, step 2, no. We're talking with the guy with the foresight. What change can happen in the next 5 years? What is the vision I'm doing? I'm heading a function. What is my vision? Why do I'm doing this? Yes, we all get a salary, fine. But what is my vision? What is my mission? How do I motivate my people with the vision? They should feel committed. And this is happening more with the younger generation. I see in my own families, the people who are the old-fashioned, they work only for the salary. They didn't bother what you're doing. Today, young generation, which is coming around in 20s and 30s, they say, guys, I'm doing this morning till evening. Am I contributing to the society something? Am I adding to the value for the organization? So motivation has to be linked with the vision. And then to push the boundaries, we are looking for to the leading edge. So we have to motivate our people so they can push the boundaries and become the best. Effective leadership and management has become more imperative. 4 or 5 years back, they could put anybody. I've seen many organizations. They'll bring any person, they say, guy, you become the procurement leader. You have people who knows how to do the negotiation. You are only to sign because you're trustworthy. Since you are trustworthy, we make you head of the procurement. The only requirement was trustworthy to the top management. So that concepts are changing now. The defining the leaders, again, I want to again explain a little bit one line. I know you all know very well. The guy whose activity of leading a group of people, the guy must have skill to lead the group. The guy should not be sitting in a room and looking at the wall all the time. The guy who can face the people, who can listen to them. And the people can also contribute him honestly, not just your boss and they say, sir, you are right. No, the guy who can listen to the today's generation is not of the one which was 30 years back or 40 years back. They want to discuss with you. They want to argue you. And you have to listen it very, I would say, with nicely around. And the ability to do this. So that type of skill sets is required. Establishing a shared vision. Wherever we have gone around many companies where we work, we say, guide, what is your vision? I ask the procurement people. They come and push paper, that's all, making a purchase order, falling up. I said, what is the vision of the organization? How does it align with your vision? Have you made a procurement plan around? And within the procurement plan, I should have, if I'm head of a category, what is my plans around? Those things, I said, guys, should be visible on the wall. If I go to a procurement function of big companies that I've seen around, on the wall, there's nothing. People say, why should I write it? I know everything. I said, no. The moment you put on the wall the poster of that, every morning, evening, you will see this, and then you will remember why I'm doing this job and what is expected from me. So I think these plans, ideas should be visible. Now, another problem which comes in procurement is very common. Conflicting interest. You're working with your customer is in-house. The guy says, no, only this supplier. That guy has given to my customer already, particularly when I talk of IT areas. So they get the specs from them. They have a conflicting interest. Sometimes the big boss will tell you guys, okay, this company is very good, I like it, go ahead. And you have to please them. So there are conflict of interest of all stakeholders involved around. It's common, it's a money. And public sector also it is there. So that is where the leadership has to stand up. Guys, can you stand up or you will just listen to that? I know many people around who were from my batchmates who went into the public sectors. Some of them took early retirement. Said, guys, we could not stand up there. So you have to think of conflicting interest of all stakeholders involved. Now the next comes, I'll come to this without getting into too much discussions. So we move to the panel discussion. The plan, what I have in mind, please correct me because all the three panelists are well known and they're very senior to me also and very knowledgeable. So I would put it this way. Since we didn't get time to interact on the third part, but I'm now putting it up. We could have few questions, a panel discussion. I'll take few questions. And then I know our friend Umesh has also made a small presentation dealing with function part. The function, how to make it, what type of leader role is there in the function to make it more effective. And our friend, I think, Vijay Anand has made a presentation, or he can speak, also no issues around. And then I think Malcolm and we were discussing that we could start with some kick. I think we want to start the meeting around. I'll take a few questions after you have been introduced by Sangeeta. Then I think what we will do is I'll take 2-3 questions, then I'll give the floor to some people who want to present it. Is that okay, guys, with that? Okay. Sangeeta ji, then.
Thank you, sir. I will take the liberty of introducing the panelists. Yep. So the panel consists of Mr. Malcolm Harrison, who is the CEO of SIPS. As we know, Mr. Harrison joined SIPS in July 2018 after a broad and varied career spanning over 30 years. Having experienced many different sectors, geographies, and senior leadership roles, Malcolm is passionate that procurement and supply is the key differentiator for any organization. So, welcome, Malcolm.
Great. Thanks. Nice to be here again.
Thank you. Good to have you with us again. The other panelist that we have is Mr. Umesh Malik, who is the Vice President and Head Railways Industries Limited, PNC, which is Procurement and Contracting Academy. We request you to join Mr. Malik.
About Good evening, Mr. Malik.
Good evening, sir. About just Mr. Malik.
Small correction, Sangeeta, it's not Railways, it is Reliance Industries Limited.
Oh, I am so sorry.
He is from private sector.
I'm so sorry, sir. I request that. Well, a little bit about Mr. Malik. With close to 3 decades of experience, Umesh is a seasoned procurement, contracting, and materials management (PCM) professional, having passion for training and facilitation in domain area of supply chain management, as well as management and leadership programs. He is currently head L&D PNC and is responsible for strategic portfolio developments, competence and capability improvements plans, and learning and development initiatives for PNC function across all verticals of business of Reliance Industries Limited. A graduate in mechanical engineering and a postgraduate in business administration from IMT Ghaziabad, he has handled procurement and contracting operations for Maruti Udyog Limited, Indian Petrochemicals Corporation Limited, and Reliance Industries Limited. His dynamism, sorry, pardon me, his dynamism, I'm getting it wrong. Please pardon me. uh, his dynamism and sound professional understanding got him involved in many strategic transformational initiatives, including setting up of ERP systems and business process reengineering. With this, we move on to our third panelist on the list, who is Mr. Vijayanand Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary is CPO Tata Technologies, and he's a supply chain and procurement executive with 20 years of experience. He has significant experience in consulting, category management, procurement outsourcing, and implementation of S2P solutions. He has worked with varied industries like IT and ITES, retail, and manufacturing. He has been adding value to his employers by improving operational efficiencies, reducing cost, and consulting in the space of procurement, SCM, and branding. In the leadership roles that he has led in companies like Tata Technologies, Wipro, EXL, and IBM, he has displayed key strengths in digitalizing procurement and forming strong procurement organizations. Well, this is all about the panel, and the panel, as we know, will be chaired by Mr. Batra, and they all will be discussing strategy development, stakeholder engagement, and people development and coaching. Over to the panel.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Okay, friends, there's a small minor change. I know Umesh and Vijayanandi were saying the presentation part. Malcolm, you have not made any presentation. Am I correct?
No. I think we've seen a lot of PowerPoints today, Christian.
Okay, no worry. I will do with the questions, but then our friends have done something. We will give them a chance to present later. Okay, guys, the very basic question. I've also not done any homework much on it, but let me ask in a very generic way. What are the most important skills of an effective leader? Malcolm, you want to say?
Yeah,
been a leader for many years.
Let me have a go at this. And I think I'll also phrase it as what I think are the most important skills for somebody who's a leader in procurement and supply. So I'm going to put a very unusual one, Christian, up front, and that's curiosity. I think anybody that is a leader in this area has to be incredibly curious, and that's because I think they have to challenge internally and they have to explore externally. So it's all about bringing a different perspective. And it's all about looking at your external partners and saying, well, have I got the right ones? Is there somebody different out there? And internally, it's asking those questions of your internal partners of, well, is there a different way? Or have you thought about this? Or could you collaborate better with this department? So that curiosity, I think, is incredibly important. I think it's very underrated as a skill. So that goes up top of the list for me. And then to me, look, anybody who's a really good leader in procurement and supply has, on one hand, very good technical skills, on the other hand, very good leadership skills. And a lot of that is about communication, it's about change management, it's about working with people. So that's my very simplistic perspective.
So in short, if I had to say, that means the guy who's willing to look out of box all the time. Even if things are going well, you should try to see,
absolutely.
Can I do better?
Christian, absolutely, because one of the fundamental beliefs of good leaders in procurement and supply is that there is always a better way. It doesn't matter how good you are, there is always a better way. And the best people are the people that are always looking to find how could they be better, even if they're very good.
Excellent. Okay, Umesh, how about you? What do you say about it?
I think I'll extend what Malcolm has just said. Not only the curiosity, I think the next skill set, which is most important for any procurement leader, is influencing the stakeholders. Because when you're thinking out of the box, when you are innovating your procurement strategies, simultaneously you need to have a buy-in from the stakeholders. And these stakeholders are not necessarily be the internal, but as Malcolm was saying, could be the external. Because when you are dealing with your external business partners, suppliers, and service provider, you should also be able to influence their decisions so that they are part, they become part of your overall procurement strategy. So to
Yeah.
me, beside the curiosity, influencing the stakeholders is also going to be our most important leadership attribute for the procurement leaders.
Okay. That sounds good because stakeholder is very important around because you deal with them on a regular basis. Their concurrence is required, their support, their blessing, whatever you may call, is required around.
Absolutely.
Yes,
And
Vijayana,
today,
what you feel? Sorry. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, you want to finish it, Amish?
no, I was just extending your thought when you are saying that we need to manage the stakeholders. So today, when we are talking about the functional excellence, we are talking about managing the categories. The category management is the next step, next frontier for the procurement excellence. And when we say category management, it's nothing like procurement team working in silos. It has to be a cross-functional approach.
Yeah.
So influencing the stakeholders, managing the stakeholders to have their buy-in, I think is a key
Yeah.
skill for the procurement teams.
Yeah, but Krishan, can I just add to
Sorry.
that? It's
Right.
not just about managing the stakeholder. It's not just about having a nice relationship with them. It's also about challenging them. Now, it's also about challenging them to make sure that you're focusing on what you need, not just what you want. And again, it goes back to your presentation, which was so good, where you identified the difference between operational and strategic. Operational is all about compliance. Operational is all about following the process. Operational is all about delivering exactly what somebody says they want. It's not about challenging the need, and challenging the need is the strategic element. So for me, managing stakeholders is incredibly important, but it's also about challenging them, and you need to have the confidence and the right skills to do that.
Absolutely in
Welcome.
agreement.
Welcome, Amish. You brought the good point, Vijayanand also. Let me touch a little bit on this. The biggest problem I see around the procurement in 80% of the company, the level is so low, they're not close to the board. So nobody even listens to them because people are level conscious. I think in my country, it is very common. In Europe and US, no. The US is small guy. I could be at any level. I could talk to the Secretary General. I could talk to anybody, and they will listen to me. Here, people are level conscious. This guy is a junior guy. Why the hell is teaching me up? And at the end of the day, your good ideas also are pushed away. So how do we handle this thing around Vijayanand? Do you have any answer?
Yeah, well, I've got that framed in the presentation, and if you allow, maybe we just finish that up, and
Okay.
then we open up for more questions.
Okay, so you have already that around an alignment
Yeah,
part. Okay. Maybe
yeah,
after this round, I think we'll give the chance to
right.
you.
And yeah, but to add on to one of the skills that a
Yeah.
procurement person or a procurement leader per se would need to have, like Malcolm said, curiosity and influencing the stakeholder by information. I would say there should be a hint, or there should be a good passion for which has an attitude to win. Okay,
Yeah.
winningness is very, very, very much important, because while I influence, but like you said, I might be hushed away, or I will challenge someone will challenge me, both internal and external. But winning is very important, right? Because if you set one note or one tone that you have the ability to win, and now this win is again three types. One is, first we need to enable the organization to win. That's when the organization will start believing in you and will make you a good influencer. The second one is winning yourself in the strategy or the roadmap that you have laid for. And the third one is a win-win. Now, whether within your team you have to do a win-win, or with your organization, there could be a give or take. For example, I need an extra budget for doing a transformation or anything else of that sort matter. There should be a win-win. And similarly, with the external stakeholders, obviously, negotiation is not about winning on one side, it's about a win win, right? So I would believe this word win has got a good amount of importance in for us to be a good leader.
Excellent. Okay, let me get to the next point around. In the last 1 decade, we are hearing a lot of moving from transactional to transformational. It's a very common word. So, guys, we were doing transactional, now we are becoming transformational. Because when it comes digital technology, e-procurement, everything is coming not transformational. That means we leader also has to be transformational. So, what does it mean for the procurement function and its staff? Because people are very complacent. They don't want to change. The moment you give them the idea of transformation, they will say, guys, this guy is a joker. And we don't want to change. We are doing very good. So, Malcolm, you want to start?
Yeah, it's a very good point, Krishan, because what you are quite rightly saying is that for somebody to be a true transformational leader, they need a set of skills which you're not going to learn if you only ever work in an environment which is very transactional. So you've somehow got to find a way of learning those skills. And that probably means you need to find an environment which allows you to do that. Or you find a boss, a leader, who's going to encourage you to do that. And I think what I would honestly say to anybody who's really aspiring to be a transformational leader in procurement and supply, you should think really quite hard about working outside of the function for a period of time. Because if you work outside of the function, you work in a sales environment, you work in an administration environment, you work in an operations environment, you're not going to be an expert in any of those areas, and therefore you have to develop leadership skills. And I think transformation is not comfortable. Transformation is it's not an easy thing to do. It's not a nice, simple thing to do. You need to be a little bit out of your comfort zone, and therefore you as a leader need to learn how to operate when you're out of your comfort zone. Hey, Krishan, I've probably learned most of my leadership skills when I've worked in either sales or general management, not in procurement. So that would be like you don't have to do it at the highest levels, but I would say get some experience of an environment which stretches you beyond your comfort zone.
So you brought a very good point around the leader should not be stuck with one function. They should be given a chance to rotate around. Then they can understand other viewpoint as well why they are saying like that. Otherwise, we have grown from the beginning, remained in the procurement till retirement, and you have a very set mindset. Mm-hmm. So that means this certification is okay, but at the end of the day, the leader should be the one who has moved around, understand the positive, negative side of everybody.
There's an old saying, Krishan, in English, it's necessary but not sufficient. So the certificate is incredibly necessary because it gives you the grounding and the right basic skills, but it's not sufficient. And I don't think will ever be sufficient for you to be a transformational leader.
Excellent. Umesh, you want to say something on this?
I think my concluding statement of my presentation that summarizes everything.
Okay.
To me,
I'll give you 15 minutes for that.
No, I'll just come back on that. To me, a procurement leader has to have a disruptive mindset. He has to, like what Malcolm was telling, he has to have the ability to challenge each and everything. Now, today, when we are talking about the transformation, I have seen in a number of organizations, we go to from as is to be, and then return to as is position. And that's not a transformation, right? And if we really want to, adopt the transformation, then probably it's a question of culture. We need to build that culture where changes are accepted, where the failures are encouraged to, as a learning mode. And then there has to be an environment which is talking about reskilling and upskilling the workforce. Because in today's world, when the technological disruptions are happening at an exponential pace, the greater challenges are there for the workforce to stay relevant. And to stay relevant, I think the importance of reskilling and upskilling is coming up and again. So when at the one hand, when you are talking about the transformation and you're not taking your workforce along with you, then probably, as I said, is as is to be and then as is. So you stay remain to as a situation. But if you are taking along with your workforce, you are really allowing them to grow along with the transformation processes, then probably you are going to stay and continue with the transformation. So a leader has to have a disruptive mindset. That's a key.
Excellent, Umesh. Let me put this way around. Vijayanand can also answer on that part. The way I have seen around, we have said, you rightly said, as is. The moment I join a new company, I say, guys, show me the flow chart. Then it's as is there. Then say, okay, guys, this is taking too much time. These are my pain points. I want to remove the pain point. Then I come with the 2B. Looks very impressive. Now, to sell that 2B, procurement people are normally not the good marketing people, and they don't understand the language of the finance. Because at the end of the day, it is the money. It looks very nice, and then you have to sell to the finance CFO and to sell the idea to the CEO. Don't you think that skill set, Vivek and Umesh and everyone, do we really need to improve our skill set on finance side also to speak the language?
Look, and I'll let Vivian say something in a minute, Krishan, but very quickly, if you want to learn a sales skill set, go and work in sales.
Okay.
Now, well, the presentation that I made on technology, it had a clear video which says either you change or be driven by change, right? And when we are doing that, then there are two words: either adopt or be or adapt. Now, when I say adopt, is very clearly saying that it's me who is trying to drive the change, who's influencing the change, right? And when I'm doing that particular change, it should not be viewed that it is a leader's or the function head's thinking or his mindset, but also the change needs to be clearly visible to the organization that this change is mattering to the organization. It will bring something different to the organization. If people believe in that particular change, then I think there is not a big challenge. We can bring the change, right? Now, as you rightly said, for us to convey or communicate with various stakeholders about this particular change, whether it's the sales team, delivery team, or the finance team, we should be able to bring what it means to them, right? For example, if I'm making a transaction much faster and implementing a technology, then if I say that delivery team that going forward, I'm not going to manage your day-to-day procurement activities, because anyways the strategic part, everyone knows what is a strategic commodity, and there is a set process. There will be multi stakeholders involved, but what actually creates an impression about the procurement is the tail spend, right? If someone's office did not get uh, his stationery, or if someone did not get booking in a hotel, that is more important where the procurement failed. But you're not appreciated where procurement did a very good job in the direct materials or saved $1 million in a particular contract, right? So, but if I tell them that I'm logging out of it, I've got you a technology, you buy yourself, I'm not bothered. I think that would bring a happiness to both, to me as well as to the user, right? And similarly, if I go to the finance team and I tell them that, hey, I need so many team members to go and run this huge organization, and I can get rid of so much of team members. We can train them, reskill them, do something different with them, and I'm saving money for the company. So they are more happy. So I think it's about knowing each other, understand what influences each other, and bring that change, right? So that's very much important for us to say that the change should matter to the organization, and at the same time we need to adopt. Okay, fine, if we miss the bus of adoption where we are not adopting to the change or something is happening, but if someone is bringing in a thought process or idea, like Malcolm said, you look up to a leader, or a leader looks up to us for bringing a certain difference to the organization, quickly adapt to it. I mean, never stand there reluctantly saying, "Is it possible? Let me look into it." And I think that's where we lose out. So these are the two things which I think is very important when it comes to transformation.
Just again on the same point, I would say, around, don't you think the people with whom you are putting the proposal from as is to be, and there's a cost involved, this is involved, people are risk averse. The people who are trying to approve it, they say, guys, okay, approve it. Let me give you a very good example that happened with me. 1992, we wanted to bring purchasing card, P card. I said, okay, each department need office supply. Why the hell they're wasting my time and my team time? I said, guys, we give you P card, we give you e-catalog from the supplier. And P card, everybody thought, guys, if you're giving a P card, is it like a credit card? People will take away the money, they'll drink, they'll go around, they'll buy their own things. I said, guys, you have to have faith on the people. Some people misused it, I know very well. So we tried our best to put in the black strip what is allowed, what is not allowed. You can't use it in the restaurant, you can't do this, you can't do that. We put down the categories. But still in the beginning, the biggest resistance was, Krishan, if any loss happened, we're going to deduct your salary. I said, okay, throw me out wherever you want. But that type of thing, always from to be to as is, the people who are risk averse, you have to learn their language to convince them. That's what I thought around.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. So we unfortunately or fortunately, we faced a similar situation of a P card in our company. And you know what was happening is the P card was given to my team, and anyone who wants to buy something on the credit card would raise an indent and it lands up at my desk, and our team will swipe the card. Now what used to happen is the card would finish its limit very quickly, and then we have to wait for it to be refilled. Now the finance team used to take time. We have an annoyed customer at hand, so it was very difficult. So then now what we are proposing is, I clearly told, see, it's a SOD conflict, where I'm raising the and I'm approving and I'm paying it. So what you do is you have a P card which is of a company's value, which is of a higher value within the payables team, and one raises an indent, you put a vendor code which is nothing but a credit card code. I will make a code for you. You choose the credit card code and you raise your request. It goes to the payables team and they make the payment. Right. So, it's about bringing in, talking the right language to make a thing happen. And, it is not about talking the language. There should be a truth to it. There should be an integrity in it for which the people should believe.
Excellent. Now, let me get into the next week. Sorry, anyone's?
Yeah. So I think to add on what Vijay has just said, and what you were mentioning, is I think how to convince the finance, for as is to be. Probably again leave aside the key skill which we just said. Influencing your stakeholders is definitely one of the key aspects. But then again, it's a mindset today. Say traditionally, procurement is always a cost center. We never have been projected as a profit center. The moment you would like to take a transformation project, you need to ensure that you are projecting revenue generation schemes or the profit. You are positioning procurement as profit generating center, not as a cost center. So the moment you present your business case with some sort of revenue generation stream or some sort of cost optimization, which is definitely going to add to the bottom line, then probably it was easier to convince the stakeholders for getting what you want to do from as is to be. That's my thought.
Excellent. I think it is not only the bottom line, including the top line, then you are more visible.
Yeah.
So if you can add the top line also by getting the right product, better product, innovative product, yes, then you're more visible. Then I think our problem, don't you think the leader should do some marketing work also? That means they should have a newsletter every month. Guys, this is my things, what I've done. So that basically conveys a wonderful feeling that this guy is a great. Otherwise, nobody knows what you guys are doing.
Yeah, Krishan, I think
fantastic idea.
Absolutely right. I mean, and it comes back to, I think there is a reluctance of many procurement supply professionals to actually shout about what they've done. It doesn't seem to come naturally. But I've set up procurement organizations in businesses in the past. And typically when I've done that, I've spent most of the first, probably the first 6 months to a year, I've been in a selling mode because I've had to go out and sell the concept to other internal stakeholders. And I've had to develop selling, marketing skills, techniques that talk about, well, these are the benefits. This is what a really good procurement and supply professional will bring to you. And it's not just about cost savings. It's about how do you get the most from your supplier base. It's about how do you get innovation. How do you become the customer of choice? And that's all about selling the concept. Now you've got to deliver on it afterwards, but I think the upfront way that you get really good involvement and engagement with your internal stakeholders is by giving them a vision of the value that the function can bring.
Okay, excellent. Now the next thing comes up. If I go back 2 decades or a decade back, we used to have a supply missions. What is the mission of my supply function? And today again we are preparing supply mission. Do you see a major difference in the supply missions? Or is it the same story?
Yeah, well, look, it all depends what your supply mission was. I mean, if your supply mission was very focused on, if the mission was very focused on cost and savings, then personally I would argue you had the wrong mission. But I think one of the things that the pandemic has taught many organizations, if you don't think about resilience, if you don't think about ensuring supply, well, forget about your cost savings targets, because you'll have ended up not satisfying your customers and you'll have much greater problems. So I was lucky, Christian. I started in an organization which always believed that procurement and supply was one of the most important functions of any business. And it was seen as being the equivalent to marketing, the equivalent to finance, the equivalent to sales. In terms of its status in the organization. And in that environment, it was very, very clear. The role of procurement and supply is to deliver the maximum value to the organization, and it's to work with the best suppliers to bring right quality products, right quality ingredients, right quality services, and real innovation into the business.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think to add on what Malcolm is telling, definitely, I think the KPIs, the key KPIs, or the mission statement, the core mission statement remains same. Cost saving, cost optimization, the reducing the cycle time, PR to PO cycle time is always like, they will always remain. They are the fundamental and they will always remain.
Yeah, but that's tactical. That's tactical. Yeah, that's not strategic.
Right. But now I think the change which I'm witnessing or which I'm seeing is people have started talking about 2 things: the risk management, managing risk, proactively and consistently, and in a structured manner. I think the pandemic has brought this thing, upfront, and then people have started realizing that managing risk is definitely going to be the focus area. So that's a change, that's a mindset shift which I am now noticing in many of the organizations, including Reliance and the other customers with whom I'm interacting, right? There is a marked shift. Earlier, there was a reactive approach to the risk management. Today, people have started talking about, managing the risk proactively, strategically. There has to be a system. There has to be, the governance framework, the SOPs, and all those things to manage the risk. Even to that extent, they have started identifying the key commodities and what could be the risk, who are the key suppliers, just in case if they fail, then what are the risk proposition and all those things. So they have started maintaining the risk register. Another key shift which I am noticing is, again, is like, managing their supplier. The earlier focus definitely was like, extending your supplier base. Today, when we are talking about, or the pandemic, again, has given us a different lesson from globalization to localization. Today, we are talking about how do we manage our supplier, whatever the numbers are, right, effectively. And how do we brought them into our system, into our processes, so that they become part of our, overall organizational processes, rather than seeing them as an external party altogether. So supplier relationship management, they focus on, supplier segmentation, bringing suppliers innovation into your product value chain, These are the things which I am noticing that organizations have taken a radical shift. These things have become the part of their mission statement now. The fundamental will always remain same. Nobody is going to change the fundamentals.
Okay, excellent. Yes, Vijay.
Yeah, you know what? There's a difference between KPI and perception, right? So the perception, the the good perception to build that yes, procurement is contributing to the organization is very different than the KPI. So KPI is something to measure my performance, that is procurement's performance. So everyone thinks yes, savings is the performance, but is this the same thing that is appreciated by the other stakeholders? I don't think so.
They'll
If
say
you go
that's your
to
job.
yeah, because the other thing is, the operations team would say that is my delivery fulfilled on time or not? Do I have the right suppliers in place or not? Is the procurement contributing in the new product development or bringing the market innovations to my table or not? Or is it my responsibility to find out? Or the person, someone, like I said, the category managers should be category killers. They should know about the category so well that when they stand in front of their uh, internal customers, and when they explain that why a product or why a service is more important than the others, the recipient organization should appreciate the homework what we have done, right? So these are the various characteristics that define the reputation of the procurement organization. It's not the savings. Savings is a gradient to measure my performance. Unfortunately, that has become the top line uh, measurement criteria that, and it is not the mistake of the organization. It is our mistake
Yeah.
because we brag about it,
Okay.
because we brag about savings in various places, right? While it's a measure internally, like for example, a delivery person, I mean, he might be measured in various parameters. Does he brag about it? No, right? So why do we go ahead and paste our KPI onto others? If someone comes and says, no, but we have to go with L1, we need to save some money.
No,
You
we
know,
got your message. Yeah.
so for example, I'll give you a small example. I mean, I joined this organization when I was one of the organization when I was new. I was just 3 days old, and apparently they wanted to have this consolidated, unified contract for tea and coffee and beverages for employees, and it had a big employee base, near about more than a lakh, more than 100,000 employees, right? So it's a big spend, and also maybe it is not strategic. We can say that way, but they wanted to have a unified contract, and they presented their whole story, how they have worked and what are the different vendors, this, that, taxation policy, whether we should take ingredients or whether we should take the product, should we be charged a commodity tax or a service tax. I mean, there was a good amount of homework done. It. My question, when the moment I saw, was only one thing: will the employee be happy about this change that you are suggesting? If the employee is not happy, the savings do not matter, because it's employee experience which is more important, right? We want employees to have a beverage. We do not want the employees to be discouraged to have a beverage because it's cheap or its quality is bad, right? So, what is the choice of the employee? Now, having said that, maybe in South India, people love to have more coffee, and in North India, people love to have more tea. And there would be two different brands who are good in their own products. But if you try to find one particular brand which gives both the products, then you're compromising. Why do you have to choose one vendor, right?
No,
So,
good.
so that's what is the value add that one person can bring. I gave you a common example so that everyone can understand. But when we move into technology, such examples could be as complex as it possible.
Good. I think I know you guys have done your own research, Vijayanand and Umesh. In your Vijay, Umesh, you have done your research paper, whatever, 5 minute slides. And 10,
Yeah, I think not more than 5 minutes.
okay, then that is focusing on basically organization as a whole, procurement function
Yeah.
as a whole.
procurement function
Vijay,
as a
you're
whole.
done on the alignment part, am I right?
Yep.
So I will not raise a question on that. I'll just raise one question, then I'll give the floor to each one of you separately to present. Is it okay, Malcolm? So they will do the research paper.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I can leave you with one slide and only one slide, which I think would be a really good summary.
All right.
Yeah.
And Malcolm, you can also pose some questions, no problem.
Yes, it's good.
All right.
Okay, guys, I'll just raise the last one question before I switch over again to Vijay. We are all the time hearing about agility and resilience. So how are you trying to do it? You are the leaders, very well-known leaders. What are you trying to do to make your organization resilient and agile? So this one, and then I think we're back to your presentation separate. Anyone's Malcolm, you want to say?
Yeah, look, I'll start. I think the main way the main ways you encourage agility are you push people to move quickly. You're very forceful about how important it is to move fast internally, and you encourage people to question. You encourage people to question traditional ways of operating. And if you get those two concepts right, those two behaviors right, in terms of questioning and in terms of the importance of moving fast, I think you'll create a more agile environment.
Excellent. Yes.
Mr. I think Malcolm is absolutely right. But I just would like to add one more thing. Empowering your staff to make quicker decisions, because again, the speed is going to be the criteria. And in case if you are filled with the bureaucratic approaches in your processes, the speed is going to be compromised. So empowering your staff to or enable them in making quick decision is the key for making the supply chain or the procurement profession, the process is agile and resilient.
Yes, Vijay.
See, for me, agility starts with by being agile. It's as simple as that. If the leader is not agile, then we cannot inspire agility in the first place. Now, by being agile, it would mean that being open to ideas, uh, walk the talk by doing whether the adopt part or the adapt part that I've been speaking about. And the most important part would be that like Umesh said, empowering the team to go ahead and make the decision. But more than that, what's important is it's okay that the team can make mistakes.
Yeah,
That's something very, very important, because sometimes some decision could go wrong. It's fine. I mean, as long as it's not intended, I think it should be appreciated, and we should move on. And I'm sure we all learn from one's mistakes and others' mistakes. So it's fine. I mean, if we are okay with these three things, I'm sure agility is not something that is hidden somewhere. It would be live everywhere.
Excellent. So I'll request my technical team. They can put us all in the back seat. And then Umesh, you could start with your presentation. 5 minutes. Then Vijayanand of 5 minutes, and then we come back again on the front seat like this way. Then we listen to the question answer from the participant.
Sure.
Okay, friends?
I think most of the point we have already discussed. So I'll just make the few statements and then close that presentation.
Okay, so you don't need a PowerPoint presentation. You want to just touch it?
No, we can touch that. No issue on that.
I leave it to you. If you can do it, great as it is. Tell your key points on what you have done in the research paper. Or you want to do the PPT? Okay.
Let me share my screen.
Technical teams, then can we give the floor to Umesh to present? Sangeeta, you are there? Yeah, you go ahead, I think then. Yeah. Umesh, you can go ahead. Can you have the sharing in the file?
Yeah, I'm just doing that. I hope my screen is visible to you all.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm just making the things on a slideshow format, and I'll be skipping few slides which we have already discussed and probably could be a repeat of the content. So basically, my thought is like for any excellence, whether it's in a functional excellence or in organizational excellence, there are three key elements. One is, how do you manage your people? How do you manage your processes? And how do you manage the technology? Uh, Unfortunately, for majority of the time, these three key elements are always sitting in these silos, and that's true for the procurement as a function as well, right? The people, the talent is being managed by the HR department, who have probably the different KPIs, different strategies to manage the talent, which may be in a direct conflict, or if not at all in a conflict with the procurement organization, probably they could be diagonally opposite, right? In the same way, the processes, it's like, how the organizational culture is prevailing in that particular organization, because processes are always driven by the culture of that organization. If organization is filled with the speed and innovation, probably your processes would be much shorter, much crisper. But if your culture is of lots of bureaucracy seeped in, then probably your process is going to be time consuming, lengthy processes. And the same way is a technology. How do you manage technology? Unfortunately, in most of the organization, technology is always like, you decide on technology and then you ask the other department or function, and typically in procurement, you retrofit your processes into the technology which you have already selected, identified. So the silos which we have created around the people and processes and technology needs to be broken down. And if we really want our function to become an integrated function and achieving the excellence, then probably we need to talk about the integration of these three key elements. Because the reason is, if you're talking about integration of process and technology, then probably you're talking about the operational excellence. In the same manner, when you are talking about people and processes integration, you are talking about performance excellence, the compliances, and when you are talking about people and technology integration, then you are talking about innovation excellences, right? And when you are talking about the complete integration, I think that's my definition of what makes an organization a procurement leader. So integration of people, process, technology to define operational performance and innovation excellence is the definition, in my limited understanding, of an organization to be called as a procurement leader. Now, there are key traits, according to me, which makes a procurement function as a leader, right? The first trait or the first characteristics is defining procurement strategies that are, business aligned. The procurement cannot remain in isolation. It cannot define its own objectives, which are good for the procurement as a function, but probably not gelling well with the organizational strategies and objectives. So the ability to define procurement strategies that are business aligned and cascading it into the different verticals of operation within the procurement function is going to make you as a procurement leader. Right? The next is your ability to take procurement decisions that are contributing to top and bottom lines. Bottom line, we all know, right? By increasing the total value of purchased goods, building synergies across, different business units or divisions, or collaborating with other business units or suppliers and improving working capital. But now, if you really want to become a procurement leader, I think the more important here is, and this is what we were discussing in the question answer session, and Mr. Bitra pointed it out, that the procurement must have an ability to contribute to the top line as well, right? How ability to contribute to innovations, integrating suppliers into new product development processes, reducing time to market for new products, creating new business opportunities with suppliers are some of the things by which procurement can definitely contribute to the top lines of the organization. Third point, I think we have already discussed that your ability to manage risk proactively and systematically is going to make you the procurement leader. And lockdown, the pandemic, and the last year, we have all seen that the organization which were able to manage their supply chain risks, they really did well in spite of all the challenges. So if you would like to retain a procurement leadership leadership position, then you must have an ability to manage your risk proactively and systematically. The fourth trait which comes to my mind is, again, is a repetition, the ability to use your suppliers, right, or taking them into your processes, into your system, and managing their relationship consistently and strategically is going to differentiate between a procurement leader and a normal procurement organization. The another thing which comes to my mind here is, again, influencing stakeholders, right? And typically with respect to the category strategies, we have already discussed that the procurement is becoming a cross-functional approach thing, right? So you need to have a buy-in from all your stakeholders, and then you must have an influence, the ability to influence the stakeholders, the decision makers, to get a support for your buy-in strategies. Next is, again, the digital dexterity. In today's world, if somebody is telling that I'm not tech savvy, I think that's not going to serve the purpose. The procurement leadership means you need to have the digital dexterity. You should be ready to embrace the technology, and you should be thinking out of the box creatively to create some innovation. Now, I really don't mean that the procurement professionals must become technology expert. What I mean to say when I'm saying that digital dexterity is the quality of a procurement leadership is that at least there has to be an appreciation and awareness of the technology. There has to be a clear-cut understanding of now how the technology applies in different streams, and from that, can I apply the technology at my workplace? If you are able to answer these three questions, probably you are tech savvy person in my limited sense. And definitely the last is win the war for the talent, right? The organizations which are really far ahead, they are much more mature in the procurement as a function. They are forward looking and bold in their approaches as far as managing talent is concerned. Now people have to be razor sharp, especially when we are talking about disrupting world. People will have to be razor sharp. And typically now it's not like that the procurement is becoming a cross-functional stream, right? The procurement professionals will have to be business smart. They cannot remain procurement smart, they have to be the business smart. So technical skills in a specific discipline, in according to me, will be the price of admission, but the success will depend on the expertise in managing change, managing the project management, stakeholders alignment, and getting the stakeholders engagement. This slide I'll just skip because probably it's a key summarization, but the important point here is the bottom line remains that procurement has to be collaborative. Break down the internal silos, right? The procurement cannot remain in silos. The internal silos needs to be broken down. The stakeholders have to be brought in. The suppliers need to be into the company process. So collaborative approach is going to give you the leadership position. You need to be creative. You need to be creative enough to attract, motivate, retain, and capitalize fully on the skills of the changing workforce. And as I've been continuously telling that, the changing workforce means you need to think of strategies. How do you upskill them? How do you reskill them? How do you manage the technological disruptions which are happening in and around the organization, are gelling well with the workforce remain motivated enough, the workforce is empowered, that type of thing. So you need to be really very creative. Out of the box approaches needs to be think of. You need to have innovative ideas. How do you continue creating values or contributing values? And the third point here is, get connected. Focus on technology, that kind that will fundamentally change processes, not just automate them. It's like, as is 2 as is not going to work here. Digitalization is a culture, and if you really want to be a procurement leader, you need to think adopting that culture. You need to think differently. You need to think, how can I adopt this culture, which is like talking about continuous improvement, continual changes, and how do I manage this culture. And as I said, my concluding remark, I've already said that procurement leaders must have a disruptive mindset. If you really want to become a procurement leader, you need to think disruptively, right? out of the box approaches. For everything which you do, you need to think innovatively. That's all from my side, Mr. Batra.
There? Vijayanand, are you there?
Yep.
Yeah, he's there. Yeah, go ahead. Just 2 minutes, huh? Quickly.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. I think it's all right. So when we are today talking about procurement leadership, I thought, there's something which is beyond our function, which can really help us. And there are two concepts that we always keep talking, that whether procurement has got the seat at the table, and the second one, are we really doing this job with interest, or have we chosen this career path, or was it given to us? So having said that, what it would take us to get that seat onto the table, right? uh, we need to display a characteristic where the organization believes that we can be the influencer, we can bring important decision making to the organization. Now, when we look at that, either the business is setting expectations for us because they believe procurement is very important function, or procurement demonstrates a certain traits or brings certain value adds where the business believes yes they matter and they need to be involved. So either of the two things should be happening in the organization, and the leader should be influencing both of it. Now, we always understand what are the business objectives of the company, of the organization, whether it could be a sales objective or marketing objective, or the company wants to go ahead and innovate a certain product, or how the company wants to steer its next year's strategy. When it is given that we need to understand those objectives in detail. So most of the times procurement people are least bothered. They say, okay, you tell me what is the cost savings or what is our target for this year. Instead of that, if we really understand what is the business wanting to achieve and how we can contribute in that particular objective is very important. For I'll give you a simple example that we are talking about risk management. How many of us did really even think writing in the policy that in case if there's a business emergency, how the procurement should be done? We are talking about innovation and other things. When we have to go and do a NPD kind of an activity, what should be the procurement? Do we still look at near about three different codes and wait for someone to come, or do we really go and see and capture that first innovation in the marketplace and bring it to the organization? And do we really even make that effort that we as an organization and our objectives and our policies are aligned to the business? I think those are the things that we need to go ahead and build first. When we are doing the top two, we are gaining the trust of the stakeholders. That's very important. Or else make those one or two few moves which would gain the trust of our stakeholders. Here, the stakeholders are none other than the CEO, CFO, the heads of the various different functions. That's very important. When we are doing the top three, we are good influencer. But always the way we want to influence should be, with integrity and with right intent. That is very important. Key actions, like we said, align with business from all perspectives. I gave you some examples. The second action is how do I shape my tomorrow? That's very important. When I know what is my business, what are the objectives of my business next year, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, if that is there, then how's my organization should be shaping up to go and catch up those objectives of the business. For example, a company says that I would move from a $700 million organization to 1 billion in next 2 years. So what should be a procurement initiative? Can we foresee That if there could be a more spend involved, do we need what things do we need? Or does it mean that we need to go ahead and save some or do things very differently or save some costs? How we should be doing it, right? That is what I mean by shaping the tomorrow. Ability to focus transformation. It is not about transformation. It is about focusing that what can happen tomorrow. What are the different things that can happen tomorrow? Not only risks, but also thinking that can delivery be very different tomorrow? Those are the things where we need to focus. I mean, I'm not saying bring any change, just focus, think about it. Then you make a plan which captures the 2 points, shaping the tomorrow and the forecasting transformation. Once you have made the plan, obviously we take those baby steps and execute. I think these are some of the key actions a leader should be taking, which would be really aligned with the business, aligned with the function. Now, on the functions front, it's very simple that, we discussed a lot, lead from the front, collaborate. Now, yeah, like I stressed a lot, the KPI of savings is our KPI. Let's not paste it on the organization. Let's understand what the organization needs from us, what KRAs they would like to define on us, and try to go and deliver, right? Technology. And the other thing is continuously transform. Don't lay out something and say that, okay, I'm done with it. Continuously look at how we can keep transforming ourselves. I would not say continuously improve, because that's a passe, right? And execution cadence. Whatever we do, there should be a pace to it. We should be able to achieve what we think. That's very important. We should be able to win. That's very important. So that's it from my side. I wish all the participants to be a winner. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vijayanand. Would you like to wrap up now, Mr. Patra?
Yeah. How much time we have around? Because we want to wrap up with a question, 1 or 2 questions from the participants. Then we can wrap up.
Sir, we have about 7 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, great. Then we'll use the full time then.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So
you have the questions? Yeah.
No, we do not have a question answer sessions.
No, question from the participants.
So we are not taking any questions for this session.
Okay, then we can carry on with this.
Oh, Krishan, if you like, I can
Okay,
share. I can show you.
There's one master slide which he has.
I can show you one slide. Here you go.
Okay.
That would be nice.
Hopefully this will work. Now, can you see that?
Yep. Yes, we are.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, let me put that on the slideshow. Here you go. So look, this is just one slide, which I sometimes use when I'm talking to people about careers in procurement and supply. And I guess sort of some tips from my experience. And hopefully this sort of actually draws together many of the concepts that we've all talked about on this panel. So firstly, for me, it's always about delivery, and you build a reputation for delivery. And interestingly, I've learned over the years that the people that deliver most and deliver most frequently tend to be the people that progress. Secondly, I think it's far more important that you have the influencing skills than whether you're at the top table or not. So I have seen really good procurement people have a real impact on a business when they've not been at the top table because they've been really good at influencing. Thirdly, I think really good procurement people always have the ability to speak truth under power. In other words, you have the confidence when, if you like, the facts are perhaps not quite what your leadership might want to hear, but you know they're facts. You have the confidence to be able to speak that truth unto more senior people in the organization. Fourthly, it's always about the facts. Always confront the brutal facts, even if they're not quite telling you what you might want to hear or what the organization might want to hear. Make sure you confront them. Fifthly, yeah, procurement people sometimes have a, if you like, a reputation for being confrontational. Actually, I think alignment is much more important than confrontation. whether that be aligning with your internal stakeholders or aligning with your suppliers. Yes, you can have a tough discussion, a tough negotiation to get that, but ultimately it's about alignment. Sixthly, measure. Measure is really important. Measure your savings, yes, but that is our measure, but don't exaggerate. One of the biggest problems that procurement as a function has is too many finance people, when questioned, say they don't believe the savings numbers because they know they've been exaggerated. So yes, measure, but don't exaggerate. Seventh, go back to what I was saying earlier on, get a breadth of experience and actually get a breadth of experience sometimes out of the function. That's really helpful to you. Eighth, leadership is about people. It's always about people. It's about getting the right people, putting the right people in the right jobs. It's about creating the right context. It's about allowing them to be agile. It's about allowing them to challenge and think about the business more than your function. You know, as a procurement functional specialist, you're there to support your organization. Ninthly, get that balance right. You have to be inquisitive, you have to be curious, but you must also be decisive. Humility is good, but make sure you also have some confidence as well. So it's about getting that balance right. And then lastly, and you heard me say this before, number 10, remember, however good you are, there is always a better way. And the best procurement professionals are the people that are always hunting for, looking for that better way. So there you go. I'll stop sharing, but that is my sort of summary of what I think makes great procurement leaders.
Thank you, Malcolm. The last one, I loved it. The ones you out of the 10 tips around, it's great. Okay, guys, I think we have now still 2 minutes more, 2 or 3 minutes. Any last words? Somebody want to share their experience on these points? How to be a good leader and how to manage it. Anyone last one? So we could have one round.
Well, look, it's all about getting experience, Krishan. Well, it's about getting experience, about getting skills. So you get those basic skills, and you start with the technical skills. And I think SIPS provides a fantastic framework for those technical skills, but that's only the technical skills. Then you need to get the leadership skills, the inspirational skills, the communication skills, and then it's all about experience. It's all about experience, and the more experience you get, and Krishan, you've got more experience than any of us. The more experience you get, I think the better leader you become.
I think you touched a very good point around in whatever certification, whatever program we do, we are basically focusing on competency, the technical skill. But very rarely we talk about the soft skill. When you grow up in the career, the soft skills become much more prominent than others. How to manage the people, how to carry the people.
Yeah, and you have to have the technical skills first. So it's not about one or the other.
That's the basic to get a job, to go
exactly.
up.
Exactly, that's the basics. Then you get those leadership skills, those operational skills, those communication skills. Then you get the experience. That's how you become a great leader.
Okay, the key message which is coming from the discussion, I mean, obviously, one is that we should go in the breadth of the job. Around only the length of the job, okay, I spent 20 years in procurement, will not help you. You have to move into other function. So that also makes you smarter and how to carry them with you. So that's one thing around. Another one, I think you talked about alignment, Vijayanand, I think very well done. Mesh also talked about the organization, the function as a whole, how to make it smarter, how to make it more visible. So I think we covered all the key points to become a good leader of managing the procurement function. With this, I want to thank you all. Welcome for coming up. I'm very proud to see again from the leader of SIPS. I met in 92, one of your predecessors, when I went to your office around. I was the one who was critical to bring it to UN.
Wow. Well, you did a great job, Krishan, because it's still there, and we're very much embedded in United Nations and everything they do.
Yeah, because that team was reporting to me. I did it up. Then I said, okay, great. Well, again, Vijayanand, you did a wonderful job. Umesh, thanks again to all of you. Thanks to Sangeeta ji for doing excellent program.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was a very, very fruitful discussion. So thank you. And now with this, we have actually come closer to the end of the 2-day International Procurement Conference 2021. But before we actually do that, I would like to request Ms. Elma Sarizoy, Procurement Manager for South Asia Region, World Bank, to give closing remarks. Over to Elmas.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sangeeta. Thank you to all the organizers, dear participants, distinguished resource persons, and organizers. It's my pleasure to be with you for this closing session. This is an interesting 2 days international procurement conference. I am very much impressed with the rich agenda, number of participants. I just heard that there were about 2,000 participants yesterday. This is really amazing. And I am really impressed with the previous session. It was a very, very interesting discussion. Thank you and congratulations to all speakers. I hope the conference was useful in brainstorming various critical issues, learning something new, and refreshing our knowledge. So once again, congratulations to all. As we all know, procurement is a backbone of government agencies and private businesses, and its importance has increased several times during the pandemic. We know that for governments, agile procurement has ensured availability of various essential items, starting from PPEs last year and now the vaccines. So it's very critical to contain the pandemic and also ensure public service delivery, continuation of public service delivery. So I believe strategic role of procurement is now very well understood by the governments, by all the stakeholders. Pandemic, of course, has changed how the business processes were being conducted. There is a significant jump in use of technologies in all sphere of governance, including public procurement. In India, we are very fortunate to have pre-existing e-procurement platforms like National Informatics Center, known as NIC, Government e-marketplace, known as GEM, and other e-procurement platforms, other e-procurement service providers, which were extremely useful in ensuring business continuity during the pandemic. And of course, there is always scope for improvement through increased use of such e-procurement systems and expansion of those systems all around the country by all government agencies. As we all know, governments are often the largest purchaser of products and services in their countries. And each year, governments are spending trillions of dollars worldwide buying products, services, and implementing public works. And these governments are increasingly using public procurement as a tool to promote socioeconomic objectives as well, such as supporting and incentivizing small and medium enterprises and helping them to recover from the adverse impacts of the pandemic. So with this background, current conference is of course very timely and very relevant. Therefore, I'd like to congratulate ISM-INDIA and all other partner institutions, including Asian Development Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, UNOPS, for supporting this conference. I'm also very glad to see participation of various global world leaders from private sector to public sector contributing to this event. As you may know, the World Bank puts special emphasis on procurement under the projects financed by the bank. And our experience around the world suggests that there is a very close linkage between quality of procurement and overall success of the project. Over the years, we have refined our procurement policies, our procurement documents to reflect the latest trends in public procurement. And I believe we have also influenced the procurement frameworks of many other institutions through these changes. In addition to financing projects, of course, we are equally interested and involved in procurement reforms and capacity building in our client countries. And we believe in partnership with national institutions to sustain these efforts. In India, for example, these efforts includes diploma and certificates courses launched by various reputed Indian institutions with our technical support, as well as continuous training and knowledge exchange events. This conference is a good example of that type of initiatives taken by our India procurement team. And I'd like to invite you to visit our website, www.procurementinet.org, where this type of initiatives are announced when they are planned. So with these words, let me once again thank all the participants, resource persons, ISM-INDIA, its partners, as well as our own colleagues involved in planning and organizing this event. I also want to congratulate Public Procurement Professionals Association of India for completing 1 year of its operation, and wishing all the best for many years. So with this, I'd like to conclude my words and thank you once again, and looking forward to seeing you all next year in the next conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elmas. And with this, we finally move to the closure of the conference. And who better than Mr. Krishan Batra from ISM, who definitely needs no further introduction by now, to convey his vote of thanks and formally announce the conference closure. Mr. Batra, I request you to do the honors. Thank you.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji. Firstly, I want to thank Ms. Elmas Arisoy, the procurement manager for the South Asia for the World Bank, for her kind words and closing remarks. Honestly, I want to thank her and her team, like Shankar Lal ji and all the team which helped us in organizing this and supporting us to organize this program around. Now, with this, let me get back to our other friends around. Firstly, I'm very impressed with the feedback which I see on the. Many of you have given a lot of good feedback around. Certainly, it has encouraged us that we have to carry on with this program, not once, maybe twice a year around. The number of people who are registered, we were not expecting, to be honest, is around 4,500. And out of them, I know people have been moving around depending on the interest. So it has gone to 2,500 people. I think the feedback you've given us is very positive. I know the only thing which we could not do on it, the questions were so many, but we were becoming selective, you could say, keeping in mind the time. But please rest assured, your question, whatever you've given us, we will try to get the right answer from the various speakers and put them into question answer booklet, and we'll share with you. Another thing which comes up to my mind is we tried to cover all the key points. The theme was digital smart procurement. Again, I'm trying to use the word digital procurement, but once you're using AI, along with the digital, it becomes smart. So smart to me is a bigger thing. So it is a smart procurement. So from digital, you can go to smart if you add AI technologies into this. Now, so I think to make up this subject around, we have covered the concept, the decoding of the digital procurement, what exactly is digital. We have gone through the history of the procurement around, going back from 5,000 years till now. And now in the last 2 decades, it is moving very fast. This function has become very important. As I said to you in my presentations, I will say those who are young people and in this field, I will say this is the future career. Because most of the companies, most of the public sectors, they need procurement people who can do a wonderful job for them. And this is a growth areas. I know in some country it is still not a career function, but I think it's changing. In the private sector, it has changed a lot. In the public sector also, it is changing, I would say. Another thing which comes up around is the name also. I will still look at it. I know we call as a purchasing procurement, but technically, when I see from the heart, it is not procurement, it has gone further. If you say it is a strategic, then I would call as a supply management. And this is what I think our ISM headquarters has done it. So we don't call procurement, we call supply management. Because this sounds that you're doing a much more important function. It is not just placing an order. You're also looking at the legal side. You're also looking at inventory side. So I think this is what I had to try to emphasize around. Now, well, friend, with this not taking much time, again, I want to thank Shankar Lalji, who has been very big supporter for us. Without that, this wouldn't have been possible. Sangeeta ji, again, who has been a key person in managing the show. And also, I want to thank my technical team who's working behind it, although they are not visible on the front. Arun Paul is our project manager. He's working on. Then we have Ayushi, who's also working and supporting us to market this. Ria, who's working with me. So Ria is also there. Then there's another Mr. Ashish, who's from the company who's supporting this around. Well, friend, with this, lastly but not the least, which is very important to me, I want to thank all the participants. With folded hand that you guys have come up, I think you have made it very much. I think we are very much inspired, and we would love to carry on this passion for a long time. Thank you, my friends. But please keep in touch with us. Thank you, friends. Enjoy the day.